ticketed venues, etc.?
Oh, that just is what it is. We can't really control it. The state government control that sort of side of things, so we have to just keep rolling with that. As far as this week was concerned, we got an email, I think, at 4 o'clock or something on Wednesday. It might have been early, but I got notified about 4 o'clock Wednesday that we have to vote on whether to play this weekend or not. I felt it was too short a time frame for a Thursday training session to then go into a game for 4 points. It might be different for a practice match or something like that, but a 4 point game with teams wanting to play finals and teams wanting to stave off relegation and so forth, I just thought it was too short a time frame. So when I spoke to our president, Jeff, I just said, look, I'd be voting to not play this week, but for us, in my head, the plan would have been train Thursday, just a little tick over, reconnect. Saturday, do your match sim sort of stuff with your own club. Reconnect again that way, go through some vision or whatever it may be, and then train Tuesday, Thursday, play next week. That was my sort of take on it. And then I think that was pretty much the consensus across the board when I spoke to other coaches and that, and Nick and Josh might be able to talk about it as well. And then, when we come to the vote was, no, we're definitely playing, and that sort of blindsided us a little bit. I thought, oh, that's a bit weird. Other clubs.
You're ready though, aren't you?
I won't know till probably 2:05 today if we're ready. We did some basic grappling on Thursday night and lost a bloke with a medial.
Right.
Just so I just said we've just got to do some grappling just to sort of see if we a bit of physicality and so forth. And one of the guys off the train, I said, "Where's Taj?" And they said, "No, he's had to go off with his knee." I was like, "What happened?" They said, "When we did the grappling, he's done the medial." You know what I mean? So just from a conditioning point of view, I thought it was a really short time frame, and you can do all the running you like. Footy is a physical game. I think it's different from the netball, and they're two separate games. I think netball could have done sessions outside of during lockdown and be able to play because you can replicate the running, but the actual tackling side of it and the getting down and getting up is very hard to replicate unless you're doing it.
What do you think, Josh? I mean, you and I had a brief conversation yesterday. You said you're ready to go. A lot of positivity on the track in the lead up to the game.
We probably got a little bit of a different view than Paddy, but from the moment we got probably closed down, we straight away just prepared to play each week. So we had our fitness fella, Mitch Gilfurnace. He put together a Tuesday, Thursday session with obviously players doing things on their own that was as best as we could possibly replicate a game of football in terms of high intensity running. Blake engaged in a mate at the VFL in the fitness world and got us a Saturday game simulation session that a VFL player coming back from an injury would have to get through before he'd be considered to play in the VFL, and our boys did those sessions over the 2 Saturdays. So in terms of that, we just tried to prepare that the government would give us the all clear to play each weekend. And obviously, like Paddy said, one thing you can't replicate is a physical contact because the boys are doing the sessions on their own. But they did it. We had over 50 players do both sessions on both Saturdays, and then we get to training on Thursday night, and it was almost like the eve of a final to walk in there, the buzz, the attitude, the smiles on faces, and I think just the pats on the back and the high fives. It was one of the more upbeat, positive sessions we've had this year. And having 30 under 19s and 55 senior players, spread across 2 ovals, it was exciting for the boys to be back. So a little bit different. Obviously, we're in a position to play finals, but the boys are excited to be back playing football.
So when you say 50 players, individually or with one other person, that's right, they did that on the 2 Saturdays, didn't they?
Individually or with one other person, they did those sessions, yeah.
Now, Nick, how are things with Rosebud? Do you happy to be playing?
I'm shocked we're playing, to be honest.
You're shocked?
Yeah, I just thought the OH&S and governance and everything that the AFL puts in place and all the insurances and we hear that through practice matches and blokes that haven't paid their subs, that they covered if they get injured, to then say one training session is enough to go out and play a game of football. I thought there's no way in the AFL would sign that off with the risk of injury and blokes that are tradesmen and incomes and all that sort of stuff. So it'd be really interesting if someone tore a hamstring off the bone and couldn't work. And I don't know, it's not like blokes haven't chosen to train. We've been in lockdown, we haven't been able to train. So I just staggered that legally we were allowed to play. But we're playing, so that's no drama.
I guess from our point of view, we understand all of that, and obviously in an imperfect, season where we can't get perfection, that is for sure. But I guess that's the reason why very early on this year we've put those protocols into place, so the return to play framework, which governed how we were going to manage the season. And back in June, they were reaffirmed by the clubs to say that if we had an X amount of weeks of break, that we would then return immediately. And there is a 4 to 5 week break bracket within the protocols that say that in order to, if we had that length of break, that we would have to take another week off for training to resume, and then we would then resume playing. So
that first break, we didn't play on that Saturday. We came out on the Thursday night. We could have trained Friday and played Saturday, and we all voted not to play that first weekend because we needed more than one session in June. We came out. I remember we could have trained on the Friday night.
Could have played the Saturday,
and it was kiboshed, and we gave the players a chance to prepare properly.
Yeah, I guess the difference this time is that those, for example, that decision made by the state government was very later in the week, where this one was very early. So look, I mean, we understand the concerns. I guess from our point of view, there was an agreement with the presidents earlier in the year around how we were going to manage the season. We made some adjustments, obviously due to that first lockdown in June, and we've adjusted. And our approach has provided a fair bit of certainty around how the season is going to play out in terms of, when we start, when we finish, how we're going to resume during a lockdown.
My understanding was that the presidents were all going to, or pretty much 90% of the presidents were going to vote not to play this weekend, and then do what Nick said, train Tuesday, Thursday, play the Saturday, the 7th of August. Then and that's pretty much what the email didn't say that, but the email said just you're going to vote on whether to play this week or not.
So the vote, to be very clear, the vote was around the financial modelling that was going to support the clubs to resume.
Yep.
So that included obviously the reduction of the player payments by 50%.
Yep.
That the
sharing
league,
umpires.
Well, the sharing of the umpire fees,
yep.
but also the waiving of the league fees. So all of that was on the table. We understood, and we certainly understand the passion of the clubs to around their reluctance to resume after the break. But as I said, I mean we're dealing with a really imperfect season, and it was important for us to try and resume.
How does that? Just thinking as you're talking, then how does that go? So all the insurance companies that cover the players' insurance, they were happy to sign all that off, that only one training session and everyone's covered. That's not a problem?
Once the state government gives the green light to go ahead, the insurances allow us to resume. Allow us to resume normal activity.
Do you think the government will get involved, Sean, in providing some sort of financial assistance to sporting clubs in regard to the insurance? If the insurance companies say, no, we're not going to allow the players to pay less on their insurance?
That's not for... I'm not in a position to be able to make comment on that, but what I do know...
But do you think they should, as an opinion?
Look, I mean, one of the difficult things is once the state government gives us the go-ahead to resume, then everything else kicks back into play. So the decision-making then comes down to, obviously, AFL Victoria and then local leagues to make decisions.
Because what I was even surprised about was that we didn't do any discussion with coaches over that 2-week period. If we do go back in a short time frame, what would be the best way to do it? And even, we've got some really... smart people in our coaching ranks, and to me the obvious one was let's play 17 minutes or 16 minutes and time on. Just reduce the time frame that we actually play to.
I agree with that.
To negate some of those soft tissue but stuff like that wasn't even on the table. It was just pretty much you're going back to 120 minutes and good luck.
Do you agree with that, Josh? I mean, there's been soft tissue injuries left, right and centre, especially at local footy. We even saw it a bit at AFL, but especially at local footy because they haven't played for 12 months. The first 3 or 4 rounds, it just happened every single week, every single minute of every game, and there's no doubt it'll happen now again.
No, and at the same time, there's a large portion of it's the nature of the game as well. Obviously, the percentage is a little bit higher, but we, like I said, I've got a slightly different view on it, but that's purely for the way that we've approached the last fortnight with what the boys have been able to get into their legs. So, obviously, you take that physical aspect into account, but we're just keen to play. We think that we've ticked all the boxes and got the runs on the board. So that's just the way we see it.
You're an astute man, Nick. You've been coaching for a long time. How do you get your head in the game so quickly?
Oh, look, once the decision's made to play, as Josh said, training was fantastic Thursday night. We had the one of the guys from the career club's a big DJ. We had the big speakers set up. It was like a nightclub going. The boys were out. It was the best night we've had for the year. It was blowing a gale. It was about 2 degrees. But
Yes.
that was fantastic. So, like, kids want to play. But
They do.
Sometimes, as I heard someone say yesterday, you got to save them from themselves sometimes. But
You do.
Once the decision's go, let's go, 100%, full throttle.
Yeah, you
There's
have
no
to.
choice about that. And you do your same preparation in terms of mentally and selection and blah, blah, blah. But so that's no drama. Once the siren's gone today and the ball gets bounced, it'll be full throttle. It's just, the ideal world, which we're not living at the moment, how can you make it as normal as possible? So there's no right ingredients, is there? It's
No,
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Now, Sean, one more question with this panel before we swap them over. Could there be a change to the final system?
Not at this point.
Definitely not.
No.
So it'll be top 5 as usual.
Yep. So as I said from the outset, that it's our intent to run a final series as we've planned. So we think that just provides a lot of integrity and again it's around that clear understanding around what the rest of the season's going to look like.
And a question close to Josh and also Paddy's heart: relegation and promotion.
Well, look, that was discussed with the clubs on Tuesday night. This is going to sound really boring, but effectively there's a couple of factors that obviously impact on that. There's a requirement for the clubs to have a 75% vote around what any change to the competition structure, and that would be that. Which would require...
Has that happened yet?
No, well, that requires 21 days' notice and all those sort
So
of
we
things.
could get to the end of the year before a decision's made.
No, it certainly won't be done before the conclusion of the finals.
Well,
But-
don't you think it needs to be done? Because in a situation like Paddy, just give you an example, he and I have had a few conversations. You've got a lot of injuries, haven't you? You don't know whether to bring your senior guys back and try and make sure that they're right to be able to play and ensure your team stays up, or if there is no promotion and relegation, you can put those guys away for the year and play
100%.
your kids, correct?
So to be clear,
Yeah.
just in terms of that, those decisions have to come from the floor, from the clubs. So if there's a proposal to that end, that needs a special motion, which we haven't received at this point.
Yep.
And then that then is controlled by the clubs.
And that, to be clear, I'm still big on promotion.
Yep.
I think we should promote this year, but I don't think we should relegate, because I just don't think it's been a fair competition. Like at the moment, we're a game clear of Edafale.
Yes.
If we don't win another game, Edafale doesn't win another game, Edafale goes down.
Yep.
And I don't think that's fair. Edafale didn't get to play us
Last week was going to be the grand
You know
final.
what I mean? So I don't think that's actually quite fair. So I would still be pushing for, let's say, Langwarrin win it. I'd be pushing for Langwarrin to come up because they're ready to come up. But I'd
20
be having
games next year?
I'd be having 2 11-team comps and played 20 games.
20 games. You have to play round twice.
And the other thing too is, I think some of the clubs and particularly some of the players and committee people have enjoyed having a little bit of a break, a bye break. So if you were getting a bye throughout the year, it is a chance to freshen up. It is a chance for a guy who's got injuries to get back and so forth. So I don't think a bye is that big a deal. And I think the other thing too, with COVID potentially getting in 2022, you would put relegation on the hold again in 2022. And then promote the winner of 2022. So then you have a 12 team in Divi 1 and 10 team in Divi 2.
And how many games? 22 home and away games?
No, then you would do what you've done, what we do in Division 2, and you'd have a
You can't
couple
with
on straw.
promotion. You can't with promotion. You've got to play
can't?
everyone twice. No. We haven't played everyone once yet.
No, that's
No,
been
going
the
the
issue.
same.
You
Going
guys
around-
haven't played Mornington until today, have you?
Although by the end of the season you would have.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
If we don't have any further
But we're in around
interruptions.
16 and haven't played 2 sides,
Yeah.
which is hard to fathom. That you could maybe reshuffle a drawing for the integrity, as you said, integrity of finals, or for the integrity of the competition. We know we've lost those games. He said, another lockdown, let's reshuffle a draw so everyone plays each other once at
Yeah,
least.
correct.
And then you can go, okay, well, there's 9 games being played. At least we know that we can draw the finals off that.
Yeah.
You ready to come up, Josh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Do you want to come up?
I'd love to come up after being successful.
Yes.
I think to go up to Division 1 on the back of not being successful is a big ask, because the upside to going up is you've got a premiership and you've got a group of players that have got something to celebrate. So,
Correct.
Obviously we want to be successful. We're in a position to have a good crack at it. and what will happen at the end of that will happen. But our focus right now is on Division 2 and Mornington today.
Big game.
You're talking about, it's a massive game. You're talking about 22 clubs, Paddy, playing more rounds. But what, Sean, if we have 4 new clubs come in, which might be a possibility, without mentioning the clubs, of course?
Yeah, I mean, look, we mentioned...
Newsbreaker.
It's been a bit going on, yes.
Well, I mean, the presidents were on Tuesday night. The presidents were advised of. At that point, we had 2 clubs that had formally put in an expression of interest to explore the opportunity to come in, and since then, there's been a further 2. So. From that perspective, that obviously then impacts on the competition structures and what the division structures are going to be if they were successful to come in. And the process of that, it still requires a 75% vote of the clubs to admit any clubs into the competition. So I guess from our point of view, it provides an opportunity to present to the clubs, what a competition might look like with an expanded footprint in terms of clubs.
So will we have maybe 14 in second division and 12 in first division?
Again, I mean that's the process from here will be to for the management team. So Hayden, myself, Will, and Sam to have a discussion around what that might look like. Present that obviously back to the clubs, and then get a level of comfort that the clubs would get a 75% vote, because we'd need to be able to tell the clubs who have expressed interest what the level of support would be.
If we were going to bring in 4, you'd have to have 3 divisions. Eventually, you'd have to be pushing towards have 3
So you'd have
divisions.
10 and 2 divisions of 8, would you?
You'd have to.
You'd like that, Josh, too, yeah?
I think the way it's heading, if you could have 2 divisions of 10 with a division of 8, if you could get those extra sides in, that'd be ideal, because then you've got the 2 seasons where you play each other twice.
You do.
And the third.
You like that, Nick?
If you're going to have promotion relegation, I think we've seen in the Eastern Footy League across their 4 divisions.
Works well, doesn't it?
Their original decision was they'll worry about the back end of the year later as long as they get the 18 games away, because they've got 4 divisions.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, and it's great. Promotion relegation is wonderful, and the standard of footy this year has gone through the roof again since the old Nepean Peninsula days. So I think that's the number one issue, is that you get even games ticked off. So
This is our new show, MPNFL Extra, live from Alexandra Park. It's great to be here. Top of the table clash in second division today between Mornington and Langwarrin, who, due to a quirky nature of the draw, yet to play each other this year and may play each other in the grand final. So we look forward to that. We're going to take a break. Sean Connell has got to go. Thanks very much, Sean, for joining us. So much to talk about, a lot more to talk about. Can you hang around, Paddy, or do you have to go?
I've got to go pick up a young fella to take him to the footy.
Well, you go and do that, Paddy. Thanks so much for that. And if Josh and Nick want to hang around for a bit longer and we'll get Simon Goosey to come in, that would be fantastic. This is our live coverage of MPNFL Extra, thanks to Rosebud Country Club. Get your GameFace on.
Hi everyone, it's Tim from Growth Syndicates Australia, and we're financial transformation specialists. Our clients are eliminating their mortgage in a much shorter period of time, creating more wealth and boosting their super. This is all done without impacting their lifestyle. Sounds amazing? Well, let me explain a little bit about the GSA Advantage. With clients all around Australia and a head office located in Elsternwick, our team of very experienced professionals enable unique and exclusive property investment opportunities through wholesale investing for clients to achieve specific outcomes. Our current projects are located in Brighton, Malvern East, Kew, Glen Iris and Mont Albert North. Everyone's busy, and that's a fact. But did you know, for every day you have a mortgage and underperforming investments or superannuation, you're missing out on $350 every day. It all starts with a friendly phone discussion to then arrange a meeting to provide you with a clear picture on what GSA achieves for our clients, and with no charge or obligation, see where these results can apply to you. So check us out at growthsyndicatesaustralia.com. Give us a call on 1300 205 556. I'd love to have a catch-up coffee with you at your place or our office. See where GSA can improve your financial position.
We've got some comedy. Well, is it relief or is it comedy nonsense that's joined us now as part of the MPNFL Extra Show? Josh Beardestade, the coach of the Langwarrin Footy Club. He probably won't go anywhere now because he's under 19 team about to get involved. It's a big battle there, 3rd and 4th. The winner of that will go into 3rd, outright 3rd by a game. Langy, though, with a much better percentage than Mornington. Nick Jules hung around for a bit too before he gets ready for his big game down at Rosebud today. And, of course, Simon Goosey with his team flying 6 in a row for the Mornington Bulldogs. Now, Goose, you're one more than happy to be playing, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm quite happy that we're back playing football. Like everyone's equal, I suppose. Everyone's had the chance to do. Like when we had the break, we had the meeting that I think it was the Thursday night, and said what we had to do. As you know, they had to train in pairs or as individuals close to their home. So I think every club's in the same boat. The players, as I said to my boys, if you don't do it, you're letting yourself down and your teammates down. So, but I suppose I hear the twos and fros of it. The VFL's playing. VFL's playing. So, and they're the
Outer East is not.
Yeah, but the VFL, the second most professional league, and they're standalone clubs. Like,
yes.
Players have got to take some responsibility, and if you speak to the players want to be playing. The players are excited to be playing, mate. We've had it taken away from us. What, do we wait another 2 weeks and then it comes back? Like, let's get into it as soon as we can.
Well, I think, particularly for second division, we needed to have an end to the season. We needed teams like Devon and Chelsea to prove themselves an opportunity to play in the finals. Rye as well. I mean, you'd agree with that, Josh, wouldn't you? That's why we need to have at least one. I'm glad we're getting 2 games, even though, of course, it's going to be tough for the clubs because the home clubs in particular won't get the opportunity to enjoy the benefits of people being here and partaking in the bar and canteen, etc.
No, I mean, 100%, mate. Obviously, I mentioned before, we're all about playing, and the boys are here, and the limits that get set around the football are what they are, and we just need to deal with them. So, obviously, as a home game, you want a gate, you want funds coming through the door, but it is what it is, and to have 2 games leading into a final series, it's an ideal preparation because the 2 games mean everyone in Division 2 will have played each other once.
Is it good you're playing Mornington now, 2 weeks out from the finals?
That's just the way the draw is. I think the fact that it's been a 2-year competition and we haven't crossed each other's paths.
It's incredible, isn't it?
It is, but it's we're here at Mornington. It's a magnificent day. We're looking forward to it.
You've played here before, though, haven't you? In the old Mornington competition, didn't you? So it's not like you haven't played on this interesting ground, which is very different to most other grounds in the comp.
No, I actually coached here for 3 years, so I know the place pretty well, yeah.
And Dan, they did play at Seaford the last game, so, and Seaford is one step shorter.
Right.
And 4 steps not as wide.
But I mean, it is good you're finally playing each other, but it is strange. I mean, I agree with Nick. Everyone needs to play each other once, and the fact that you guys are not going to get Edithvale, are you?
If we don't get locked down again, we get. And that's it doesn't matter who you're playing, but if we don't get locked down again, we will in the last game of the year, second last and last game of the year. So
you'll play them back to back, will you?
No. I think the 2 sides we missed in round 8 and 9, same as everyone, play each other in round 17 and 18.
Right.
But that will be at the end of rounds 8 and 9 is the conclusion of everyone playing each other once.
Okay.
Which is, I thought they would have, when we came back, played 8 and 9, so you can tick off, yep, everyone's played each other once.
Yes.
Who knows what Dangerous Dan will do? Different Dangerous Dan, old mate Government Dan.
Yes.
Who knows what he'll do? So at least you can say, yeah, everyone's played each other once. But more importantly, I find absolutely staggering that the scoreboard's not the Simon Goosey scoreboard. It was the Simon Goosey scoreboard for 20 years. And
what's happened?
What has happened?
They changed it during
the Simon Filter
scoreboard. They changed it during cricket season.
So what's happened?
And poor Simon, he passed away at the start of footy season. Right. So I said, leave it up, and they'll change it next. They'll change it next footy season. Yeah, it is up for the cricket season. Right. And so unfortunately, he passed away.
Yeah, that's nice. That's good.
So don't panic, Nick. It'll still be there.
Now, Goose,
you told me to ask the question.
No,
you're a long-time MPNFL player and official and coach. Are you happy with the possibility of 4 new teams coming in? Maybe more?
Yeah, mate, I think it'd be great for the competition if we got, like, Eastern Footy League's a really good competition, and if we got 3 divisions, it allows everyone to compete. Like, I said, obviously, from First Division to Second Division, right? There's probably not a great deal of difference from the 10 plus 4. They could easily be competing in the finals.
Yes.
Like with, you've got to have a bit of luck involved in footy. Like our last year of finals, like I was pretty confident of even playing finals, and it was a really close competition, and our percentage was really good. We used 50 players, which was unheard of. Like
in the First Division.
Yeah.
Really?
We had a shocking run with injuries, and our best side that we put on the park was round 18 when we played Tremana and beat them by 10 points or something, and they went on to win the premiership. So, like, you need a lot of luck in football. Actually, it was funny because you say things that are unfair. Like, we could have, I think on the review for the umpires, it was Dan Verco got taken out in the goal square, and it came up. We lost by 4 points to Edafale in that last game. It happened in the last minute. So, sliding door moments.
You would always mention the umpires, guys.
No, but I'm just saying there's things that you can say that aren't fair in footy season.
Did you watch him play, Dan?
This is a
I've
year.
seen him play.
Yeah, mate. Should have got a lot more free kicks.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine playing in today's footy. Shit, bloody it would have been a picnic.
It's interesting though, Dan, isn't it? It's come full. This is what the third time we're revisiting this conversation.
Yes.
When it was the Casey Cardinia and the P and Peninsula,
yeah.
then they left and they tried it. Was it Cranbourne or Berry? Cranbourne wanted to come in and
Yeah.
that got kiboshed, and then it's sort of coming around again. It feels like every second year the presidents are voting on will we have a third division?
There are a few people saying who are heavily involved in clubland at this competition that the grass is always greener with a lot of these clubs. Do you agree with that, Josh? That they seem to every 2 or 3 years think, no, we're not happy where we are. Very unhappy within the first half of their first year in Outer Eastern. They tried to get out to go into Eastern last year. Of course, they wouldn't have gone in, but there was no football. But they got the opportunity to go in this year and are handling themselves quite well.
I think it's a great pat on the back or tick of approval for the MPNFL, isn't it? If sides are consistently looking to wanting to come to this competition, because it is a terrific across both divisions. It's wonderful.
Having been involved in Outer East, I think Cranbourne should come in because they're
not
right
that
on
far.
the border. They're not far from Langwarrin. They're not far from Devon Meadows, and they're probably in. If Devon Meadows are in our region, they're in our region too.
Are.
So, and it's not as far to go. It's not that far. It's what I used to.
I think
go the train in 25 minutes.
The travel's irrelevant. I think if you're willing to drive from Edithvale to Sorrento, there's no different to driving to Narrewarren or Beaconsfield in a sense. But we saw a proposal put forward by Hastings Football Club recently, and I think the difficult thing for the competition is going to be is you've got sides in Division 2 who are looking to be more competitive from the bottom half of the ladder, but if you injected a Cranbourne or a Narrewarren into Division 2,
but they would go into Division 2, we know that.
What?
They wouldn't go into Division 2.
Why,
no, they wouldn't.
Why
They go straight into Division 1. They have to.
No, why then? Do you think the competition's better?
I think that they would be too good for Division 2. They would need to go into Division 1. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I coached at Cranbourne.
You don't think so?
No, not at all, mate. Not at all.
So it's from the...
Really? So you think that if they went into... If those three teams went into Division 2... If they were the teams, and we don't know what teams they're looking at the moment, we're talking Beaconsfield, Cranbourne, and also Narrewarren. If they were to come in, and they're the most logical teams, they would dominate Division 2. Division 2 wouldn't be as good a comp as it is at the moment, where we've got 2 rounds left, and that's why we're back playing footy today to decide who's going to finish in the top 5.
If you imagine those three plus Langy and Mornington, what a fantastic final series that'd be.
Well, it would be, but you'd know who the top 5 are going to be with the greatest respect to the other teams because they'd be too strong, would they not?
No, it's amazing how much it changes, and you've seen what YC does, and over the years, everyone chases the leader, don't they? And raises the bar. So a side comes in and brings in some AFL talent, and then every side says, well, that's what we've got to do. We've got to, or the press comes in 10 years ago, and everyone starts pressing. Everyone follows the leader and it raises the standard.
So do you think, Josh, the rule needs to be put in place that if these teams were to come in, that, okay, if you want to come in, you've got to start in second division?
I don't think it needs to be a rule. I think each club on their own merit and what they probably want to do. I think the difficult thing is going to be if there is only 2 divisions, that the bottom probably 5-6 teams in Division 2, they don't benefit from it at all. They probably fall a bit further back. But in saying that, the top half of the standard, well, that goes through the roof. It becomes a really, really good competition. So I think you've looked at Division 1, Division 2, promotion, relegation. a grand final in Division 1 has had a Division 2 side participated, I think, 3 years in a row. So
Yes.
I think the top end of Division 2, it's been shown there's not a big break, but you talk about improving and watching other clubs, and you're always chasing the leader. For 2 seasons we played chasing Dramana and then Red Hill and the brand of footy that they were playing, and that's gone on to be successful in Division 1. So those sides come in, you've got to adjust to it and strive to be better.
Also, if we brought other sides in, right, if we brought that many sides in, you could do what Eastern Footy League did a couple of years back, where they had a 12-team competition and bring another 2 in, and then next year you try to get a few more, then you might have 3 divisions.
I think there's no doubt there'll be a 3rd division. I think a team like Crew Point, a team like Tyre would benefit from that, and to a lesser extent, even though they are coming with a rush, Pearsdale have been really, really good. They've been one of the great news stories of this year with how competitive they've been. Now, guys, we need to talk obviously about footy. Big game today, Goose. How confident are you? You're playing really good footy. 6 in a row.
Look, I'm really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. We get a test against Langwarrin, before the finals. Like, looking at the ladder, especially the top 3. There's not going to be too much change. You can't see over the next 2 rounds. They've got a wonderful percentage, Langwarrin, they've been a wonderful side. So it gives us an opportunity to try a few things today. A few blokes will get an opportunity today to play maybe a different role too. So, hopefully we put our best foot forward, and at the end of the day, if we win, we win.
In the words of the Monkeys, Josh, one of the great songs, I'm a believer. I'm a believer in a side. Do you like that, Nick? I'm a believer in a side that's that needs to lose 1 game if they've been up for a long, long time. Was the Somerville loss the loss you needed to have?
We probably got beaten in areas of the game that we hadn't been beaten in this year. So that phrase gets thrown up all the time in terms of the loss you need to have. But we just felt we were playing good enough football, and our confidence was up that we didn't necessarily need a loss. But Somerville were too good on the day, and it puts us in a position where, okay, we've probably got more weaknesses, and it allows us to be better coaches to address them.
Were you worried about it, as you would be like other losses?
No, I mean, we were 9-0 or 10-0 at that stage, and I think when you've got the runs on the board and put yourself in a position where you can let one drop and it doesn't hurt you. I think the 3 years prior we had to win 7 of 8 games coming home to sneak into the finals, and every game was like an elimination final for us. So it was just the opposite end of that scale, I guess.
This is MPNFL Extra. We've got Nick Jules, Simon Goosey and also Josh Beard with us. Nick, it's a big game for your club. I mean, they were showing that they're probably a bit young at the moment. I think the best team I've seen all year. In fact, I know they're the best team I've seen all year, Von Beach 3 weeks ago. Too good for your team. What did you learn from that?
Oh, just, as Josh was just saying, there's nothing wrong with a loss at all. No sides, if you look at the premiers over, however many divisions, very rarely go through undefeated. But if you look at the top 5, we're 1-on-1 with Dramana. We lost to Frankston Bombers by a point.
Yep.
And lost to Mount Eliza by 18 points.
Yes.
But Bomb Beach and YC, so we played Bomb Beach twice, and this is the second time we're playing YC. They are by far what we've played the best sides in the competition. Bomb Beach, the 2 times we played them, were at full strength, and they were just a class above anything I've seen this year. The way they move the ball and their structure at stoppages. To have Gilbert and Armitage go through there with Gent, Verma, and the names go on. And
you've got the easy draw, haven't you? Then if you've had them twice, no wonder you were that keen to play set today.
That's why. No, that's the way it goes. It's good for you. But it was great. What an eye opener to say that if that's as we were saying before, you chase the leader. That's the standard of local football now. Wow, they were impressive, and YC were just as impressive the first time we played them. I think they beat us by 70 points down there, and just did not have an answer. We were playing good footy early in the year and went down there and copped a smacking by Bomb Beach, and then a couple of weeks later copped a smacking by YC. And really, their body shapes, they're big physical units, YC and Bomb Beach, and just the way they're structured up. So much. The thing that stood out for me last week with Bomb Beach, or last game, was their voice behind the ball. I think Jackson Casey playing off half-back flank or back pocket.
He was unbelievable.
And just
read it like a book.
Setting the ground up, feedback when the ball left an area. If blokes kicked it if they went long down the line and they wanted to come inside, straight over, hey, that's not where we kick it, we come inside. It was as silly as it sounds, it was a pleasure to watch.
Really?
Even though we were getting a pantsing. But, Yeah, so
It's a great attitude to have, Nick.
Oh, well, that's the standard we want to get to. And we've got another opportunity today to I believe that, the second or best side in the competition to learn and see how we go and fight and, throw our punches back. So
It's a good learning opportunity, though, for your young blokes to hear that because, I think today's footy, the one thing the kids do lack coming up is voice, leadership. We're after leadership because we all communicate on the phones now. So
Yeah. We do.
that's one skill that I think lacks.
It was like watching a VFL game with the direction from 100 metres away, fold, roll, push up, back, turn your head, look inside. It was just, if that's the standard, footy's in good shape.
Now, Josh, your small forwards have been one of your strengths this year. We know Jet Murphy's had his injuries. Matt Fahenberg, a lot of games in the reserves, but gets an opportunity today. He had a good year in 2019. Has he regressed a bit this year because of the fact the small forwards have probably been a bit more dominant?
Oh, 100%. I think probably we had a focus on Jet to kick a high percentage of our scores, a couple of seasons ago, and this year we've come out and the boys have really spread the load. There's no one player that needs to stand up and kick a bag. I think if everyone's kicking 1 and 2 and we're getting a few out of the midfield, it gives us a score that we get an opportunity to defend. But Payno, he had a fantastic season 2019 and he probably got to the gym, got a bit stronger and he lost maybe a little bit of his endurance. He's gone back to the reserves and kicked some pretty good bags of goals. So he's wanted to be there. He's working hard to get there and today he gets an opportunity.
A lot of depth at your football club. Your reserves percentage, and listen to this, gentlemen, is over 440%. You're not just winning games in the reserves, you're belting sides. So there's plenty of depth to choose from.
Yeah, and that's a side that won a reserves premiership and it's got a real good mix of young blokes and older senior players. I think there's an ex-senior premiership player on each line in the reserves and outside of that it's up and developing sort of younger blokes. And when I say younger, there's guys that are 23 and 24. But we classify them as young players, but they're playing really good footy. They've got a good mix, and to get a game in that side, the selection for Tubby and Millsy on Thursday night's a nightmare. I think our side we probably have 20 pick itself pretty quickly and spend a bit of time in the last couple, and then the rest of the night goes into picking the reserve side. So it's difficult, but it's a fantastic problem to have because our depth is great.
Now, before we finish, Goose, relegation or promotion? Considering we've had a funny season this year, stop-start.
Well, we're going to have a premiership or not? Are we going to have a
final
we are.
Series? Of course we are. We're going to have a final series,
well,
yes.
mate, why not? It's I think it's a silly, you can't be calling let's not have one like 2 years ago. We had a lot of injuries. Should have we had relegation? You can complain for whatever you want. It is what it is. It's a season where, as I said at the start of the season, with our boys, it's going to be a season of change. So be prepared because it's what we live in now with the COVID and that. So if you're going to have a season, of course you have promotion or relegation.
What I'll say, boys, is I'm glad we're back. We couldn't get Nick a better day to play footy. I mean, imagine having another day where we're inside and we wouldn't get an opportunity to experience this. It's great.
10 to 15 mils due later. So
is it?
Yeah,
it's going to turn.
So what during the seniors?
Oh, late afternoon.
Late afternoon.
Jane Bunn, come on, mate. What do you think you are?
Hey, we're playing YC. I've been checking it out.
So go with the wind on the first quarter then. I had a look at it. We're probably getting some around 4 o'clock.
Yeah, no, I think it's late afternoon. Yeah, it's going to turn, but it's great. Your sun's out, and the ground looks fantastic out here.
It does.
Fast game of footy with the ball bouncing around and small deck. It'll be terrific.
There'll be a fast game of footy down at Rosebud if you can somehow find a way of getting through that defence.
Funny things happen down, haven't they?
You'd have all your injuries back anyway after the break too, wouldn't you?
Just about. We're
Dempster back?
No, he's still out. Maybe next week. Bentley's back today.
Yeah, Bentley, he's good.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
Downey back.
Because you two, both Mornington and Langy, are just about at full strength, not too many away. I mean, Tim McGuinness, the break good for him or not so good for him? Because he probably needs continuity of footy a bit, doesn't he, Josh?
He was probably one we would have liked to keep playing, given that he'd only just returned. But there's a lot of talk, obviously, Jackson Calder being the best forward in Division 1 and Division 2 at this stage. And Mitch Cuthbert, it's a match-up that he's actually played on Jackson before, and there's a bit of talk and hype about that. But Mitch isn't playing today. Another young fella gets an opportunity to play on the best forward in the competition.
Yeah. Very good. How far away is Mitch?
We're hoping a week. But there's certainly nothing major.
We got a couple of late changes from last night. So
Have you?
yeah,
You better tell me because I'm going to game.
He always puts up a dodgy side.
Well, I hope not.
let's not bullshit.
I've learned all the numbers. I spent all night learning the numbers.
No. My young bloke, he won't play. We'll get another week into him. So,
Right. Okay. Willem.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
William.
He'll be back next week.
Yeah. He could have played today, but there was, with the finals around the corner, it's important.
Not enough preparation after lockdown.
No, he had quite a bit, but it was just just another week of training's important. Nick, you know what it's like.
Very good. Well, it's been fantastic the last couple of weeks to sit back and watch the Olympics and have. I wouldn't say have a break from footy. It's been an enforced break, but we're back again, and let's hope we're here for the rest of the year. We'll have a good game here today between Mornington and also Langwarrin, thanks to Rosebud Country Club. And this has been the MPNFL Extra show. We'll plan to do this every Saturday if Glenn will have us. I think it's gone really well. Thank you, Josh, and
tune in.
We're doing the under-19s and the reserves and the seniors. So, Nicholas, I'm earning my money today from the great fella who showed me a lovely hotel room last night down at Drummond. It was magnificent.
Word was round. It's a small town down there, Dan.
I didn't do very much.
I heard. There's certain things that are open in COVID time.
You're a disgrace.
And Dan
was very quiet last night, just doing his numbers, as you can see, and watching the Olympics.
Let me check your phone numbers.
You can do whatever you want to do, Goose. You'll find nothing untoward in those phone numbers. Thank you, Josh. Great to have you with us, mate. Good luck today. We look forward to seeing a great game of footy. Good luck to Rosebud against Frankston YCW. I just reckon you're half a chance down there today, Nicholas. And I know the way you think. You're a lateral thinker on the game, and we love having you on the panel today. You too, Goose, and we'll have more MPNFL Extra next week. Thanks to Rosebud Country Club. We're back with the under-19s very, very shortly. It's third against fourth. If Mornington win, even though they've got a much more inferior percentage than Langwarrin, they'll jump Langy and be in a good position to finish in the top three in the under-19s. The reserves on a bit later as well. Get your GameFace on.
For any real estate advice, feel free to drop into 188 Main Street, Mornington, or call us on 5975 7733, or feel free to contact any of our 25 plus O'Brien offices Victoria-wide.
Hi everyone, it's Tim from Growth Syndicates Australia and we're financial transformation specialists. Our clients are eliminating their mortgage in a much shorter period of time, creating more wealth and boosting their super. This is all done without impacting their lifestyle. Sounds amazing? Well, let me explain a little bit about the GSA Advantage. With clients all around Australia and a head office located in Elsternwick, our team of very experienced professionals enable unique and exclusive property investment opportunities through wholesale investing for clients to achieve specific outcomes. Our current projects are located in Brighton, Malvern East, Kew, Glen Iris and Mont Albert North. Everyone's busy and that's a fact. But did you know for every day you have a mortgage and underperforming investments or superannuation, you're missing out on $350 every day. It all starts with a friendly phone discussion to then arrange a meeting to provide you with a clear picture on what GSA achieves for our clients, and with no charge or obligation, see where these results can apply to you. So check us out at growthsyndicatesaustralia.com. Give us a call on 1300 205 556. I'd love to have a catch-up coffee with you at your place or our office. See where GSA can improve your financial position.
We're into the under-19s. It's a great pleasure to have Matt Watts from the Langwarrin Footy Club, who will help me out today with the under-19s because my knowledge, not great with the greatest respect of the under-19s, even though this is the future of this wonderful competition. And it's a big game today, Matt, as we say good morning to you and welcome. It's third against fourth. The Langies percentage much more superior to Mornington, but if the Bulldogs get up today, they replace Langie in the top three with 1 round to play, so a lot to play for.
But Dan, it's a very big day for the Langwarrin Football Club. As you know, it's going to be a good game. Looking forward to it.
So we're at half forward in beautiful conditions, and you really be disappointed if we didn't play footy today. Straight away, Langwarrin kick a goal,
Great
and it's come from the
Sully.
boot of Sullivan. Yes.
Back into the team after a few weeks off with a hand injury, so good to see him firing early, Dan.
That was a great goal off the pack, wasn't it? Just
Nice.
he roved it superbly.
Under pressure, good solid kid, going really well, having a good year.
Well, you've got depth everywhere, haven't you? I mean, if your reserves are on top of the table with 12 wins and a percentage, Matt, of 444%.
1 week at a time, Dan. Let's not get carried away, mate. Let's not be silly.
But, I mean, everything's going well, isn't it?
No, the boys are doing really well. All teams, it's great to see. Obviously, training's a joy when you're all up and about, so it's great. Makes the season really, really interesting.
And O'Brien's Real Estate, the major sponsor for the Mornington Footy Club, and Burdett's, major sponsor for Langwarrin Footy Club. We thank them for their continued support in what has been a tough year. Beautiful conditions, not a cloud in the sky. Ball is 1 down on this occasion for Langwarrin, but they weren't able to get hold of it. Now Mornington does, and then Langwarrin turn it over and they kick towards the wing, and the mark is taken by Bath.
Yep.
Bath takes the mark in front of our commentary position, and we're calling from the palatial surrounds of the social club rooms here at Alexandra Oval. Kicks to half forward. No one can take the mark. It's at the back. The Bulldogs try and clear. Handball is close towards the boundary. A little hand pass comes out from Goss of the Bulldogs, and now his teammate is fending off a tackling Crossling,
Yeah, good
and
tackle.
Crossling's taken in a tackle and it's holding the ball.
Nice by Upton. He's a real determined young fellow, this bloke. Nice tackle. A real running wingman. He's going really well this year.
So Upton with the footy. He will centre it to centre half forward, kicking to the southern end. Should be a good mark on the second grab for the Bulldogs, and taking that mark on that occasion is Smart. Smart dishes it off by hand, and the Dogs will bring it out to the outer side of the ground through McLean. McLean kicks short and finds his teammate in Shaw. This is Sam Shaw, one of two Shaws, the other one Liam. He's at half back. He goes in short and out of the wing on the outer side. The Dogs attacking to the Mornington end of the ground now. 1 straight 6-0. Opening couple of minutes. Kicks towards half forward. Ball's fisted down again. There is Shaw again. Sam Shaw at the drop and fall. Gets the hand pass out to Lulops. Lulops kicks inside 50 for Mornington. No one can take the mark. Loose ball again. It's inside the attacking 50 for the Bulldogs. Langwarrin try and clear. Good tackle laid on this occasion by Mottram for the Bulldogs, but he might have got his opponent high, and Langwarrin will bring it out towards the broadcast side now in front of our commentary position, taken by Matt High. Matt High, nice little ball in towards the wing, missed by his teammate. A clean bowl, Watts on this occasion. Is that your son, Matt?
Yeah, he's bloody hopeless.
It's turned over at half forward, as McCracken does well. I reckon he did okay.
Oh.
But anyway, a man's got to know his limitations. There's a shot at goal for the Bulldogs, hard on the boundary, and they just missed to the right-hand side for a behind. 1 behind to 1 straight 6. And we've played 3.5 minutes. You're doing a Richard Fox here, you know. Richard Fox on Thursday, as he was commentating Jessica Fox winning gold for Australia.
Yeah, no, I'm a bit different to him, mate. Watts nearly cost Langwarrin a goal there. Bloody hopeless. Wait till he gets home.
Long hand pass over the top. Langwarrin have it on the outer side.
There he goes.
It's a stubbed kick. Didn't quite work for Watts on this occasion.
Hey,
now he gets the hand pass up on this occasion and does well. So his second effort was better. Kick inside 50. Bouncing ball. Hits the base of the post for Langwarrin as they attacked hard. It was 1-1-7 to
good footy out
1
defence,
behind.
right
It was.
boys. Going well.
On the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard, Mornington know this ground well. Langie's ground's a lot bigger, so it would certainly favour Mornington. A high kick towards the outer side of the ground. No one can take the mark. Mornington were in front there through McCracken. Picked up by his teammate in Lulops. He kicks towards the wing. Has it turned over again as Langwarrin will drive it long.
Strong here.
And
well done,
someone needs to take the mark, and the mark is taken by Bath. Bath has a shot at goal. He could have gone back and maybe steadied a bit more, but he misses. And on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard, it is 1-2-8 to 1 behind in the opening quarter.
Bit of a rush of blood there by Bath. He took a really courageous mark. He's known for his courage, being clunked on head a few times this year, but really good mark. Just need to go back there. settle things down.
So we've got Charlton getting ready to come on. You've got the Dreadlock Holiday, Charlton of Langwarrin. Kick back into play for Mornington. They favour the broadcast side, getting up and almost taking a mark, but Bath has paid in front. Well, gee, I thought that Crossling may have nearly had that, but his kick's no good. He almost turns it over at half forward. Trying to get hold of it is Upton. Upton under the pump at half forward with a number of Bulldogs jumpers around there. They eventually squeeze it out at half back. A little tap out in this direction of Mottram. He gets a 5-metre kick for the Bulldogs. Upton gets it back though. Gets a hand pass on the outside. They'll drive it long inside 53 Schutz. Kicks to the outer side of the ground. Bouncing ball towards the boundary. No one can get hold of it. It's out of bounds. Deep into attack for Langwarrin, who lead 1-2-8 to 1 behind.
Plenty of pressure down there in that Langwarrin forward line. The boys doing well down there, Langy. A lot of Bulldogs numbers, getting it out quick though.
First time these two sides in a quirky fate of the draw have played each other this year because of a couple of COVID breaks, but in the seniors later on today, first and second on the table. And Mornington coming off, 6 wins in a row, having not played for 3 or 4 weeks. Must be the wife calling you, Matt.
That's a rookie mistake, sorry, Dan.
That's all right, go your hardest. I've done it before. Balls at half back. If you've got to answer it. Kennedy kicks to the boundary line. In my first show, I think, on GameFace 3 years ago, my phone rung, and then the boys started having a bit of fun that there was dating sites and everything trying to get stuck into me, particularly one of the more notorious characters in the MPNFL called Troy Pitty Callahan.
It wasn't my wife, Dan. It was my girlfriend, so let's just let that one slide.
Okay, so tap down again, handball run down, and the Bulldogs have a chance on the outer side, trying to get a hand pass out. Was Crossling, who's been quite prominent, playing at half back, and then a nice kick inside 50 for Langwarrin.
Big Jai Mole.
Very strong hands.
Yeah, Jai's just come back from a long-term foot injury, young Jai Moley here. Big fella. Usually plays in the ruck. They popped him down forward, so strong mark by Jai.
Have you found there's been a lot more injuries this year because there's been a bit stop-start, particularly soft tissue, even at the under-19 level?
I'm not convinced that's the reason, but yeah, there have been a hell of a lot of injuries. The 19s have had a lot of breaks, unfortunately. Broken bones and things like that have been more their issue, so some long-term injuries from the 19s. Some just starting to roll into the team now, so good to see.
I mean, with those injuries, the knees, and I know a lot of players tend to get knee injuries, etc., and repeat knee injuries and the impact injuries, they do repair. They do take a while to repair, but they do repair. But if you're doing your hammy and your calf and your soft tissues, that's the big concern, isn't it?
Tough to get back.
Yeah, it is, particularly if you're doing it regularly. As the Bulldogs play on and kick to the outer side of the ground at half back, roving it wonderfully off the pack was McCulloch. He kicks back inside 50 for Langwarrin. Gee, they've been good front and square when the ball's going to ground, and then Mona tried to pick it up for the Bulldogs, but puts it out of bounds on the full, kicking off balance close to the boundary line.
I think Watts turned his back there. It's an easy out on the full kick. Take that, young fella, you silly boy. Another lesson he's got to learn. If he kicks this, I'm going to walk off. Can't have this, Dan.
Hard on the boundary. Shot at goal is a magnificent shot at goal.
Well, what do you say?
Well, you can't say anything. You need to do a Richard Fox and maybe have tears in your eyes. 2-3, 15 to 1 behind. 8 minutes played in the opening quarter on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. O'Brien Real Estate, the major sponsor of the Mornington Football Club, and great also to have Langwarrin involved again here today, and of course Langwarrin going for an opportunity to stay on top of the table and get ready for the finals.
I think a lot of that, he kicked that goal there. A lot of that kicking was done in the court down in Langwarrin too, Dan. So
was it?
Yeah, probably
with you.
A lot of work by
you,
Matt. A lot of work by me.
Tap down in the middle of the ground again. Ball's on the wing. Handball comes out from Upton. He gets the hand pass on the outside. Kick inside 50. Came from the boot of Murphy. And now they have a chance to finish it off again. Good roving. They've been magnificent when the ball's hit the ground. Yeah. Sullivan in the right spot, in front. Just misses, squeezing it to the left-hand side for a behind. Doing all the attacking. It's 2-4, 16 to 1 behind. The Dogs struggling to get out of defensive 50. They kick down the line again.
Killed by Upton there.
Yeah,
well
the kick was intended for McCracken of the Bulldogs, but Upton was there in front and he punched it over the boundary at half-back, just outside the defensive 50.
So Shaq's rolled into the ruck now, big Jai Moley, so we'll see how he goes. His first time back, like I said, a few weeks off.
Moley knocks it down. Roving cleverly Murphy, then got taken in a tackle. Could have almost been a shove in the back by Mottram. And the umpire says play on. They all stopped. Bar the play with the footy. Lewis kicks long and high. He hesitated a bit, kicked close to the man on the mark, but cleared him cleverly from 45. And they've kicked another one, the Kangaroos. 3-4, 22 to 1 behind on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. 10 played opening quarter.
Nice by Jesse Jewis there to play on there. Lucky he kicked it because they would have had an easy shot on goal, but he took the game on and went through, slotted it. Really nice by Buckets there. Good boy. Nice, strong forward.
So it's Jewis, not Lewis. Jewis.
That's Jewis, yeah, Dan.
Okay.
You know, I'll do your job for you, mate.
You do my job, mate.
Just try to ease in here.
Yeah, you're doing wonderfully, mate. You're doing wonderfully.
I think Mornington just need to hang on to the ball for a little bit here, get a bit of possession time.
Yeah, they do. They can't get it outside the defensive 50, and they also can't get their hands on it. You're right. I mean, the clearances they've been whacked in, and Langy just look a bit too strong for them. 22 to 1, tapped down again, but wasn't taken cleanly, and the Bulldogs try and just bulldog their way through. It wasn't taken cleanly by Schutz of Langwarrin, and there'll be a ball up, attacking side of the centre square on the broadcast or social club room side where we're broadcasting from today. And we thank Alison, Rob and the Mornington Footy Club for allowing us to be here. It's knocked down again. Moley does well to win it and get a hand pass out. Then a quick hand pass out of traffic again by Finlay. Gets the hand pass clear. They kick inside 50 again, the Kangaroos, towards the pocket. Leading in the race is Ramsdale, and it eventually eludes him and goes out of bounds in the outer half-forward flank.
Yeah, good ball movement there by the Langy boys. I think that was actually Josh Cornish in the middle there, number 43. Got a quick handball. He's just back into the team too after a long wrist break.
Yes, you will do your job for me. Always some late number changes. That's okay, as there'll be a ball up.
Always try to make life difficult for you, Dan. Not a problem, mate, at Langwarrin. No one likes you down there, by the way.
Oh, well, yes, that's okay. No, the boys are going well. No reason not to like them. We've been praising them all year. Good play by the Bulldogs as they get it out of the middle through McCracken. He won that clearance, broke a couple of tackles, but turns it over at half-back as the Kangaroos through Orchard, kick long inside 50, and there's a mark.
I think that's Rammer, is it?
Yeah, it's Ramsdale taking the mark in the left forward pocket.
Yeah. He ain't giving this off, boys, so don't worry, just like his old man. Won't be giving any handballs here. We go back and stop this.
This is the great man's son.
Well, it might not look like him, but yeah, it is one of them.
As the president walks by, Norman Whiteside. Hi, Norm.
That's birthday boy. Big birthday.
Birthday boy, is it today?
Yeah, no, yes, Thursday night I think it was.
Was it?
78. He's looking good. Norm is, so yeah, he's doing his best to hang in there.
So this is young Ramsdale. He's hard on the boundary. He kicks and he goals.
Just like the old man.
Yeah, well beautiful goal. Now, he's had a few injuries, hasn't he? He's had a back injury. I think he had back fusion, didn't he? Ricky was telling me about it during cricket season. We had a lot to do with Ricky, who did a wonderful job to get his team Pines into the grand final in the second division of the MPCA. They got narrowly beaten in the granny, the only match they lost all year. And he said he's had some issues with his back, but that's a great goal by Ramsdale. And, of course, his old man kicked 6 in the premiership in 2005 and kicked, I think, another 5 in the grand final that they lost narrowly to Rye in 2006.
He'd have told you about that this morning, did he, Dan?
Oh, I haven't, not this morning, but quite regularly. What's he? 4-4, 28 to 1 behind, 13 gone in the opening quarter. Again, they're winning all the clearances, the Kangaroos. And again, this is taken cleverly by Upton. He received on the outside, but the hand pass got run down and a player got taken high coming the other way, and we'll get a free kick, and this is Shaw. Sam Shaw gets the hand pass on the outside. Looks like Shaggy Hargrave of the Western Bulldogs receiving that. Kicking long to half back, and then good raving off the pack by Lurum. Lurum does well to kick inside 50. No one can take the mark. Trying to take that mark for them was Marshall down there for the Bulldogs, but again Langwarrin clear to the outer side of the ground. Leading in the race on this occasion is Gardner. Gardner does pretty well and then gets taken in a tackle, but turns it over in midfield. The pressure of Langwarrin superb, but the Bulldogs do well to knock it down. 3-on-1 in the contest. Front of the scoreboard on the outer side, it goes close to the boundary and runs out of bounds before Daniel can get there for Mornington, who are 1 behind. Langwarrin starting well here, 4-4, 28, 14 played in the opening quarter on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard.
Yeah, a good one-on-one win down there by Calvin Klein down there. Did really well there.
Boundary throw-in again. No one can win it, although trying to win it and then threading a hand pass out in very heavy traffic was Sullivan. And eventually the Bulldogs might win a contest at ground level. McCracken receives on the outer side but sprays the kick out of bounds on the full. Or was it smothered? No, it was smothered. Boundary throw-in on the outer side.
Yeah, under a lot of pressure, the Bulldogs at the moment. Langwarrin, be interested to see how long they can keep this pressure up. They're going really well.
So it'll be back into play. No one can take it. waiting down for it. It sort of falls in his lap is Shaw, Sam Shaw, one of a number of players wearing a headband for the Dogs with long hair. Thrown up again. He was taken on a tackle immediately.
You're not worrying about the headband today, Dan, yourself?
No, don't need to, Matt. No. Can't grow grass on a busy street. Ball's at ground level. Robert tries to pick it up for Mornington. Can't feed out a hand pass. It comes out wide again. Loose contest, knocked close towards the boundary. Well played by the Bulldogs. Hard on the boundary. Picked up by Shaw again. He kicks inside 50. Waiting back. No one can take it. But on this occasion, turning in and out of tackle is Triandafulu, but his hand pass is run down. Again, the Bulldogs come back inside 50. They kick long towards full forward. Great mark from behind. Taken by Marshall. He judged it to a nicety. He came in a little bit late, but had his eye on the ball the entire time. And in the right forward pocket at the Mornington end, he can slot the first goal for the home team at the 15-minute mark of the opening quarter.
Timed that perfectly, the young fella. Had to sit there on Kleiny, which was really well timed. Great mark. Let's see him hope he finishes off his work.
Yes, it would be lovely. They need a goal. They're down by 27 points in this important game. The winner to go to third, both on 7 wins and 3 losses. Remembering there are only 10 teams in the competition in the under-19s. No Chelsea and no Coringal, who dominated the comp for many, many years before last year's enforced lockdown, as he kicks the first goal of the game for Mornington Marshall. It's a wobbly punt kick and a terrific goal. 117 to 44-28 Rosebud Country Club scoreboard.
That's a good settler for Mornington there. They've been under a lot of pressure. To get one deep forward was really, really good play. Let's see how they go in the middle here now. I think Joe Moley's he's just rolling out of the lock. He's coming back in now. Big, tall, young fella, first year of footy here, back from Queensland. So Big Jai's back out of the ruck, been dominating there. Be interested to see how Lockie goes here.
First year of footy, you're saying?
Yeah, he's been away for a long time. They left to Queensland as a young kid, and he's come back and rolled into the footy club. So good luck to him.
And he was playing what, rugby up in in Queensland, or
who cares? That's just a ridiculous sport.
Oh, you're a hard man, Matt. Tap down again, ball's in the middle of the ground. Quick hand pass comes out from Crossling for the Dogs. Gets it on the outside, and then it's kicked off the edge of the boot by Luram towards half forward. Then his teammate grabs it and is grabbed in a tackling Mottram. Swings a kick back to centre half forward, but Langwarrin have the numbers, and they clear. The kick, though, is stabbed. Not a very good one. Taken on this occasion by Luram again. Swung around in a tackle, then kicks into bodies, and his teammate in particular, Lulofs. Then it's kicked back inside 52. Langwarrin players muck up each other. It's picked up at ground level again by the Bulldogs, and very quickly the player that made the error lays a magnificent tackle in McCulloch, and now the Bulldogs have it again, a high up and under kick. Doesn't quite have the carry, but picked up off the deck comfortably, and hooking around the body is Liam Shaw on this occasion, but again Langwarrin do well to try and knock it down. Marshall in the road though for the Bulldogs, gets it out again. Shaw a quick kick and chips over the top, and a Bulldogs player got out the back to have a shot at goal.
Yeah, they've got a bit of flow on here, the Bulldogs. They're
50 metres too, Matt.
Oh.
And they kick the second goal. They roll it home.
Yeah,
yes, it was clever play getting out the back.
Yep, it's got some momentum, the Bulldogs. I just noticed there young Daniel Otto limping off the ground for Langwarrin. He's just come back from a hamstring injury. Didn't look too good for him.
Gee, this is the problem, isn't it, when you haven't played footy for a while at all levels?
Yep, you can do as much work as you like away from the footy field, but once you get into a game, it's a lot different, isn't it, Dan?
Well, Paddy Swainby had him on our MPNFL Extra show, and the goal, by the way, has been kicked by Kennedy of the Dogs. He's gone back into the midfield. So their second goal, it's 2-1-13 to 4-4-28. One of their players just doing some grappling, a little bit of tackling, has done a knee.
Oh.
Not the full bunger, but he's done a knee. As the Dogs win it down, but the hand pass, unfortunately for Luram in the tackle, was run down. Then he got it out to his teammate Kennedy, the goal kicker, beats a couple of tackles, got it back to Luram, tries to bust tackles, and then swings a hand pass over the top, bursting his way through. Good play by Robert. Robert kicks long, high, handsomely. He's kicked a magnificent goal from outside 50 by Robert on the run, 3 in a row to the Dogs, and just before quarter time they're right back in this, 3-1-19 to 4-4-28 on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard.
Yeah, look, Langwarrin had a lot of numbers around that footy there, but the Bulldogs the young fellas just kept working, and long goal, great kick, well done.
Ryan Real Estate, the major sponsors, of course, of the Mornington Footy Club.
We'll see if Langwarrin can respond here in the last 30 seconds here. They can get a quick one.
Well, it just seems to be whoever gets hold of the footy are able to penetrate the defence. Now, they do well this time as it's fisted down to Schutz. Schutz, though, had the hand pass run down. Gets it on the outside, though, to Bath, who's been good. Kicks the half forward. The kick wasn't as good as it could have been. Puts his teammate under pressure, who had to try and paddle towards the boundary and does, but doesn't quite find the safety of the boundary. And now there's a hurried shot at goal, but just missing to the left-hand side as they kept it alive, bumbling it forward and having a shot at goal is Schutz. And he just misses. Right on quarter time, too. It's 4-5-29. To 3-1-19, a 10-point lead and a really entertaining first quarter of footy in the under-19s with Langwarrin kicking the first 4 goals, Mornington grabbing the last 3, and Matt Watts, whose son is out there playing today for Langwarrin.
Is he?
Well, he's going all right. He's not the worst player out there. You're a bit harsh. It's a really good game of footy, isn't it?
It has been. Langwarrin got the jump early, but really determined there by the Bulldogs there to get back into the game. Really close tussle around the ground everywhere. It's been really good to watch.
It certainly has. Conditions are good too, which helps. I think we're expecting some rain later. I mean, looking at the weather at the moment, you would think the chance of rain is 100 to 1.
Mate, you've got more chance of flying a hairbrush this week.
Well, that's right. But as we know, this is Victoria. They're expecting to come about 4 in the second half of the seniors match. You're looking forward to the seniors match? I mean, as we said earlier, it's been a bit disappointing that Mornington and Langy haven't played each other. But to be positive, with the finals on our doorstep, it's probably a good thing they meet each other because I dare say they'll be meeting each other at some time in the finals.
It'd be nice to have a look at each other this time of the year. It'd be really good. Really looking forward to the game. I'm not looking forward to the weather. It's going to be raining as I managed to do the running for the seniors at Langwarrin, so I don't want that to happen. Not interested in the rain, thanks, Dan.
Now, just in regard to that, on average, do you count it? On average, how many times would you go out?
Oh, with bloody Blake McCormack, 100 times a quarter. If Beardy's in charge, 2 or 3 times. Blake's bloody unbelievable. He likes me to get around to all the players. Hey, what's he get to every player and tell them this? I said, there's 18 out there, mate. I'm 50 years old. How do you expect me to get around?
They're very different. That's why it works.
Absolutely, yeah.
Josh, you talk to Josh, and Josh always come back with information on injuries. Yeah, mate, pretty laid back. He was on today and he was terrific. Look, Blake's a footy head. I'm not saying Josh is not. Josh is probably a footy head in his own way. Blake is he's one of those obsessive footy heads. Again, I'm not having a go at him. It's great. I'm probably an obsessive sports head in a lot of ways. I love my sport. I love broadcasting it and love watching it and keeping an eye on it and things like that. But he is right into it, isn't he? He's a great studier of the game, Blake.
Absolutely, yeah. He's a superstar. He's very well prepared young man. He comes to training nights well prepared, well set up and well organised. And Beatty just goes with the flow. He's half asleep half the time. But the boys work really well together. And then you throw a bloke like Gavin Artico in there. It's been a very interesting season. Nice to sit in and match committee nights.
Well, Gavin, of course, coached them to that premiership in 2005, and they should have won back-to-back in 2006. And he was a playing coach and virtually...
best on ground, apparently, he says.
Well, he played pretty well. I think young Bagley might have been best on ground, but he still played pretty well. But he was the one that decided we needed a tall forward, or Ricky kept telling him, Ricky Ramsdale, that we needed a tall forward. And at the end of the day, he ended up being that tall forward, even though, of course, forward pressure wasn't really part of the game in those days. And with the greatest respect to the great Ricky Ramsdale, I don't think even today, if he was playing full forward, he'd be providing a lot of forward pressure. I think his role would be mark, kick, goal.
He's been putting a lot of pressure on the pie warmer down here this morning, though, I've noticed, which has been very interesting. Look, Gav's brought a really interesting input into the coaching group. It's been fantastic. Listen to Gav talk to the boys and some great insight. A very intelligent man, he told me. So Gav's doing really well.
Does he talk to the players, or is that the job of Josh and Blake?
No, Josh,
or is it predominantly the job of Josh?
Look, Josh and Blake both share that responsibility, but Gav's a forward line coach down there, and he looks after the forwards, obviously. But I think if Gav's got something to say, we're all willing to listen because he's a very astute man when it comes to football. Very smart man.
It's very interesting, isn't it? Because your small forwards are elite. You've got 2 guys kicking 40 between each other. Or in fact, if you add Bagley, it's 56, 22 to Dormer, 18 to Herdman, 16 to Bagley. And Mulvoger's played that more, I suppose, midfield, small forward role as well. He chips in.
Yeah.
And Murphy has been injured a lot. He's back playing. Pyneberg has struggled a bit this year, but he's back playing. So you really haven't got the tall forwards, but it's just small forwards that have been doing the damage.
Yeah, I think those young, like Josh Dommer's only a really young fella too. So for him to be kicking that many goals at this level is fantastic for him. Sean's just a tough nut. He plays tall as well. Sean, he can take a high mark. So. The small forwards have been doing the work, but it'd be great to see Payno and that to step up today.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back with the second quarter very, very shortly. Thanks to Rosebud Country Club on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. It is a good start here. 4-5-29 Langwarrin. Mornington hitting back late in the term in the under-19s. 3-1-19.
Hi everyone, it's Tim from Growth Syndicates Australia and we're financial transformation specialists. Our clients are eliminating their mortgage in a much shorter period of time, creating more wealth and boosting their super. This is all done without impacting their lifestyle. Sounds amazing? Well, let me explain a little bit about the GSA Advantage. With clients all around Australia and a head office located in Elsternwick, our team of very experienced professionals enable unique and exclusive property investment opportunities through wholesale investing for clients to achieve specific outcomes. Our current projects are located in Brighton, Malvern East, Kew, Glen Iris and Mont Albert North. Everyone's busy and that's a fact. But did you know for every day you have a mortgage and underperforming investments or superannuation, you're missing out on $350 every day. It all starts with a friendly phone discussion to then arrange a meeting to provide you with a clear picture on what GSA achieves for our clients, and with no charge or obligation, see where these results can apply to you. So check us out at growthsyndicatesaustralia.com. Give us a call on 1300 205 556. I'd love to have a catch-up coffee with you at your place or our office. See where GSA can improve your financial position.
We're underway for the second quarter. Matty Watts being welcomed by all the reserves and seniors players, including Jet Murphy, is underway for the second quarter, and already Langwarrin have moved the ball to half forward. Couple of tackles by the Bulldogs stymies their forward movement. The ball, though, rolls into the hands on this occasion as he gets a hurried kick forward by Upton, but it doesn't go very far. It more goes sideways and out of bounds at half forward. Now, COVID's a tough time for everyone, Josh, but it's been Matt, it's been an especially tough time for your football club with the tragic death of one of your players in the under-19s. How have the club coped with that?
The club have been amazing, Dan. Young Jared Hester, full back for the under-19s, a really solid, reliable young defender. Really terrible situation, but the club have been amazing. The players have been fantastic. The senior group have really got around the young under-19 group, and it's great to see him out here playing today.
So it'll be back into play. Did you suspect anything? I mean, did anyone know that there were issues or?
No, look, I think it's just one of those things, mate. We just never know, and like the club have had, it's okay not to be okay. All those things have been in place. Plenty of functions at the club to talk about those sorts of things, but it's just one of those terrible things. We just never know. Shocking.
It is, and our hearts are with the Hester family. Couldn't imagine what they're going through at the moment. Remember, just try and do the best you can to talk. No one is going to judge you. Everyone is happy to help you and come up with solutions to try and get you out of your pickle and ensure that you're okay going forward. As there might be a free kick here against Mornington, as the Mornington player went down just outside defensive 50, but he did well to probably hold that ball in, and he's not penalised. And it'll be thrown up, and the player on that occasion was Kennedy, who kicked the goal, the first goal to ignite the Bulldogs. Ball's inside attacking 50, Langy doing all the attacking at the Mornington end, but the Bulldogs have kicked the last three goals. Crossling breaks the tackle, may have got one high anyway, as he did well to break the tackle, and there could be advantage. No, it didn't really sit on that occasion for his teammate in Hadamoya, who was out at half back. And now they kick to the outer side of the ground. It's not the greatest kick in the world. 2-on-1 out there, but the Dogs will eventually emerge with it through Craig. Craig goes back by hand. Quick kick by Kennedy towards half forward. No mark taken. And again, Langwarrin managed to repel it and kick it back inside their half forward. But it clean bowls everyone. Players put down at the back. Goes in very, very hard. Puts his body on the line in Goss for the Bulldogs. It's still spinning around. Little hand pass comes out. Langwarrin keep it alive. The Dogs there through Hayamoa. Gets the hand pass out once more. Also on the end of it is Luflos. Has been pretty handy, and they kick it around that outer side of the ground, and they find the boundary. 2-on-1 against Langwarrin on that occasion, and the Dogs doing well.
Standing up well there.
At the moment to make sure that they're outnumbering their opponents in the battles.
Under a bit of pressure down there in the forward line, but the backman there just stood up, used the ball well by hand. That was good.
Burdett's, O'Brien's Real Estate and the Langwarrin Hotel, major sponsors of the Langwarrin Footy Club. Very important for them, we thank them very much for their support. The kick back into the middle of the ground. No one can take the mark. Handball comes out from Crosslink, gets it to one of his team's best players, Warham so far. Swings around on the right, likes to kick off the edge of the boot. Maybe he needs to kick through the footy a bit more. Langwarrin repel it again. Kick to half forward, but getting up and taking an outstanding mark, the Bulldogs. Handball on the outside, receiving it on the outside was Smart. Fed a hand pass over the top. The hand pass doesn't find a target. Langwarrin turn it over again. Good play on this occasion by Butler. Gets the hand pass and then receives it again as they combine nicely. The kick though doesn't find a target. It was in a no man's land kick. 3-on-1. Should have hit a target, and the player who he should have hit, who was waiting for it there, was Khan, but he couldn't find him, and it's out of bounds on the wing, and he had two other teammates around him. So maybe just better care of the footy needed by Langy when they're being released from half back as they lead by 10 points, 4 minutes into the second quarter. Tap down again. There might be a free kick to the big fella, the biggest man out there in Moley, and it's advantage. Kick towards full forward, bouncing ball, hitching ball down there for Klein. Can Klein get it? No, he can't, and it's picked up on this occasion by McCracken, who kicks across the face as he broke the tackle from Klein, who is the defender, as the Bulldogs got it down there, and it's their first score of the second quarter. They trail by 9 points as they attack the southern end. Langwarrin back into play. Moley goes up once, twice, 3 times and takes a very, very strong mark. Pumps a hand pass on the outside to Upton. Upton kicks Langwarrin towards half forward. Good mark taken. And on the burst is Jewis. Jewis kicks inside 50. Almost a mark taken. Not quite. Ball's at ground level. Going close to the goal line, and it's knocked through for a behind. Good contest by both teams. Very, very strong on this occasion. And it's another behind.
He did well there, Thwaites. He was outnumbered there by the Langwarrin boys.
4-6-30 to 3-2-20. Back into play, Thwaites again. Favours the broadcast side of the ground. High kick. Clean bowls everyone. Waiting for the mark, I thought was Liam Shaw, but it went a bit too high for him, for the Bulldogs. Comes back now towards Sam Shaw, who works hard at ground level. Ball spills out. A lot of players milling around it. Just attacking side of the centre wing for Langwarrin. Both teams working very, very hard as a change is being made here for the Bulldogs. Coming on for them is Runcic as Langwarrin win the footy at ground level again, and in a hurried left foot kick comes in from Sullivan, who kicked the first goal, but he turns it over at half back as the Dogs' defence holds firm. Trailing by 11 points. Spearing ball back into play. No good. Misses the target. Again, Langwarrin have it at half forward if they can find a way through. Beating 1, beating 2, but not 3 on this occasion. And it allows the Dogs to clear again. It came from the boot of Shaw, but his kick is run down again as the defences of both sides very good. Sullivan, a nice careful little kick, finds his teammate who kicks across the face, and his teammate on that occasion is Matt Watts' son Watts. He kicks across the face, but again the Bulldogs clear to the outer side of the ground, but it's all Langwarrin out here if they can find a way of picking it up. And he does on this occasion. This is Cornish. Feeds a hand pass inside. Again, Langwarrin's half-back line mopping up nicely. Maybe their use of the footy could be a little bit better as a couple of players almost collide, skidding in for the footy right on attacking 50 for Langwarrin. Doing a lot of attacking, but not scoring. They lead by 11 points on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. 4-6-30 to 3-1-19.
The Bulldog defenders are standing up here under a lot of pressure.
They sure are. Boundary throwing. No one can get a clean possession. Knocked out by Shaw. Taken close to the boundary by McCulloch. Couldn't keep it alive for the Roos, just outside attacking 50.
Langwarrin just need to find a target here inside 50. They're blazing away. A lot of panic kicks. Just settle it down a bit.
Knocked down again. Here's McCulloch. Taken in a tackle. Held up in a tackle. Gets the hand pass out. Dogs go back with the hand pass. They need to go forward. Again, a couple of players being rested from possession of the footy, and a play goes down. Shaw, I thought maybe should have got a free kick, was slammed front on, and the umpire says, give it to me. There's a bit of pushing and shoving, and tempers are flaring a little bit. At centre half forward for Langwarrin there, Matt, and the umpire just says, I'm going to throw it up. We're going to get underway again. That was great play. Shaw's there, lost control of the footy. Thought he was dragged down in a high tackle, Sam Shaw. There's also Liam Shaw for Mornington. And the umpire says, I'll ball it up again, and he's telling them to calm down a bit. A lot of players milling around the contest. 40 out from Mornington's goal, from Langwarrin's goal. Hurry kick comes down from Schutz from the ruck contest, and there's a bouncing kick towards full forward, knocked towards the line, and the Dogs managed to escort it for a behind. 4-7-31 to 3-1-19. 2-goal lead.
Yeah, the umpire, good decision there to throw it up straight away there. The boys are back onto the game now. Good
exactly. Stuff. Kick back into play, and the Dogs have it back pocket outer side. Good play by Langy here as they're just hemming them in on that outer side, not allowing them to go down the middle of this smaller ground at Alexandra Park. Loose ball, bounces at the back, and the Dogs now have a chance to get out. Handball comes in, but no good. Intercepted, even though the player slipped over. He was clever then, Matt High. Threw it on the boot for Langwarrin. They get it back again at half-back. Here's Cornish. Cornish on the run. Kicks long to fall forward. Big, strong mark taken, and I think that might be Bath in the goal square. You're right, Matt. He had 2 or 3 to contend with. It was a beautiful kick right in the teeth of goal, right to the correct drop, is what I'm trying to say, for Bath to take the mark with a couple of opponents hanging off him and one on the other side where the ball wasn't going to drop, and he kicks from point-blank range, and after all the peppering in the first 8 to 9 minutes of the second quarter, Langwarrin come up with the first goal of the second term in the under-19s, 5-7-37 to the Bulldogs, 3-1-19 on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard.
Yeah, good strong mark there by Barthy. Penetrating kick by Tommy Sullivan there from outside 50. Barthy just held his ground, strong in the contest, and really good set of hands. And as I said earlier, a really courageous young man. Took a great mark.
Sullivan's been very good. One of their best so far. Certainly Schutz has done well too, and it's back in the middle again, and the Dogs win it down through Liam Shaw doing the ruck work, and they kick back inside 50. The defence of Langwarrin is there for the punch, trying to rove as Mottram didn't have enough support. It sort of got away from him quite quickly for the Dogs and had a few opponents. Then he gets involved in a pushing and shoving encounter with Butler, number 25 for the Kangaroos, deep inside defensive 50 at the southern end.
So Moley's rolled out of the ruck now, gone deep forward, so I'd be interested to see how Lockie goes again here in the ruck. Mornington seem to get on top here.
They do. Although you wouldn't call their ruckman that tall either. That was young Daniel with Liam Shaw doing the ruck work. Daniel squeezes a little kick, but it's intercepted on this occasion by Sullivan, who's everywhere. Probably best man on the ground. He gets the kick towards the wing. His teammate wasn't able to hang on to the mark on that occasion, and Mornington square it up through Shaw, but he turns it over and reading it like a book as Upton, didn't he? Intercept brilliantly.
Well read by
that kick was intended. It was a beautiful low pass, but Upton just saw that the ball might get to him, and it did. A wobbly, flat punt, pancake kick lands in the arms of Smart at halfback.
Now, after all his good work there, shame to turn that one over.
Was. Just behind the wing, Smart. Kicks it low and flat again. It's not a great kick. Upton kicked a kick. Couldn't take the mark. Ball's at the drop. Handball comes out. They've got the numbers at the back, though, the Kangaroos. Hand pass is forced out wide to Orchard. Orchard breaks the tackle. Then gets the hand pass backwards. Langwarrin. Wobbly kick towards the wing. And then taking the half volley is Dunshay. Does well for the Dogs to get it to his teammate in, and he kicks inside 50 on this occasion. McCracken close to the boundary line. The Dogs keep it alive. But again, the Langwarrin defence hold firm. Wobbly kick to Butler. Butler's at half-back. Butler will chip it up again. And the mark is comfortably taken by Upton, who's having an outstanding game. He'll switch now to the wing on the outer side. One of the players setting it up nicely for them is Bloom. Bloom, one of their defenders, gets it on the outside with a beautiful kick. And now they run around the outer wing of the Kangaroos. Kick to the wing, but it's all Bulldogs, and they hold up again. Both defences been pretty good. Langwarrin, the only goal, though, the second quarter. They lead by 18 points on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. High kick by the Bulldogs, down the outer wing again, and that should be a good mark taken, and it is, using his body, and Zach Tibbles takes the mark. He kicks it wide to the boundary. It wasn't a great kick by young Zach, and it's going to be out of bounds on the full.
I think both teams just need to lower their eyes a bit. He hit a few targets. We're sort of blazing away out of the back line, both teams.
A little bit rusty in the match simulation, aren't they, with their kicking, but just takes a bit of time. Haven't played for a few weeks. Kick back inside 50. No one can take the mark. but the Bulldogs have a chance to run onto it, and a shot at goal, but just off target is Lurham, who's been very, very good for the Bulldogs as he hit that pack front and square, sharked it superbly, was on the run, didn't quite steady enough and just misses. So their first score for the second quarter for the Dogs takes 12 and a half minutes, 3-2-20 to 5-7-37. Oh, a kick back into play. Just indicates players are a bit rusty. The mark is dropped in the back pocket as the kick was, well, quite a good one by Orchard, but his teammate wasn't able to take the mark. It was an unopposed attempt.
It all seemed just a little bit lazy there, Dan. It wasn't, no intensity there. No, boys.
I think he thought that he was going to take the mark, didn't he?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's picked up by Klein from the ruck contest. He kicks around the body and it goes out of bounds.
A bit of a stalemate here. Both teams are trying hard. It's like you said, they haven't played for a while, so the skills probably just aren't quite there today. But they're going the best.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, I think they're very enthusiastic as young guys are, and there's a bit of kick chasing, but that happens in junior footy, Matt, doesn't it?
Sure does, mate. I think young Lockie there out of the ruck, so that was good win by him.
Mark dropped there by Bloom earlier, where he'll obviously work on his intensity as Can takes the mark between wing and half forward. He kicks inside 50, but again the Dogs have the defenders and Smart takes the mark. He dishes off by hand, not the greatest idea as his teammate had to soccer it off the ground. Turned over again. This is a good play by Klein who attacked it hard, and he kicks beautifully on the burst to the wing on the outer side. Langwarrin approaching half forward, but again...
Not sure what happened there, Dan. Might be a free kick down
might be a free kick down the ground, and we thought there could have almost been the siren, but it's too early for the siren. There was an ambulance. I hope everyone's all right. Just spinning by, making their way up past the football ground too. Didn't see that there was a serious injury. I hope there's not.
No.
So free kick to Langwarrin down the ground.
I think it might be young Murphy having the free kick.
Yes. In the right forward pocket on about a 30-degree angle as the Bulldogs make numerous interchange moves. This for the second goal of the quarter. And Murphy kicks the goal. So 2 goals for the term for Langwarrin. They strengthen their lead to 23 points on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. 6-7-43 to 3-2-20. Big day of footy here at Alexandra Park after we had our first and went really well, the MPNFL extra show with Sean Connell from AFL South East. Lots of the big issues that have been occurring in the MPNFL over the last 2 or 3 weeks since we've been on our second lockdown for this season. Paddy Swain from Pines have got a big game today. Also, Josh Beard, who's coaching the Langwarrin seniors in their top-of-the-table clash with Mornington. Simon Goosey coaching Mornington. Nick Jules coaching Rosebud in the first division against Frankston YCW as they look to get back inside the top 8. So it was a top 5, I should say, as the kick comes out of the middle again, and the mark was almost taken by Klein after the initial kick came from Upton, who did pretty well, and then there's a bit of a stalemate just outside attacking 50. Picked up again by Langwarrin. They drive it back inside 50, and a flying shot at goal on the burst. That is a magnificent goal by Butler, the defender. What's he doing down there? He got it off the pack, and he's kicked a great goal.
You mentioned a bit of ball chasing, Dan. I don't know what he's doing down there.
Doesn't matter. He's kicked a goal.
I don't know if Daniel Anderson's made a change here and put him forward, or he's snuck down. Looks like he's staying down there, so it could be a big move by Ando there to get a big body down that centre half forward. The Bulldogs have been cleaning up across half back there, taking some big contested marks. So maybe Maxi Butler's gone down there to take a few grabs.
We've been a little bit critical of ball handling. Now I shouldn't be because I was a terrible ball handler. But generally, when the ball's been at ground level and conditions are pretty good today, the players have been good the way they've scooped it up and been on the Rove and been on the Shark. And that was another example of the ball spilling out and Butler sort of just throwing it on the boot in one motion and kicking an outstanding goal. So 3 goals to none. And Langy kicked the first 4 goals of the opening term, and then the Dogs got 3 late ones to get back in it. And they haven't scored a goal in this quarter, and the margin's starting to get out of hand on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard, out to 29 points. The ruck work done by Doyle on this occasion as Mornington try and find the right outfit in the ruck. Picked up by his teammate, who's taken an attack on McCracken, and then he drives the kick towards the wing while he was under duress. He broke a couple of tackles, and he finds Orchard. Sorry, he doesn't. He finds his teammate taking the mark in Dunshay. Dunshea kicks long to full forward, and then it's off the pack, and Triandafulu kicks a great goal. Another example of a player being in the right position when the ball spills out the back, and he kicks a great goal. And they kick their first goal of the second quarter, a little bit like the first quarter, late in the term, to stay in touch. 7-7-49 Langwarrin, Mornington 4-2-26. Lovely goal by Triandafulu of Mornington.
Yeah, it started off half back, that beautiful darting kick there to their half forward hitting up, and they moved it in real quick. Langwarrin had no chance to get defenders back. Really good play there by the Bulldogs. Did well.
Yeah, McCracken did well because he was able to avoid and shake and elude some tackles, bust the tackles in the end, and get that ball moving forward. So 23 points the margin, close to half time. Sam Shaw and Schutz pushing and shoving each other. Again, the clearance won by the Kangaroos, and they kick inside 50 through McCulloch, but the Dogs win the footy. Crossling to Smart, try to avoid the kick being smothered, so he wobbles the kick out wide. His teammate runs onto it in Craig. Craig's kick, though, is no good. Turned over again by Langwarrin at half-back. Their defence has stood firm. Kicks long inside 50. Almost a big mark taken down there, but not able to get hold of it was Cornish. Ball goes close to the boundary. Again, Langwarrin keep it alive. A high kick, very close to the boundary, running out of room, out of bounds on the full, deep in the attacking zone at the Mornington end for the Roos, who lead by 23 points close to half-time on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard.
Yeah, Jack Orchard there playing well across half-back. I see him there directing players there right now. He's driving the ball in deep for the forward line. Really well done.
Smart, who's been very good for the Dogs. Kicks high, and Orchard just sitting back a bit, reading it like a book. Kicks it nicely. Nice daisy-cutting pass into the middle of the ground to Butler. The score of the last goal for the Roos. Kicks it high inside 50. Smart sawing it drop. Knocks it down. Roved again. Hurried snap at goal. Doesn't matter. Mark taken by the Kangaroos in the forward pocket. Again, the rove was brilliant by Klein.
Young Ramsdale playing in front there.
Ramsdale doing what his old man used to do.
Yeah.
Certainly not as big as his old man. G'day, Ricky, but takes a good mark in the forward pocket.
No, just in the right spot there, playing in front like a good forward should. I'm sure his old man's told him that.
Yes. Hard on the boundary. He kicked a goal from a similar angle down at the other end of the ground. He goes for the banana. Oh, geez, old man's taught him to kick beautiful goals.
Outside of the boot.
Two magnificent goals to Ramsdale, and Langwarrin extend their lead again. Close to half-time. What a goal that was. 8-7-55. The Bulldogs Mornington 4-2-26. It's been a 4-1 second stanza for the Roos on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. And again, we thank Mornington as major sponsor O'Brien's Real Estate, and also O'Brien's Real Estate looks after Langwarrin along with Burdett's and the Langwarrin Hotel, where our mate Paulie Wilson, good luck to him today, calling the big game between Pines and their opponents in Red Hill. It's a big opportunity for him to broadcast some footy, so good luck to him today. Ball gets towards half forward, not taken by the Dogs. Shaw, though, is at the back. He'll clean up. Sam Shaw got the hand pass out to Smart, throws it on the boot. Wobbly kick right on half-time, and not able to keep it alive is Craig of the Bulldogs at half-back. And it is half-time in the under-19s, 8-7-55 to 4-2-26, and the margin is 29 points. 4-1 in that quarter. Matt Watts, who'll be running for the seniors today. His son's out there playing and doing pretty well in the under-19s. Good quarter of footy by Langy. They had to absorb some pressure early. Mind you, the Bulldogs have been absorbing pressure for 2 quarters, and they found a way home with 4 important goals in the last 10 minutes of the term.
No, the Bulldogs late in that first quarter were on top, and obviously Langy have come out after the break and got back into control. But it's been a really interesting game, really well contested by both teams. So it'll be interesting to see how the second half pans out.
Well, we'll take a break and we'll be back with more shortly. Great to have your company here today. Thanks to Rosebud Country Club. Half-time, we've got the reserves to come after this. Langwarrin sitting sweetly on top of the table with that unbelievable percentage of over 440. They are undefeated and dominating. And they take on Mornington, who, well, they're battling a little bit. They're on 24 points, but they do have a good percentage if they win today. And Coringal get beaten, and Pearcedale also get beaten. They've got a chance of moving into the top 5. Their percentage is 152.07, but the problem is Langwarrin haven't lost a reserves game all year. So 8-7-55 Langwarrin, the reigning premiers 2 in second division in the reserves from 2 years ago. Mornington 4-2-26. We'll take a break, back with more shortly.
any real estate advice, feel free to drop into 188 Main Street, Mornington, or call us on 5975 7733, or feel free to contact any of our 25 plus O'Brien offices Victoria-wide.
Hi everyone, it's Tim from Growth Syndicates Australia and we're financial transformation specialists. Our clients are eliminating their mortgage in a much shorter period of time, creating more wealth and boosting their super. This is all done without impacting their lifestyle. Sounds amazing? Well, let me explain a little bit about the GSA Advantage. With clients all around Australia and a head office located in Elsternwick, our team of very experienced professionals enable unique and exclusive property investment opportunities through wholesale investing for clients to achieve specific outcomes. Our current projects are located in Brighton, Malvern East, Kew, Glen Iris and Mont Albert North. Everyone's busy and that's a fact. But did you know for every day you have a mortgage and underperforming investments or superannuation, you're missing out on $350 every day. It all starts with a friendly phone discussion to then arrange a meeting to provide you with a clear picture on what GSA achieves for our clients, and with no charge or obligation, see where these results can apply to you. So check us out at growthsyndicatesaustralia.com, give us a call on 1300 205 556. I'd love to have a catch-up coffee with you at your place or our office. See where GSA can improve your financial position.
Welcome back to Alexandra Park, half-time in the under-19s. A special treat today on GameFace. And if you missed our MPNFL extra show, you'll get it up on our Facebook page today. We spoke about all the big issues of footy, including the possibility of some new clubs coming into the comp next year. Would the finals change with Sean Connell, who's the Chief Operations Officer at AFL South East that oversee the MPNFL? He has said no. Would there be the possibility that there may not be any relegation or promotion? At this stage, I think that will go ahead as one of the biggest players in the competition. Matt Watts, who's with me in the under-19s commentary and is the runner for the seniors, Matt Norton, walks past. So there's lots of big issues there, Matt. I mean, look, I hope relegation and promotion stay in because your team, Langwarrin, two preliminary finals. You won two finals in 2018 after finishing the season magnificently in second division. Clearly you weren't ready. You were well beaten in the prelim, clearly. And I don't think anyone needs to, at the club, I think everyone is happy to admit that. In 2019 you got close, but lost the prelim to maybe a little bit more match-hardened and stronger and more experienced Coringal side. But I reckon this year you're ready, more than ready.
Yeah, look, the boys have worked so hard at... But once again, you just never know. We hate to look too far ahead, but those losses, hopefully they take something from those and move forward and take the next step this year.
Thrown up in the middle. Start the second half. Langwarrin by 27 points and they win it out of the middle again and getting that hand pass and doing well to Sullivan, who's been superb, but had it turned over again as the Dogs' defence has done well. So much ball has gone down there and it's socketed clear on this occasion by Dunshee for Mornington. Puts it over the boundary, makes valuable meterage between wing and half forward on that outer side as Mornington would love the first goal. It's been their issue. They've conceded goals early in quarters, although in the second term, when I say early, we didn't get a goal till probably the second half of the second term. And they kick 4 goals to 1 in that quarter to open up this handy lead. It's knocked down again. Moley, gee, he moves quickly, doesn't he, for a big fella. Feeds a hand pass on the inside, which misses the target. The Dogs a chance now through McCracken. He wants a bit more support. Doesn't get it held up as Langwarrin do well. Good tough contest. Footy to be won. It's won by the Bulldogs. Player brought down in a tackle, and it's going to be holding the ball. He's a bit unlucky. I thought he dished that off then, Kennedy, on that occasion. So Langy with the free kick in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, a bit stiff there, the young
He didn't
fella.
have enough support either. That was the issue. That he was overwhelmed. As Sullivan kicks inside 50. Good-looking kick. He's a talented young player. Ball's at ground level. Cornish tries to pick it up, loses control of it, goes close to the boundary, and it might be taken over the line. It is. Or thrown up. It'll be thrown up just inside the boundary.
Cornish
15 metres around from Langwarrin's goal. Cornish first game of the season. As you said, he got injured in the pre-season. The Dogs will emerge with it. Handball comes out on this occasion as they clear it through McLean. McLean's kick, though, is no good. He was tucked in a bit, and he turns it over, and it's going to be a free kick to Langwarrin, and it'll be taken by Can.
Yeah, we saw earlier, Dan, they kicked a goal from this pocket, Langwarrin, on a kick out of bounds on the full.
Ramsdale, I might need the son of to kick it again.
Well,
he's kicked 2 magnificent bananas, hasn't he, at both ends of the ground.
And it shocks me because his old man would have never touched a banana in his life. He's not a fruit man.
Yes, I think before the T20 final, of which the Pines won, he had a couple of hamburgers and divvies and all sorts of things. He ate the lot, he said, the great man. Hard on the boundary. He's kicked the drop kick, or the drop punt, I should say, and he's actually put that through. That is a magnificent goal from young Can. That's a great goal. I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to keep practicing the bananas, that's great and you do it. But if you can kick a drop punt hard on the boundary,
it's nice to see.
With not much daylight, that's the way to go, I would have thought. That's what you're taught, I reckon, at junior level by your coaches. Forget about being too Hollywood, but every now and again you can try and have a crack with the banana, and it's worked for young Ramsdale, but Can does the right thing. What Can do is kick a goal. 9-7, 61 to 4-2, 26. 3 minutes gone in the third quarter on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. And great to have them involved. Went down there a few weeks ago and magnificent facilities. Danny and the team doing a great job. Ball's knocked down again. They get it towards half forward. There's Watts. He isn't able to get hold of the footy. He's hanging around though, hoping the ball might spill out. But in the end, the Dogs hold it up just inside the centre square. Oh, he's been okay.
Yeah, no, look, to be honest here, Moley, this is a trouble for Mornington here. Moley's just dominating in the ruck.
He is, and they don't really have a specialised ruckman at the moment, the Bulldogs. Opportunity now for Can. He breaks the tackle, the score of the last goal, drives a kick inside 50, close to the forward pocket, and it's run over the boundary on this occasion by Ramsdale. He was leading in pursuit of that ball. He couldn't get complete control of it, and out of bounds inside attacking 50. 40 metres around from Langwarrin's goal at the southern end, and they've kicked 5 of the last 6 since quarter time to open up a 35-point buffer on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. Tap down McCracken was taken in a tackle and taken high as he was at the coalface, and he'll get the free kick at half back.
Did well there, the young fella, took it on.
Sure did. Inside defensive 50 though, but the options are not really presenting for him, but he plays on quickly. And he kicks down the line again towards the wing on the outer side.
Well done.
And there's an excellent mark taken, this by Shaw. Shaw hard on the boundary. Sam Shaw, it's a wobbly punt kick, and it's not ending up with the Bulldogs, it's ending up with the opposition.
I think Max Butler's gone back to the back line there.
Butler takes the mark at half back after kicking an outstanding goal just before half-time. Butler's been pretty good today. Kicks it high and long towards half forward. Underneath the scoreboard, McCracken, one of the Bulldogs' best, takes a good contested mark in front. Plays on quickly. Spots up a teammate a bit further afield who takes the mark at Smart. Smart on the left, kicks off the back foot, and it's not a good kick. Doesn't quite find the target. Langwarrin with the numbers. They outnumber. Moley receives a hand pass, gets it to Sullivan on the outside of the boot. Does well to kick inside 50. Again, the Bulldogs are there trying to pick it up. Eventually it slips to Goss. Does well to get a little kick on the outside. Finds his teammate Craig in some space. Craig kicks down the wing again. Smart dropped what he should have taken. Had a chance to mop up because he had some space, but then he turns it over and kicks badly. And there's a turnover at half back.
Yep, young Charlton, good defence there.
Yes,
played in front, hit the ball hard. Well done.
Did a great job, Charlton. He marks at half back. Inside defensive 50, wearing the dreadlocks. Plays on quickly, drives it long down the middle of the ground. Sullivan is up, takes the mark comfortably, hits the ground running. Good man to have the footy. Kicks over the top of his teammate though, just a little bit too much on it, and Cornish wasn't able to take the mark. It rolls out of bounds in the forward pocket, 35 around from goal. 9-7-61 Langwarrin. Mornington 4-2-26 in the battle for top three with 1 round left after this before the finals. And should Langy win today, they'll cement top three, a double chance, because their percentage is far more superior than the Bulldogs. We'll have a look at that at three-quarter time. Tap down again, trying to clear, because he received a tap as Goss, a high up and under kick, which goes out of bounds on the full from the Bulldogs. And again, Langwarrin with their immense pressure around the footy, have the ball inside attacking 50 at the southern end, and hard on the boundary, 45-degree angle.
He might be a bit too far out this time, Dan, out in the full in that pocket again, but he's going to have to be a bit patient here, maybe.
We'll see what Cornish does. He will kick towards the goal square. No one can take the mark. At the back is McCracken there, trying to tidy up for the Dogs. But Langwarrin do well to keep it alive, trying to work their way through a bit like a rugby try. But in the end, it's knocked over for a behind by Lurum.
I think he's pinged him for dropping the ball there.
Oh,
Macca tried to take him on.
He did. So free kick, last line of defence to the Dogs. Yes, he was thinking he might have got through. And a free kick to the Bulldogs, to be taken by Bradley. Bradley kicks towards half-back, and they have the footy. They kick into the middle of the ground, lowering of the eyes. In fact, it has to go back.
That was a bit unlucky. It's a good kick there into the middle.
And again, it's kicked forward towards half forward, but turned over by Can, who gets back. And again, the intercepting of the Langwarrin defence, and even the forwards have gone back and helped the defenders brilliantly. That's why they hold a 35-point lead. They kicked the only goal of the quarter. Big kick inside 50. Mark dropped by Mornington. By Goss. Off hands. Quick kick inside 50, but the Bulldogs are there to mop up. Left foot kick. Looks a little bit awkward. Hoping that his teammate Crossling would take the mark, but it's knocked over the boundary. And
by young Dan Finlay there, his first game since breaking his ankle in pre-season. So he's just coming back for a bit of a run today. Good mate of Jared Hester's. Good to see Dan out there.
The left foot kick of Goss didn't find the target. I hope he's okay. There he is again. He gets the hand pass out. Hard on the boundary. Shot at goal is missed for Langwarrin. And that was from Finlay.
Good to see him getting a kick, to be honest, Dan. A few of these boys have had some pretty severe injuries over pre-season, so to see him out there today having a run around, it's bloody good for the ball, good for all the team.
He received the hand pass. He just got it a little bit narrow off the boot, and it stayed on the right-hand side for behind. 9-8-62, 4-2-26. Back into play again with Shaw. He heads to the outer side. No mark taken. In fact, it was Goss kicking towards Shaw. Couldn't take the mark. Langwarrin turn it over again. Good hand pass over the top, then a good tackle laid. Ensures the ball is jarred free. The tackle was a bit long to Sullivan. He received the hand pass and he was taken in the tackle, and the umpire deemed that it was too long by Goss.
Yeah, I think Sullivan played it quite well.
I think he did too.
As well as,
he did. Did a Joel Selwood or a Toby McLean? Although they tend to duck their heads, don't they? Especially Selwood, who's an absolute expert at it.
Sullivan's had a good game so far.
He's been probably their best or close to their best. Just one goal this quarter for Langwarrin. He's thinking he can kick this on this small ground. 60 metres out. He kicks it long. It'll drop a bit short to the back of the square. Almost a mark, an accidental mark to a Langwarrin player. It sort of shinned off his knees and then it socket off the ground. That's a goal.
Well, I think we've got a free kick. I'm not sure he's going to play advantage here, but we're going to have to go back and have the shot. What's he going to do here, the umpire?
Looks like it was kicked through the legs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was that by Upton?
It sounds like something Riley would do. He's a very opportunist footballer, but Buckets has it here and shouldn't miss.
He's
Jesse Jewis.
Kicked the goal, Jewis. I take he's got good hands. That's why they call him Buckets.
He has got a good grab on him, the young fella. Very good cricket player as well, but good to see him out there kicking a couple of goals, get his confidence up, ready to roll into finals.
10-8-68 to 4-2-26. Now the Langwarrin boys wearing armbands due to their young teammate during COVID, taking his own life, and very sad times. And if you're having issues, make sure you get in touch with your local footy club. Game Changer, big part of what GameFace does, doing what they can to raise money to prevent youth suicide amongst football clubs.
really solid kid, full back, young Jared Hester. So
Yes.
was having a great year. Just terrible situation.
And again, our thoughts are with his family and friends, of which a few of them are playing out here today and doing him proud and doing the jumper proud. Quick kick again. Langy are winning all the clearances. They've got the footy at half forward. They lead at the moment by 42 points on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. The Dogs try and hold up with Craig. Craig is slung in a tackle, loses control of it. Ball comes out now to McCulloch. McCulloch has a shot at goal, and he maybe could have centred it a bit more. He misses to the right-hand side for a behind. 10-9, 69 to 4-2, 26. Dogs just one goal since quarter time. 43-point margin. Back into play, and Upton gets up and takes the mark. Outmarks Craig of the Bulldogs. Upton's been superb for the Kangaroos. Right half forward, about a 25-30 degree angle. 60 from goal. One of the talented under-19 players.
He's got a bit of X factor about him, this role.
He does. He
Take a
does.
big
He
mark
just floats away. And Sullivan have been among their team's best so far today. I like the game of Butler at half-back and also kicked an important goal going forward. He'll kick it high. He'll kick it long. He'll kick it magnificently. I think it snuck through.
Wow.
The Tony Liberatore goal, which wasn't given in the 97 prelim. I'm still bleeding about that, Watsy, but that one just sneaks home. That's a magnificent goal. Goal of the day by Upton and his team, doing more than enough at the moment in the third quarter to cement third position, and the Bulldogs not liking the fact that the Langwarrin boys are in their face after that goal. 11-9-75, the Dogs stuck on 4-2-26, 49-point buffer. Rosebud Country Club scoreboard, 12 played, third quarter. Again, we thank the sponsors of the Langwarrin Footy Club, Burdett's, O'Brien's and Langwarrin Hotel, and of course O'Brien's Real Estate, that do a lot down here on the Mornington Peninsula, the major sponsor of the Mornington Footy Club, and thanks to Rob and Alison and the team for allowing us down here to broadcast in the palatial surrounds of their social club room on this beautiful day at Alexandra Oval as we return to more football in this season as the handball comes out and taken by Sullivan again. He'll roost it long inside 50 and a big strong mark taken. And there's the big fella, Moley. No one was going to get near him. That's what you have to do. Sullivan knew Moley was down there, so he just burst out of the centre, kicked it as long and as hard and as high as he could, and off the left. That's not a great effort by Moley. Man's got to know his limitations. He tried the left foot banana and missed everything by a country mile.
I think young Ramsdale just went over and said, hey, leave that to me, young fella.
Yes. But what a kick that was. When you've got a big bloke down there, you just get on with it, don't you? Craig, unsure what to do. He elects to go to the other side of the ground. The mark is dropped down there by Goss. Has to get rid of it in a hurry and does. McCracken throws the ball in the boot, but they're breaking down across half-back. And again, a comfortable mark taken by Butler of Langwarrin, but he turns it over to Shaw in the middle. Shaw's been okay for the Dogs. That's Sam Shaw. Gets the hand pass out towards Smart. Smart also can't find a target with his hand pass. He gets the footy back again as Langy turn it over. Loose ball on the wing on the outer side. Picked up for the Bulldogs by Doyle. Haven't called his name much. He wobbles a kick to half forward. A bouncing ball, loose ball. Again, they might win 2-on-1 against on this occasion, but Langwarrin then get numbers back when they might lose the contest in the 2-on-1 and have numbers able to clear. High kick comes towards the wing. No mark taken. Waiting at the back. Able to grab it again is Bradley of the Dogs, but his hand pass misses a target. Ball's inside attacking 50 for Langwarrin again. Comes out once more. Good contest at ground level by both sides. Langwarrin pressing and sitting and wanting an error here. The umpire says, give it to me. 45 from goal as again Langy turning defence into attack very swiftly. 14 gone third quarter. They lead by 49 points. Thrown up. And again Shaw picks up. That's Sam Shaw. Wobbles it close to the boundary. Sullivan's in the road for Langwarrin. Gets a hand pass out that misses the target. It's jarred free again. Good play by Finlay. And again Langwarrin kick it back inside 50. No mark taken. Off hands, won by Bradley. Did well to get the hand pass out to his teammate who runs away comfortably in Goss. Goss does well to kick towards the wing. Bouncing ball. Matai did well because it was pitching for him and he had someone on his hammer attack and he knocked it down. Crossling tried to get it, couldn't. Turned over again by Butler. Kicks Langwarrin to half forward. Trying to break the tackle up and does well. Swivels the hips and off the outside of the boot. Kicks goal of the day.
Goodness me.
Magnificent goal by Upton. Hard on the boundary right in front of the Langwarrin coach's box, and if that is a party trick, well, that's the best party trick you're ever likely to see. He stood up in the tackle mat, he swiveled the hips and he threw it on the boot and kicked what was and what is as classy a goal as you're ever likely to see in 3 games of footy at Alexandra Oval, and only into game 1 being the under-19s. 12-9, 81 to 4-2, 26. 15 gone, third quarter, Rosebud Country Club scoreboard.
Well, I was telling you earlier, he's got some X factor, but he was taking the absolute mickey there. That was ridiculous.
Yeah.
He should never have kicked that. Great goal, young fella.
Or another word starting with P. Bounce in the middle, one down by Can. You did well, Matt. And held up in a tackle. McCracken will get a free kick. As unfortunately on that occasion, McCulloch was penalised. He kicks to half forward. His teammate may have had the arms chopped.
Yep.
Good defence at the back by Langwarrin as they'll clear again. They've got the outlet players. Sullivan's one of those. He looks up again and he sees Butler, who's been superb. Feeds over the top again. Now an opportunity to try and steady long for goal. And not able to kick a goal on this occasion is Charlton.
Yeah, raced down from the back line there,
Yes,
Charlton. So
he did well.
He won it back and then moved forward. Well done.
Providing options left, right and centre. Kick back into play go the Dogs. McCracken from behind should have punched and in front. The best man on the ground now after those two superb goals, especially the second one. Upton outmarks him, attacking side of the centre wing. Kicks inside 50. Not the greatest kick in the world. A bit of a speculative kick. Didn't find the target. And the target was Finlay. Loose ball. And eventually they win it back again as they form the wall through Schutz. He kicks across the face. And is a good target taking the mark at centre half forward. I think might be Ramsdale.
I think it's young Watts, actually. But,
Watts, is it? Sorry.
Won't mention that.
No, it's Watts.
No, he's...
Well, you know them better than I do.
He found some space there. That was good. Look, Mornington are just a bit lost at the moment. Langwarrin are racing forward, so find a man, Mornington.
Do you get nervous watching him?
No, not at all.
48 metres out. Kicks close to the man on the mark, but it doesn't matter. He kicks a terrific goal.
Well done.
Great goal. And the old man does a Richard Fox and says, well done. 13-10-88 to 4-2-26. 62-point lead. Close to three-quarter time. Don't know whether you saw that on Thursday, but I thought it was one of the most inspirational pieces of commentary by Richard Fox. He's got his daughter who's trying to win a gold medal, missed out in the K1. First time they've had the C1 in slalom canoeing at the Olympics, and she's the world champ. She is the favourite. She didn't go that well in the heats. She was fifth, and then she was fastest in the semis, and she's the last to compete, and he just has to call it like he would call any other person.
And he did an amazing job.
He did a great job. McCracken out of the middle now for the Bulldogs, but he turns it over and a comfortable mark taken on this occasion for the Kangaroos, and they kick it to the outer side of the ground.
Cornish there, making it through the wing.
Yes,
there.
he does well.
Going well.
He does.
First game.
Yep. Just getting the hang of it. That kick goes a turnover, and the Bulldogs will intercept on the bounce through Liam Shaw. Hasn't had a big match, but he gets the hand pass out. And charging out of defence on this occasion is Craig. He ran a long way and his left foot kick is no good. Another turnover. Again, Langwarrin drive it back inside 50. No mark taken. Dogs get back at the back. Looking to try and get hold of the footy is Daniel. But his hand pass again was a bit errant. And eventually Langy, they push it along the ground towards the boundary. Craig does well to intercept it like a goalkeeper in soccer. Kicks closely to the boundary line. His teammate can't keep it alive. And that is Crosling. And it goes out of bounds.
Driving in deep, Langwarrin, at any chance they get, just getting it in quick, putting the Bulldogs defenders under a lot of pressure.
They sure are. Giving them good run Charlton at the moment. Boundary throwing.
Got young Can in a ruck here now, Langwarrin.
Yes, and one by Shaw. He tries to take them on. Liam Shaw eventually gets the hand pass out, knocking it to his team's advantage as Marshall was going to lose it and then lost it in the middle of the ground. He was just worried out of it, harangued by Langwarrin. Socket off the ground by Lorem, but won again comfortably on this occasion by Matai for Langy and kicks inside 50, and the Dogs couldn't get their numbers back, and they got loose men everywhere.
Young Jewis dropping in a hole there. Good spot by him.
Yes, that's the issue when you think you might have the footy and you run off looking to provide an option and then you turn it over and you haven't got the numbers back. And Jewis was able to settle into a hole that left half forward. His team 62 points in front, right on three-quarter time on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard, looking to extend that margin to 68. He's topped it a bit and he's missed to the left-hand side at the southern end. It's 13-11-89 to 4-2-26 and the margin 63 points.
I think the Doggers are looking for this break here, the coach to get around the boys and just settle them down again. Three-quarter time here.
Craig receives the kick in from Goss. He's been okay, Craig. He's on the outer side. In fact, it's not Craig, it's his teammate McLean. McLean kicks down the line. Turnover again. Langwarrin have just circumvented everything. They've had the wall set up on the wing or just behind the wing or at half back and even at half forward at times and been terrific, and they've only conceded 1 goal since quarter time. So on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard, a big quarter, 5 goals to none for Langwarrin, as it looked like they've cemented a double chance in the finals in a couple of weeks' time to play in a qualifying final in this 10-team comp in the under-19s. 13-11-89, Mornington 4-2-26, thanks to the Rosebud Country Club, O'Brien's Real Estate and also Birdetts of Langwarrin. We'll be back with more shortly. Get your game face on. Well, it's a great pleasure to be at the Rosebud Country Club. They've got 2 magnificent golf courses here and just some wonderful facilities, and they're a great sponsor of GameFace for our football coverage and sporting coverage for the rest of this year, and Danny is the CEO. Danny, thanks for having us down here. You must be very proud of your business.
Absolutely, Dan. Yeah, no, as I was just saying to you before, business is booming. No, I'm looking forward to the association with GameFace. We're really excited to partner up.
How do you make sure you stay competitive?
We just try and present the golf course as best we can. Other facilities are great. We've got great practice facilities. We've got 3 bowling greens down there. We've got a bowling membership here at the club as well, and a fantastic clubhouse. We've got gaming, sports bar, TAB. We've got the lot.
Getting involved in advertising, how does it build your brand up specifically?
Oh, it's brand awareness. Our profile in the community has always been a bit lower because of the competition that you just mentioned.
And you're happy with your number of memberships at the moment?
We got record membership, actually, to be honest. A lot of the local footy boys come and join last year when they couldn't play.
We've got Guy from the Thirsty Camel Bottle Shop, the corner bottle shop in Rosebud, one of the great sponsors of GameFace and our sporting coverage throughout the 2021 football season. Being the manager, Guy, it's obviously important that you keep busy. You're an essential service, have been during COVID. How's business been?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Business for us has been quite good. We're trying to service the area as best we can. We also do non-contact delivery, which has been a lot of help for a lot of people who have been forced to lock down or isolate. So they've still been able to get their deliveries.
The importance of being involved in sporting coverage and sporting clubs on the peninsula, does that help as well in regard to business?
Absolutely. We like to support both local business and local sports. So, big part of business and very important to us.
Well, it's a great pleasure to be talking to Guy who runs Truman's Golf Range, which is on Truman's Road near Fingal. And he also runs a business which includes pouring some of the best beer on the peninsula and making pizza as well. So, Guy, you're a jack of all trades. Can you tell us a little bit more about Truman's Golf and your pizzas and your beer and everything? As I say, you are a jack of all trades.
Yeah, well, it's been fun. I love my beer and I love my pizzas. I've made it like my own backyard. So nice beers, wood-fired oven, lots of ladies, lots of kids come in. It's all about having a good time rather than, finessing your golf too seriously. That's what we're on about, so we love it.
And the importance of advertising with GameFace and getting involved with the local sporting coverage, do you think that'll help your business?
Yeah, of course it will, but I'm just so impressed with GameFace. I'm overwhelmed when I heard about it. I mean, I don't do a lot of Facebook, but to have the Peninsula deserves and needs what you've created. It's an absolutely fantastic platform.
Great Syndicates Australia is one of our loyal sponsors and clients on GameFace, sponsoring our sporting coverage. Him, of course, is the man behind Great Syndicates Australia. We're outside one of their building sites of which they've invested in with their clients and a syndicate.
So just to give a tiny background on who we are, Growth Syndicates Australia, Dan's hit the nail on the head. It's a syndicate. This place is owned by about 27 people, come together as a syndicate. We hold it for a medium period of time, that's just 5 years, get that sensational growth, all the other opportunities you get afforded to by being a wholesale investor, get you an average growth on your investment a little bit over 20% per annum.
You've found you've been pretty busy during COVID. A lot of businesses are battle, as we know, Tim.
Business is strong. We perform well in a sideways moving market, and believe it or not, in a downwards moving market, because that's something I'll explain at the meetings. But you can imagine what we achieve in an upwards moving market.
Thanks for having us out here at Rooting Street in Brighton, and good luck with all your projects.
Thanks, Dan, and get your game face on.
And perfect timing, the last quarter about to start here at Alexandra Park. Mornington in trouble, just one goal since quarter time in the under-19s. They kicked the last 3 goals after Langy kicked the first 4. It was a battle today going into this round for third. Langy have a much better percentage than Mornington do. Now going into this round, Seaford unbeaten with a percentage of 299.66. And I've got Matt Watts with me, who's the runner for the seniors, whose son's out there playing for Langy today, doing some commentary with me, doing a great job. Somerville, they've played they played 10 games, 2 buys as well, like Seaford, percentage of 192. So Seaford are unbeaten. Some have lost 2 games. Langy have lost 3 with a great percentage of 264.26. Mornington also 36, 7 wins, 3 losses, a percentage of 150. And Pearcedale are inside the top 5, but not a great percentage. 5 wins, 5 losses. They made the first semi-final 2 years ago in the under-19s. They beat Rye, who are down on the bottom with just 1 win. In the elimination final, and got beaten by Coringal, who went on to make the grand final in the first semi-final. But they're developing, and their kids are certainly kicking on in the seniors this year, and a much more improved year for the Panthers. 84.23. Only 10 teams in the comp. They've won 5 and lost 5, and the last score we have is the leading narrowly at 3/4 time. Ball's down in the middle of the ground, and it's picked up on this occasion for the Mornington side, and that was Luhrmann, but he lost it, and it's turned over again by Langwarrin. A number of times that they haven't been able to get clean footy, and again it was Upton who got hold of it and just squeezed a little kick out towards the boundary. Not having Chelsea and Coringal, especially Coringal, has been a very strong under-19 side. How disappointing is that for the comp?
Yeah, it's a real shame. Look, the finals are going to be exciting. It would have been fantastic to have those teams in the competition.
Boundary throw-in, ball's at half forward, tapped down again by the Bulldogs. Trying to clear it, Goss. Ball's at half back. And again, Upton gets another hand pass clear, but he was hemmed in. Going after it's McCracken, probably been his side's best. Taken in a tackle, feeds it cleverly though. Goss gets the hand pass out, and then also getting on the end of it on that occasion was Marshall. Marshall kicks towards half forward, and there's an excellent mark taken, or it's not taken, it was on the bounce. I thought it might have just been taken, but the umpire's a bit closer than I am. He calls it not up. And again, nothing going the Bulldogs' way. A trail by 63 points on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. The player that thought he had the mark on that occasion was Robert. It's thrown up again. In fact, it was Marshall. It's close to the goal line. It goes through for a behind. So their first score for some time. They kicked 3-1-19 in the first quarter, including 3 goals in the last 5 minutes after Langy slammed on the first 4. And then it was 4-1 in favour of Langy in the second, and then 5-0 in the third. So back into play goes Butler for Langwarrin. Goes straight down the middle of the ground. No mark taken. Missed by Craig. Crossling also in the chop. He wasn't able to take the mark, and the man in front also trying to get it was Robert. And it goes towards the boundary and eventually goes out of bounds on the outer side. So the Bulldogs making a bit of a meal of that. Number of players in a good position to win control of the footy, but again, Langy were lurking and searching and hunting hard for that football. It's thrown up. Outer side, close to the boundary, kept alive again. McCracken works his way through, throws the ball on the boot for Mornington, but again out of bounds on the full. Everything's in a hurry near the scoreboard.
There is a lot of pressure out there on those Mornington boys, but Langwarrin well set up across half back there again. Josh Cornish in a good spot.
Margin of 62 points for the Kangaroos. With so much depth, they'll cause some issues come finals time, even though Seaford, as we mentioned, have been so strong this year. It's going to be a free kick, and it will go Langy's way at right half forward.
Yeah, big Jai Moley there.
Doing okay. He's had a lot of time off with injury. Kicks inside 50, but it's turned over. Taken by Shaw. Hits the ground running. In fact, it's not Shaw. It's taken by Mottram on this occasion. He does well to give the big barrel. Kicks it out towards the boundary on the outer side. The handball is no good. And again, Langwarrin have numbers, but they almost turn it over. Comes out the back now to Marshall. Marshall's taken in a tackle. Feeds a hand pass inside. Looking for his teammate to run onto it in Dunshay. He can't do it. Again, Langwarrin, they managed to release each other by hand. Here's Upton. He gets it at half back. Under pressure. Feeds a hand pass to Matai. Kicks off the edge of the boot. Not the greatest kick in the world. In the road, it's intercepted by Goss. Goss kicks nicely, but his teammate drops the mark. And then on the left, Kennedy does pretty well, despite dropping the mark and then tackled late. It affects the kick a little bit. It's off the face and out of bounds on the full.
Bit of a shame there. They'd forced a turnover there, the Bulldogs, and had a man loose in the forward line. Just couldn't hang on.
13-11-89 to 4-3-27. Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. One of the very few times they've had a loose man. Low and flat the kick. Some of the kick-ins haven't been great. No. It's close to the boundary and just not able to get a handle on it is McCulloch, who's another impressive midfielder in this Kangaroo side. Probably hasn't dominated like Upton or Sullivan, especially Upton, who kicked two of the best goals you're likely to see, especially the second one off the edge of the boot from 60 metres out. Never in doubt, swivelling their hips in general play. It was wonderful. McCulloch again. Moley knocks it down, keeps it alive. Picked up by McCulloch once more. Third involvement in this piece of play, but kicks way too close to the boundary, searching for Watts. And it was way too wide for Matty's son to take the mark, and it's going to be a free kick to McCracken for the Bulldogs, who haven't kicked a goal in this second half. He'll roost it long and high, inside 50. No mark taken. Ball's at the drop. Langwarrin with numbers. Goes through the legs of Butler, but he stands firm to get a hand pass out now, and they can drive out of half back again, Langwarrin. Around the outer side of the ground, bouncing ball at the back. Picked up by Smart. He feeds a hand pass inside. Oh, player taken down in a magnificent crunching hip and shoulder, which I reckon in footy normally would be a penalty, but I'm glad the umpire let it go because it was fair. The guy was going for the footy. It's kicked inside 50 by the Bulldogs. They have a chance here, but great tackling to turn it over by Langwarrin. The tackle was laid by Charlton, and again, Langy bring it out again. Mark was dropped at half back. Chance now for Lurham of the Bulldogs. He wins the spillage and kicks towards half forward. Another mark dropped. A lot of players are dropping marks. Robert was camped underneath that one and spilled off his chest on a couple of occasions. He tried to juggle it. Out of bounds inside attacking 50 for the Dogs. 4-3-27 to 13-11-89. Nearly 6 gone in the final quarter on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. Handball comes out once more, and again they're on the run. Off half back. Long kick, inside 50. Charlton was the one that received, but the Dogs have numbers at the back. It's mopped up by Lulofs. Lulofs, though, he slips over, lost control of it. Langwarrin win it again. Chipping ball inside 50. Number of players attack the footy hard. Ball's at ground level. The Langwarrin player, I reckon he's been met with an errant foot coming the other way, and it was just a player going hard for the footy and Luflos of the Mornington team. He gets up a little bit ginger, and the umpire says we'll keep going. Yes, young Ramsdale. His old man would say, get on with it, son. Tap down again. 30 metres out from goal. Here's a chance for a shot at goal, and receiving on the outside, McCulloch running out of room, bit skinny behind to the Mornington end for Langwarrin. They're 13-12-90 to 4-3-27.
He's been busy, Macca, this quarter.
He's been superb. Been pretty good all day. So back into play goes Goss. He favours the outer side of the ground. A high kick, big pack forming. Again, Langy with numbers at the drop. They managed to feed the hand pass out, but it doesn't quite find the target. Taken in a tackle crosslink, lost control of it. He got it out to his teammate on that occasion in McLean. McLean feeds it, and then they get a kick across the face, but the mark was dropped on that occasion by Triandafilu, who kicked one of the goals early days. Ball's at half back for the Bulldogs. They feed a little hand pass out under the pump. Turned over again by Langwarrin. It's just spinning around, just around the attacking 50 for Langy at the Mornington end of the ground. Number of players get involved, and now it comes out again towards the Bulldogs. Gee, it's about 8 or 10 players around the footy. It's not pretty, but it's certainly fierce. Picked up and breaking a couple of tackles now is Bath, who's been quiet since quarter time. He's got a player all on his own who's got the back, has taken the mark in the goal square, but on a slight angle.
So Barthy worked hard there. I mean, the ball was kicking around, and Watts has found himself in the goal square by himself, funnily enough.
Well, he's good, isn't he? He knows where the ball is, or knows where the ball's going to be, like his old man.
We'd like to see him finish this one. Oh, he's gone the banana as well.
He has gone the banana, and I think he's kicked it, has he?
Oh, shit, I thought he lost his mind.
No, he's kicked it. Well, he knows what he's doing. He's kicked a couple now.
I think he's going to tell me it's 3. Don't you worry about that, Dan.
14-12-96 to 4-3-27. The margin 69 points.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a scrappy last 5 minutes, that bit of footy there.
Oh, I thought that footy there was terrific, though. It was there to be won, and the boys were really having a crack.
No, it was a tough ball to win, and Barthy, as I said, really courageous young man. Saw Buff deep in the goal square and popped it on his chest, so well done to Barthy there.
Why did you call Buff?
He had a giant head as a baby, mate. He was huge. Unbelievable. Couldn't believe it. Could hardly stand up.
Yes, my brother had a big head and I did too. But I was never called Borf, luckily.
You've grown into it, Dan.
I've grown into it. That's exactly right. Liam Shaw gets up high and wins it down for the Bulldogs. They've got it at half back. I reckon this guy's been terrific for them. Langwarrin breaks a couple of tackles. Bouncing ball inside 50. Gets away from Marshall, though. He had a couple of opponents around him to contend with. One of them was Matt High. He's been pretty good today too as a small defender for the Kangaroos. And also down there is Klein, who's been solid. So back into attack. The ball will be thrown in. And it's a 69-point lead.
Good to see the
6
Bulldogs
goals to
already
none
now.
since half-time.
Trap it in there forward line.
Yes, that's important. They need a bit of that. Repeat entries. Missed by McCulloch on this occasion. Handball comes out. Forum going the wrong way. Feeds it now in the direction of McLean. McLean couldn't take it cleanly. He's been hotly pressed on this occasion by McCulloch, who feeds a hand pass out again. Doesn't quite meet the targets in the middle of the ground. Now they get it forward. And they've got players running in Schutz. Schutz's kick misses the target again. But at the drop, he goes after it on a second attempt and did pretty well to try and make amends, but wasn't able to just find what he was looking for.
I think the Bulldogs have
That's
got a
out of
free kick
bounds.
here, holding the man.
Yes,
So
fair enough. Off the play.
yeah, he just hung on him too long. So well done.
High kick
Forward.
by Goss, inside 50. No mark taken. Players crumbing or hoping for the crumbs. And it is all about the crumb, but there wasn't a crumb there on that occasion. Well held up by the Langwarrin defence,
Yeah,
as has been the case all day.
I'm willing to give one up here, Langwarrin.
69 points, as we can see on the screen. Nick and Brittany doing a great job, along with Tom today, for the GameFace team. Kick comes out again and able to get himself away is Upton. He just arches the back and gets a little kick towards half forward, a speculative kick, looking for his teammate to run onto it, not able to. And then he's taken a tackle, good tackling by the Dogs, and there's going to be a free kick.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit unlucky there. He did throw into the ground, but he didn't overdo it. So unlucky there, dangerous tackle, but Schutz is
Dangerous
up.
tackle.
Yeah.
Don't think it was dangerous tackle, was it?
Played it for a sling, so but
Free kick to Schutz. Gets the hand pass out. Taken on this occasion by Bath. Bath is uploaded. It slips to the back. Allows his teammate to shoot. And miss.
young Jesse
Jewis
Jewis there.
had an opportunity to steady. He had a few metres on his opponents around him. They were sort of ball watching a bit, and he didn't steady enough from 30. And another behind on the board. So back into play. McLean misses the target, and that's been the issue all day. Missing targets. Couldn't find his teammate. Able to take the mark in Haymona at half back. Thrown back into play. So Langwarrin reserves going through their last minute warm-up. Here is Langwarrin again. Losing control, dispossessed, inside attacking 50. Sullivan there, tried to spin out of a tackle. In fact, he spun into one, but he didn't have prior opportunity according to the umpire. Thrown up again 40 metres out for the Kangaroos on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. They're exactly 70 points up. Tap down again. McLean defensively runs the Dogs out of defence with a kick into open territory on the outer side of the ground. It'll come straight back through Cornish. Cornish dabs a little kick out wide. Has his teammate Charlton able to take it. Feed over the top now. Hurried kick inside 50 again by Langwarrin. Over the head, if it's possible, of the big man Moley. It just went over his head. And now the Dogs are at the back looking to clean up once more. McLean does well to get it out to Haymona. Haymona marking in the back pocket. On the social club room side of the ground, looking for young Sam Shaw, had 2 to beat. Couldn't take the mark. At the back again. They have numbers everywhere. Able to get control of it. Butler did well. Got the hand pass out to Orchard. Back to Butler. Butler kicks towards half forward. Again, though, the Dogs try and hold it up just outside the attacking 50, and the umpire says there'll be another ball up.
The Langwarrin boys really swarming now. Really want the footy hungry.
Langwarrin been very good, along with McCracken for the Dogs today as sort of defensive midfielders. Liam Shaw goes up, wins it down, trying to get boot to ball, but missing it. Kennedy for the Dogs, taken by Langwarrin again. Drives inside 50. Marshall gets out in front. That's a beautiful kick. Got out in front of Klein, and he lead hard. He did not hesitate on the lead and took an excellent mark. Or has he hurt himself?
Yeah, he's pulled up a bit short here.
He has.
It's a really strong lead.
It was a magnificent lead. He did not stop, did he, in his endeavours to get hold of that footy on the full.
It was a big stretch at the end there.
Yeah, it was.
Pulled up a bit sore. It looks like he's going to have his shot, so hopefully he's okay.
So he's hard on the boundary. Underneath the scoreboard, it's the Simon Fiedler scoreboard. It was the Simon Goosey scoreboard, but Simon Fiedler was a legend of the Mornington Cricket Club who died at the end of the cricket season, so they've kept it up. as they go into a new cricket season, Mornington, in a new division in the MPCA with a new coach after Darren Berry did a great job, the former Victorian wicketkeeper, and went on the 97 Ashes tour, replacing an injured Adam Gilchrist as a reserve keeper. He misses everything there, Marshall, to the southern end, and it's 4-4-28 to 14-13-97. The margin 69 points on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard, 14 gone in the final quarter. And we thank our sponsors from Langwarrin, Burdett's, O'Brien's, Langwarrin Hotel, and also the major sponsor at the Mornington Football Club, O'Brien's Real Estate. Being part of our coverage today. Big day of footy. Got the reserves to come next. Langwarrin on top of the table. Mornington looking to try and find a spot inside the top 5. Langy unbeaten and belting every team. Got some good players who could be playing senior footy at most other teams, Matt, in the competition, I would have thought.
Yeah, tough team to get into, that senior team at Langwarrin, and even the twos, it's hard to get into that bloody team too at the moment. They're travelling really well. Really good to see.
Well, Matty Painberg had kicked 20 goals in 8 games. He's back in the seniors today. They're a bit taller with him and Murphy up there. As we've said a bit earlier, it's the smaller forwards. They've kicked 56 between them, and Herdman 18, Dormer 22, Bagley 16, and Mulvogue's chipped in with a few as well, but he's sort of played more midfield. And when you have Andrew Arthur and, well, he really has, I think, flown under the radar, maybe not at your club, but at all other clubs. Blake Peach averaging around 32, 33 possessions a game makes it tough for the opposition as Langwarrin head out towards the social club room side of the ground again. The mark was dropped, but he plays on very quickly, hard on the boundary. Upton made it look easy. Chips a little kick out wide. His teammate tried to keep it alive and was shoved by Shaw over the boundary and not able to keep it alive on that occasion.
Young Lockie there.
Yep. Surname?
Yeah, good question, that. Like I said, his first year at the club.
First year at the club. He's not on my playing list, but he's doing well, young Lockie. We'll call him young Lockie. Boundary throw-in. Tapped down again by young Lockie. Did well, but an opportunity comes out now for Lurum. Gets a hand pass, swung around in a tackle, finds McCracken. Another hand pass comes out to Goss, has been okay. Kick inside 50, but once again, lured by the Langwarrin defence, and they've got loose men everywhere, and taking a comfortable mark is Zach Tibbles, has been pretty solid again today. He elects to kick over the top. It's not the greatest kick in the world, but it'll give a chance for his teammate Klein to run onto it. He chips it down the line again, getting a bit more of the footy Cornish the more he plays. He just trots away around that outer side. Wobbly kick to half forward, and the mark was dropped by Schutz. It went through his fingers. There's been a little bit of that today. Players have been a little bit fumbly, close to the boundary. And taken over the line, McLean was hemmed in and confronted by opponents. Couldn't do anything else but step over the line, 30 metres out from the goal they're defending. 16 gone in the final quarter on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. 14-13-97, just 1 goal this quarter. That to Langwarrin, Mornington goalless since half-time. They kicked 3 of their 4 goals in the opening term. They try and clear from defence against Shaw. Has a hand pass after receiving from McLean. Got it on the up. They run out of defence again, the Dogs. Hayana does well to kick towards the wing. Bouncing ball now. Comes out the back. Who's going to get there? But unfortunately not able to run onto it. Triandafilu. Good play at the back by Schutz once more. Handball to Upton for Langwarrin. Knocks up getting it. Kicks inside 50 but turns it over. The Dogs' defence have done reasonably well. There have been so many inside forward 50 entries, and the defenders have done okay. Long kick towards the wing once more. Waiting at the back. No one can take it. Now the Bulldogs can. Hurry kick off his non-preferred by Kennedy. Wobbly ball inside 50. Who's going to get there? Marshall pushed out by Klein. Then he lays a tackle, but I reckon the tackle was over the shoulder, but there's a bouncing kick towards the goals by the Bulldogs. And getting his boot at that one was Robert. He didn't miss by too much. I thought there should have been a Langwarrin free kick though off the play.
Yeah, I thought Cornish was a bit unlucky there, but the boys played on, so well umpired. Play on.
4-4-28 to 14-13-97. The margin 69 points on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. And kick back into play to come from Orchard. Orchard now the left footer. Goes straight down the middle. His kick has too much on it for Butler. Has a teammate though able to lend support. Brought down in a tackle. And that was Can. Turned over now. Good play by McCracken. Kicks to Shaw. Drop what he should have taken. At the back now. They'll get a little hand pass out. It comes from Klein. Has been pretty good. And also getting excellent support again from McCulloch. Gets the hand pass out wide. And Mathai takes the mark. Also being involved with Bloom, the small defender who's been unobtrusive but reliable. Kick towards Butler, who dropped what he should have taken. He might win the footy back on this occasion as they've got numbers around the contest, Langwarrin, but turned over again by the Bulldogs. A hurried kick along the turf came from the boot of McLean, and then Shaw has a shot at goal, and he was just met late as he kicked. It might have just impeded the kick and forced it narrowly to the left-hand side. It was heading for home, and it just got pushed to the left-hand side for a behind. But good effort by young Shaw, who's been okay. Sam Shaw is one of the smaller players for the Bulldogs today. 4-5-29 to 14-13-97. Kick back into play. And they've got the footy now. They can run their way through the middle of the ground. Here's a kick inside 50. Good attempt by Charlton with the kick to find a target. Not able to. Ball's at centre half forward. Number of players around the contest. Ball is jarred free again. And then a hurried shot. Long kick towards full forward. Came from the boot of Bath. It slips down again. And then there's a shot at goal and it's missed despite beating a couple of tackles. It was a good effort by Charlton. He beat one, he beat two, and off the edge of the boot, he missed behind.
It was a good effort by Charlton there. He came down from half back there, so he's
He followed it up, didn't he?
He's done well.
14-14-98 to 4-5-29. The margin 69 points. Back into play go the Dogs. Dying stages of this game. Player might have been pushed out. Again at the back, it's won by Bath, but his hand pass is run down, and now the Bulldogs have a chance as they look for the switch into the middle of the ground, getting an unkind bounce. It didn't bounce right for him, Dunshea. Not having a great day, and it's mopped up at the back by Orchard of Langwarrin. Chips it out wide again. Here's our man who just loves to run, arching the back, beating one, beating two. Gee, he ran a long way. This is Upton. He feeds a hand pass over the top now to Bath. Bath went back to Upton, but it's turned over the other way. Well played, smart, taken on a tackle, and also his teammate Mottram there. He just got a hurry boot to ball while he was claimed and held in the tackle for a long time. Now they get it out on the spread. Kennedy an opportunity, but time's going to beat them all as Klein was there to mop it up at the back, and he doesn't like the treatment he receives from Kennedy at the end of the game. Forget it, boys. The match is over, and it's a big, big win to Langwarrin, and they cement third spot with one round left in the home and away season. They will definitely play in the qualifying final in a couple of weeks' time. Probably against Somerville. Seaford are 2 games clear and a massive percentage clear on top of the table. So a good win. Matt Watts, a good performance. 14-14-98 to 4-5-29 on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. You'd be happy with that?
That was a great win. Really good by the boys. Moved it well from defence. Had Mornington under a lot of pressure all day, and look, Mornington hung on bravely. But yeah, really good win by the boys, and it'll be a good warm up from moving in the finals.
No doubt. Well, thanks very much for that. You've got. What do you do now? What's your pre-match warm-up before you go out and run? Do you have to go?
The truth?
I'd love to know the truth. Tell me anything you like, mate.
Well, I'm not sure if the bar's open today, so I usually have a couple of coldies and
do you really?
Yeah, maybe 3 hot dogs and a salad sandwich, and pretend I'm fit. And that's me warm-up, Dan. I enjoy the day and enjoy watching the twos have a run around. It's looking forward to see how they go, and yeah, keep my nerves down.
Do you get tired at the end of the day? I mean, I suppose you're reasonably fit because you run. Do you have to do any other training during the week? Do you think you might need to have a run? I'm just saying, I'm being honest here. 1 run or 2 runs a week, maybe a 4 or 5K run, just to make sure that there's a little bit of mileage in the legs.
I don't run as much as I used to do, so I've got a few push bikes in the garage these days. So that's my mode of transport now. I don't overrun. I do a few Ks throughout the week, but not as much as I used to now. I'm getting too old for that sort of thing, Dan. You know that.
Well, I feel the same. I try and run most days if I can as well. It is good, but you do feel sore afterwards. Matty, thanks so much. I thought it was a good performance. Who do you think it was BOG today? If the coach was giving the vote, who would he give it to? Upton?
Look, I think Upton showed some real X factor, like I said earlier, and played some good games. Sully was good in the middle, but look, Jai Moley back into his first game really dominated the ruck. I know Mornington were a bit shorter, but yeah, look, I'd have to go to Upton with that banana kick on that won it for me. Long way out, banana outside the boot, straight through the middle.
And his ability to shake a tackle, he sort of is pretty low to the ground, isn't he? The way he runs, he's got that gait, hasn't he, with that sort of arching of the back, and he can the way he shook the tackle and then still kept his feet, kept his balance, and kicked the goal. You can't teach players that.
No, you can.
That's an innate skill, isn't it, that you are virtually born with, I would have thought.
Yeah, he can do the shimmy, and you saw him take a big high mark. He's only a small bloke, but he can fly high. He does everything. So he's having a really stellar year, probably up there in the BNF, and. Yeah, he's played well today. Probably Riley deserves best on ground today.
So a terrific performance by Langwarrin. They win by 69 points thanks to the Rosebud Country Club. Good on you, Watsy. Enjoy the warm-up before the seniors, and good luck this afternoon for Langwarrin against Mornington. First against second in the seniors. Brett Mills just walking towards the change
I
rooms.
think he's standing in a hole, is he?
Yeah, he is. The little bloke there he is, but he's done a great job with this team. They're the reigning premiers in the seniors, in the reserves, I should say, and looking to win back-to-back. And the way they're going to be hard to beat. Mornington looking to try and climb back with a 5-win, 5-loss record. Certainly a reasonable percentage as well to get back and be in contention to play in the finals in all 3 grades in second division. We'll take a break and be back with the reserves very shortly, thanks to the Rosebud Country Club. Get your GameFace on.
For any real estate advice, feel free to drop into 188 Main Street, Mornington, or call us on 5975 7733, or feel free to contact any of our 25 plus O'Brien offices Victoria-wide.
Hi everyone, it's Tim from Growth Syndicates Australia and we're financial transformation specialists. Our clients are eliminating their mortgage in a much shorter period of time, creating more wealth and boosting their super. This is all done without impacting their lifestyle. Sounds amazing? Well, let me explain a little bit about the GSA Advantage. With clients all around Australia and a head office located in Elsternwick, our team of very experienced professionals enable unique and exclusive property investment opportunities through wholesale investing for clients to achieve specific outcomes. Our current projects are located in Brighton, Malvern East, Kew, Glen Iris and Mont Albert North. Everyone's busy and that's a fact. But did you know for every day you have a mortgage and underperforming investments or superannuation, you're missing out on $350 every day. It all starts with a friendly phone discussion to then arrange a meeting to provide you with a clear picture on what GSA achieves for our clients, and with no charge or obligation, see where these results can apply to you. So check us out at growthsyndicatesaustralia.com. Give us a call on 1300 205 556. I'd love to have a catch-up coffee with you at your place or our office. See where GSA can improve your financial position.
underway for the reserves match between Langwarrin and Mornington. Langwarrin clearly on top of the ladder. Mornington looking to win to get back in the top 5. And Langy have dominated every game this year. And getting in possession straight away is Andrew Taylor inside 50. And man, he used to play a lot of senior footy for this Langwarrin side, but can't get in considering how strong they are, although they do need key forwards. There's Gerard Brown. Was very good, I remember, in the final series of 2018 when the Kangaroos flew home in the back end of the year after losing some tight matches to lowly sides in the first half. And there's Josh Beard and Blake McCormack's game plan started to bed in. It wasn't a great kick by Brown, but it finds a target. They had a terrific second half of the year and then won 2 finals, beating Chelsea and then Coringal before their opponents, Dramana, belted them in the prelim. And Dramana hadn't lost too many games when Red Hill beat them in the second semi. I think it was just the loss they needed to just get over the line on a terrific grand final. So hard on the boundary for Langy in the opening minute to the Mornington end, and we saw a couple of goals be attempted with the boomerang or the banana by Ramsdale, and he kicked a couple in the under-19s in a big win, and they're now in 3rd spot and will stay there with 1 round left as the Dogs are in possession. And Attard kicks to the half-back line as they kick across the goal face, and they keep doing it. Attard, who started it, has it again. Looks to clear down the social club room side of the ground as they switch once more. Lobbing ball close to the boundary. Is it taken inside the line or over the line? It's taken inside the line by Farrell of the Dogs. He'll centre the ball, and that's a good mark. Completing the mark, Jacoby. Jacoby inside 50. Levi Hughes with the bleached hair. Couldn't take the mark there for Langwarrin. Ball's at ground level. And Barnes holds it up for the Dogs. So it'll be thrown up. They're into attack for the first time. Knocked down again. It's 1 behind to nothing. Langwarrin in front. And the Frankie Photography scoreboard, our major sponsor, Rosebud Country Club. Not able to get hold of it is Michael Parker of Langwarrin, another one of their experienced players. This team that are undefeated, reigning premiers in the 2nd division. Beat Coringal, who had 3 teams in on Grand Final Day 2019. Unfortunately for the Bulls, lost them all. As Farrell lays a good smother for Mornington. But numbers around the contest, Taylor feeds the hand pass out. Comes out now to Lockie Davies. Davies kicks Langwarrin to half forward. Mark drop, Bulldogs at the back. Managed to clear. And they have outlet targets everywhere. The mark taken by Gregory. Gregory, though, his kick looking for a target. A little bit too wide with the kick. And it'll be taken by Cooper DeMerlo, who's played a lot of senior footy for Langy. DeMerlo, wobbly looking ball. Kicks to centre half forward. Big strong mark taken for Langwarrin. And this is by Anthony O'Rourke Ryan. But he turns it over. And it goes back to Jacoby. Jacoby kicks inside 50 at the back. Numbers there. Looking to run onto it and not able to get a decent possession is Charles, but eventually he does as they get players out Langwarrin, but again they turn it over. We saw a lot of players getting a kick behind the footy, especially in the first half in the Langwarrin Mornington under-19s game, playing sort of at half-back as a loose man or just behind the wing and able to pick off possessions at will. As Farrell goes in hard for the Dogs on the outer side, sees it over the boundary in the opening 4 minutes of play. 1 behind to nothing. Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. Great to have Rosebud Country Club involved in our coverage on GameFace. Danny and the team do an outstanding job. 2 magnificent golf courses out there. Great facilities. Good bowls club as well. Left foot kick comes in for the Dogs from Jacoby. He's had a bit of it so far. Then a high ball to a vacant goal square. Hughes can't get back in time. And it goes through for a behind. So they'll play on straight away. The kick's not good. And trying to take the mark is Brown. Wasn't able to for the Dogs. His teammate manages to squirt out a little kick that came from the boot of Dads. But again turned over by Langwarrin, whose defence has been good. They get the footy out towards the outer side of the ground. on the run. Involved in a couple of exchanges by hand and bringing the ball out is Tom Branch. Branch kicks his team up towards half forward. Quick kick now in the direction of Brown. Brown is close to the boundary, wants to take on an opponent who dislodges the ball from his grasp in a tackle, and it's out of bounds, 25 around from Langwarrin's goal. One behind a piece, Rosebud Country Club scoreboard, 6 minutes played in the opening quarter. Boundary throw-in again, 30 metres around. Not a great boundary throw-in, dropping a bit short. The Dogs have numbers at the back, and they will clear again. Getting his left foot to it. He's had a bit of it so far in Dads. He kicks his team into the centre of the ground. Ball's to be won. Farrell's just trailing a little bit for the Bulldogs. Handball comes out, hearing the voice, and they manage to get themselves out of trouble here. Langwarrin taking the footy and driving his team long. Inside 50 was Tarnaroo, but no mark taken for Langwarrin. Again, it's the Bulldogs' defence is pretty solid so far. And doing the job for them there is Knox. Knox kicks towards the outer side of the ground. Once again, Langy get up and make a good contest. 2-on-1. They flick it down. Parker does well. But there's no one there on the end of it. The Dogs' defence working overtime. A little squeezing kick comes out in the direction of Jacoby's. Had a lot of the footy so far. Switches for the Bulldogs towards the wing. 2-on-1 against the Dogs on that occasion. The one for them was Galley. And among the two opponents, Levi Hughes and also Shane Tanneroot. Another experienced campaigner for this Langwarrin team. One behind a piece, early stages. Looking forward to the senior match, first against second. Chris Holcomb to join me in commentary. Two-handing it down to the front of the pack. Dogs get a hurried boot. Doesn't go very far from Bird. And the umpire's going to give a free kick, and it will go the way of Bird. He'll take it behind the wing. Had a couple of late changes in their senior team as well, the Dogs. We'll go through those a bit later. High kick towards the wing, getting up high and giving away a free kick. He went up miles too early, was Barnes, and Levi Hughes will be the recipient. No, it won't be. It'll be a teammate who had his back climbed into near Levi Hughes, and he'll take the free kick, and that's Matt Stevens. He looked to try and switch it to the outer side of the ground. It wasn't a great kick, looking for Tamaroot. And goes out of bounds. Luckily, it didn't go out of bounds on the full. So it'll be thrown back into play right beside the behind post. Actually went backwards with that piece of play. So it's one behind a piece. It's a pretty scrappy, scratchy start to this game. 7 minutes into the term. Boundary throw-in, getting up high and knocking it down for the Langwarrin team. They do well. Is Eggleston. And now Tanaroo wins it. He switches to Hughes, who feeds over the top by hand now. They can get out of trouble. Through Stevens has been good. Now he gets it to his teammate who'll run out of trouble once more through Curry. Jason Curry kicks towards half forward. It's a bouncing ball. Clean bowls everyone. Bar one man who beats one and just beats two. He's about to be dragged down in a tackle. Has a shot at goal. Ryan Grace, who's been their leading goal kicker in the comp this year. And in being dragged down late, it affected the kick and he misses to the right-hand side for a behind. 23 goals he's kicked. Matt Pineberg's kicked 20, but he's back in the seniors today. Jess Murphy also getting a bit more of a run at it in the seniors amongst those fleet-footed smaller players in Bagley, Herdman and Dormer. High kick back into play. Plenty of distance on it. Callum Gaze couldn't take the mark there for Langwarrin. And then a tackle's laid. It might have been a bit of a dangerous tackle. No, it's holding the ball tackle. Didn't think it was a dangerous tackle, so that certainly deserved to go to the Dogs behind the wing. They'll switch. They've got numbers for the outlet kick on the outside, and Wisniewski takes the mark. He goes back inside again. Finds his teammate taking the mark, McIntosh. McIntosh just behind the wing now, looking to drive his team. Inside 50. It's an awkward-looking kick. Certainly doesn't find the target. It's picked up on this occasion and cleared long by Lachlan Davies. Kicks Langwarrin back inside 50 again. Dogs have numbers at the back. They look to clear, and they do. And the boot of, Wisniewski gets his team out of trouble. Bothium was going to play reserves, but of course is not now, due to the fact that he is lining up in the seniors. So boundary throw-in on the wing. Back into play. Kicker smothered. Kicks close to the boundary line. And it's out of bounds on the full. So The kick is not great. That's turned over once again. Elliott chopping it off at half forward. Kicks back inside 50. But Langy get the numbers back and they managed to go through for a behind. Just off the fingertips there as he got back pretty quickly. Michael Charles kicks towards the half-back flank. Finds a teammate in Curry. Curry in short again, wearing long sleeves. Is his teammate who takes the mark. And that is Bristol Ingles. And then another short pass to DeMurlo. DeMurlo to half forward misses the target. And both teams missing the targets at the moment. And then a good tackle laid by Anthony O'Rourke Ryan to ensure his teammate couldn't get away. And that was Elliott for Mornington. Thrown up again. One down by Cooper DeMurlo. No one can get a clean possession. Davies had it, then he became the tackler for Langwarrin. Close to the boundary. Tries to keep it alive. Handball comes out again. Young Walsh involved in a good exchange there for the Bulldogs. And make sure it's a neutral contest and thrown up. So the Langwarrin boys are in front of me. Starting to think about getting ready for the senior match. Got the fluids with them. Ready to hydrate and be prepared and looking for a big performance. So in regard to the seniors, Will Goosey is out. Falvo coming in, number 15. And Austin Lothian making his debut wearing number 33 will come in for Susovic. Is still not quite 100% fit. Couple of handy players not in the Mornington side today, who would have been very handy. Perry Lewis Smith, though, looking forward to seeing him play. BOG. Back in 2018 in the grand final. Another behind on the board for Langy. So 2 behinds apiece. Nearly 12 minutes played in the first quarter on the Rosebud Country Club major sponsor today, and on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Back into play go the Dogs. They're in short around the outer side. High kick comes up. No mark taken. Hughes at the drop for Langwarrin. Couldn't get control of the footy cleanly. Loose ball comes out. Now the Dogs have a chance, taking it on, but unfortunately running out of room, and then hesitating was Barnes. And Langwarrin, well, managed to work very, very hard, and they put it out of bounds on the full light, just turning it over. And the Dogs with possession around that outer side. So Wisniewski kicks to half forward. Mark not taken. Bulldogs pick it up. Kick inside 50. But again, the defence is resolute. Had a bit of work to do so far, and Matthew Stevens has been good so far for Langy. But they turn it over again as the Dogs form a wall at half forward. Long kick inside 50. No mark taken. They all fly. It's at the drop. Hurried snap at goal across the face and through for another behind. So no goal as yet. They're kicking to the southern end, Mornington. 13 gone in the opening quarter. 3 behinds to the Dogs, 2 behinds to the Roos on the Rosebud Country Club scoreboard. Chip back into play by Langy. They head to the outer side of the ground again. And that was nearly a good mark. He tumbled in his endeavours to mark it, Webster, for Mornington, but wasn't able to. Off hands and out of bounds. So it'll be thrown back into play right in front of the scoreboard. 3 behinds apiece. Sunny day for footy. Rain is expected. Looking at it at the moment, you'd say no chance, but it is Melbourne, of course, or Victoria. Quick kick, smothered, and a good play by the Bulldogs to ensure that it goes nowhere in a hurry. Their endeavour very good. Their intensity good. I think that Langy's intensity just off a little bit at the moment, but when you haven't played for a little while, it might take a bit of time to get your head in the game again, knowing you're going to finish on top. Your red-hot favourites to make it back-to-back flags. And now they have a chance. Kick towards half forward. Loose ball. Breaking a tackle. Beating 1 is Parker. Beating 2. And then skidding a kick. Chance for a shot at goal. This is an opportunity. And the first goal is scored by Grace, who got on his own. He knows where the goals are. He was able to steady it left half forward. On that occasion, for the first time, The Mornington defence had gone up a bit. They were a bit higher than they probably should have been. They needed to be a bit deeper. And they allowed Gross out in his own, who doesn't miss. And he slots his 24th goal of the season. And Langy have the first of the day in the reserves, which has taken nearly 15 minutes. 139 to 3 behinds on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. So an important round of footy coming up in the MPNFL today. We'll update you with scores around the grounds for Jeff Wignall forward with branches at Mornington, Hastings and also Frankston. Out of the middle go the Roos through Michael Kennedy, but he turns it over. Stock in the road, does well. And again, they slide it. They're trying to switch as much as they can, the Bulldogs, at half back. Their short passes are okay, but they're breaking down a bit at half forward. High kick comes from the boot of Knox. He kicks down the line towards the wing, and eventually it's going to be a Langwarrin free kick. Might be a bit of wind out there. That's when they're kicking close to the boundary on the outer side of the scoreboard. It's sort of floating the ball over the line, even though it looks quite still. Langy looking to switch. Nice kick into the middle. Hits a teammate on the chest. That's Charles, who's been good. Charles now kicks to half forward. DeMurlo takes the mark. DeMurlo, low kick. Gets it partially smothered. Picked up a high kick long towards full forward. Fisting down and doing a good job to bring it to ground is Dads of Mornington. Spinning around 25 metres out from Langwarrin's goal. Handball comes out. Good contest and 1-on-2 against. And trying to control the footy, but not able to, was Matthew Stevens of Langy. And he had a teammate with him. But on that occasion, Athard held his ground nicely as the only Bulldog in that exchange to put it over the boundary inside attacking 50 for Langy at the Mornington end. They lead by a goal, close to quarter time. Good tackle laid. Player put his head down, backside up, and his endeavours to get the ball forward for Langwarrin. It was Adam Eggleston, thrown up again, 25 metres out from their goal. DeMurlo wins it down. Snap at goal on this occasion. Has he snuck it home or has he missed it? I reckon it's a Tony Liberatore behind. We'll wait and see. Michael Parker, he won the ball from the ruck contest. Lovely clearance, lovely snap, but it's been given a goal. That's why Livers was a goal back in 97 anyway, 24 years ago. The Dogs at least have won a flag since then. So, not sure. I thought it was over the post, but the goal umpire's close to the field umpire's close to the me, even though we've got a great vantage point here in the social club rooms at Mornington. 2 goals now. Good goal to Michael Parker, one of the many experienced campaigners in this Langwarrin reserve side. And on the Frankie Photography scoreboard, 2-3-15 to 3 behinds. So back in the middle. And out of the middle again go the Langwarrin side. Hurried boot. Comes out from Michael Kennedy. Trying to clear it as it spills out the back to Athard of Mornington. Tries to go down the middle. That might come off with Knox receiving a hand pass. Gets it out again to Athard, who breaks a tackle and then delivers long inside 50. But it's all Langwarrin. The mark was dropped at the back and now there's a chance for a shot at goal and they get one. The mark was dropped, unfortunately, for Langwarrin, and they weren't able to hang on to it. And receiving the ball out the back is Barnes. He got the hand pass brilliantly from Athard, who followed it up, and he's involved in 3 exchanges there, and they get their first goal on the board. 2-3-15 to 1-3-9, and just a defensive error down back by the Langwarrin defender. He's not happy with himself, dropping a mark he probably should have taken. Maybe it's the sun in the eyes. Maybe it's the fact that the match simulation, they're all a little bit rusty. You expect that, having not played for 3 weeks. The lack of footy continuity, I think all players have done an outstanding job to ensure that they're as fit as they possibly can be. So, an important goal there for Mornington. Right on quarter time, 1-3-9 to 2-3-15. It'll be thrown up again. Tapped down. No one can get clean advantage. Jared Brown doing the ruck work for Langwarrin. Hand pass comes out from Michael Parker, also of the Roos. Loose ball again on the outside. It's collected by Michael Kennedy, who's been good so far. Kicks his team to half forward. Number of players crash the pack at the drop. Won beautifully by Langwarrin, but there's going to be a free kick off the play. It'll go to Mornington right on quarter time. And the player to take that free kick will be Brackett. Brackett's got the footy at half back, the most defensive player on the ground. And he has a teammate, floats to him now. He takes the mark just inside the boundary. He's got it at half back. Wobbly kick down the line towards the wing. No mark taken. Loose ball. Waiting back there is Tanaroo. Has the hand pass run down at half back. Holding him up is Adard, who's been really, really tenacious so far. And does well inside attacking 50. And it is quarter time. So 2-3-15 Langwarrin, Mornington 1-3-9. And that's a good start in the opening quarter in the reserves. The unbeaten Langwarrin against Mornington just outside the top 5. And that, of course, is on the Frankie Photography scoreboard, our major coverage, brought to you by the Rosebud Country Club. A 1-goal lead. We'll be back with more shortly.
Hi everyone, it's Tim from Growth Syndicates Australia and we're financial transformation specialists. Our clients are eliminating their mortgage in a much shorter period of time, creating more wealth and boosting their super. This is all done without impacting their lifestyle. Sounds amazing? Well, let me explain a little bit about the GSA Advantage. With clients all around Australia and a head office located in Elsternwick, our team of very experienced professionals enable unique and exclusive property investment opportunities through wholesale investing for clients to achieve specific outcomes. Our current projects are located in Brighton, Malvern East, Kew, Glen Iris and Mont Albert North. Everyone's busy and that's a fact. But did you know for every day you have a mortgage and underperforming investments or superannuation, you're missing out on $350 every day. It all starts with a friendly phone discussion to then arrange a meeting to provide you with a clear picture on what GSA achieves for our clients, and with no charge or obligation, see where these results can apply to you. So check us out at growthsyndicatesaustralia.com. Give us a call on 1300 205 556. I'd love to have a catch-up coffee with you at your place or our office. See where GSA can improve your financial position.
Welcome back to Alexandra Park. And a good start by Langy. Didn't dominate the first quarter, but they're clearly on top in the reserves, getting ready for the finals, 2-3-15 to 1-3-9. And they'd be happy with the start they've had. Mornington, they've been pretty solid as some of the Langy boys who are having a bit of a look 3 quarters before the seniors game make their way back. Mark Bagley, of course, who had a fine AFL career. There's an example of a guy who got the most out of his ability. 134 games, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. Made his debut late in the 2012 season when things were falling apart for the Bombers. Zach Andrew Arthur says, "G'day, what a good player he is, what a great season he's having. Must be a favourite to win the medal." I think a lot of players in good form. Blake Peach is one that's flown under the radar a bit, maybe not at their football club, but probably at a number of other football clubs and the rest of us that follow the league closely. Featured heavily in our top 10 on the footy show on Wednesday night, thanks to O'Brien's Real Estate with Chris Holcomb, who'll join me in commentary today, and also Wayne Cap. And why not? Because he's been superb. But if you stop Andrew Arthur, you've got to stop him. There's Bagley, Mulvogue, McGuinness will play off half-back. But then Mornington have these very good small defenders, the outlet players that use the footy well. We saw Jake Smart earlier in the season do a great job against Rye, get a lot of the footy off half-back and use it brilliantly. And they've got the big forward in Jackson Calder. Still no Cuthbert, who's probably their best key defender, Langy, one of the most important members of that side. They'll miss him. So that'll be one area they'll try and exploit. They don't have a lot of height down back, the Bulldogs. Harrington and Richardson are probably their tallest defenders. But Murphy and Pineberg back today may stretch Mornington a bit, but Sasovic is so important that he's out today as well, with Lothian making his debut. So a couple of changes in that Mornington team late. William Goosey didn't get in either. So he's been given another week off. Thrown up in the middle of the ground. One down by Cooper to Merlot. Quick kick for Mornington, inside 50. But a good defensive mark at the back taken on this occasion by Langwarrin. And they can clear again through Jason Curry, who's solid. He gets the hand pass out to Tamaru. Tamaru got the hand pass out to Kennedy. Kennedy got it back now to Curry. Curry kicks towards the wing of bouncing ball. Getting back and trying to get hold of the footy is Wineski. Does a pretty good job. Goes to ground. And eventually out of bounds. Had a couple of opponents around him then, Wineski. Got a nice, decent fist on that. Boundary throw-in, right on attacking 50. Early stages, second quarter, 1 goal lead. Frankie Photography scoreboard to Langwarrin, 2-3-15 to 1-3-9. Boundary throw-in again, picked up by Parker, who sweats on it and swoops on it and bounces the ball towards the goals as it gone through. Don't tell me it's bounced and bounced and bounced and then it bounced on its point and went through. Not sure that a Mornington defender who was after it quickly got his hand on it. He didn't. It was a scrubby kick by Parker, but what he did was it was a chaos ball along the ground, a dirty ball, one of those very decent dirty balls that found its way home and did the right number of leg breaks. Shane Warren would have been proud to go through for a goal. So 3-3-21 to 1-3-9. Parker kicks his second and Langy have a 2-goal lead early in the second quarter on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. It's Norm Whiteside and Matty Painberg's father, two of the head honchos at Langwarrin, sit in front of us, getting ready for another big game of footy as Langy are out of the middle again. They kick inside 50, loose ball at the back, pushing hard as stock of Mornington. He's been a solid defender so far for the Dogs. They've had numbers back there. The midfielders are helping the defenders out. Hurry kick comes out from Langwarrin, close towards the boundary. Who's going to get there? It's almost taken over the boundary. A little hand pass came out on this occasion by Lachlan Davies of the Langwarrin side, but he couldn't find a decent handle to set up something as Mornington had players hanging on and scragging for dear life. Just a behind on the board. 3-4-22 to 1-3-9, 13-point lead. Lobbing kick back into play And another very big mark taken by Callum Gaze of Langwarrin, taking side centre square. Kicked pretty close to the man on the mark. Lucky it wasn't touched. Kicks long, plenty of distance on the kick-off hands again as they pepper the goals constantly at the moment. The Roos, early stages, second quarter at the southern end on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. And a major sponsor today is Rosebud Country Club. 3-5-23 to 139. Back into play go the Dogs, straight down the middle. Sort of favouring the broadcast side. Getting up way too early. Think he's going to take mark of the year with Gaze. Free kick to the Bulldogs. Advantage called. Don't think it was much of an advantage, but a squeezing kick comes through traffic from Jacoby, and Jacoby finds a target he'll play on immediately, and this is Elliott. Elliott kicks a swinging ball inside 50. Almost a good mark. Not able to quite hang on to it was Dads. He did a good job. He's moved down forward. I thought he'd clunk that one, but it just went through his fingers. And then the Langwarrin boys got back and made sure that they held it up. Throw up, 10 metres out from Mornington's goal at the Mornington end of the ground. An opportunity for them to kick one against the trend. They'll go back on the footy again. A hand pass comes out. Good piece of play on this occasion to take the footy at hard. Adhard has to go back though as the defence is pretty good, pushing them backwards. Smith receives a hand pass, then he dishes it off again. Kick goes inside 50. Langwarrin have the numbers and they hold up play once more. Well, discipline both sides here as they get their defences back, hanging around either the back end of the centre square or just outside the defensive 50. Tapped down again by DeMurlo. Loose ball, hurried shot at goal by the Bulldogs. It's a beautiful shot at goal and they've kicked one. So good roving. And the second goal's on the board. It was tapped down by DeMurlo and the Langwarrin guys weren't in the right position and it was read best by the Bulldogs midfielders. And then there was a shot at goal off one step without any movement whatsoever. And they kick their second as they stay in touch. A rare surgeon forward for them in this quarter. And they find a goal through Jacoby, who's been pretty good. 2-3-15 to 3-5-23. Langwarrin by 8 points. Frankie Photography scoreboard. Jacoby out of the middle again. Reads the tap from Langwarrin. Kicks inside 50. Looking for a teammate to take the mark. Not able to take it was Bird on this occasion. The twin brother of Caelan Bird playing in the seniors later on today. Quick kick from Langy out to the outer side of the ground. A foot race is on. Ashley Fennick is out there. He can't quite get there. It's close to the boundary. Bit of pushing and shoving and bumping and hollering and hovering out there. Both teams going very, very hard. Langy get a high kick towards half forward. No one can take the mark. Big fist coming the other way from the Bulldogs defender in Clark. Does well to bring it to ground. And again, a clearing kick though, no good. Cut off by Hughes just behind the wing. Kicks his team back inside 50, Langwarrin. Now they're on the end of it. They get a hand pass over the top. Gross is, near it, but the hand pass comes out wide from Parker. Now there's a chance for a shot at goal, but in the end they square it up brilliantly. The mark, though, dropped by Thomas Branch of Langwarrin, allowing Mornington to get away. It was unfortunate on that occasion because it looked like they were free with Branch to have a shot at goal from a central location. Bird took the mark in the end for the Bulldogs, got the hand pass out to his teammate running shotgun in Webster, but he's turned it over and a comfortable mark taken by Gaze. Gaze kicks back inside 50 and a very good mark on the second grab completed on this occasion by O'Rourke Ryan. O'Rourke Ryan centering ball to centre half forward. That's a better kick. And it had enough hang time to beat Big Smith. And it was well read at the back by Michael Parker, who's been one of his side's best for Langwarrin so far today, has played a lot of senior footy. So it's centre half forward, looking to kick their fourth. 8 points the margin. Nearly 7 minutes in the quarter. 2-3-15 to 3-5-23. Parker's shot at goal has missed behind. 3-6-24 to 2-3-15. Frankie Photography scoreboard. Our main coverage today brought to you by Rosebud Country Club. Good contest here. The Dogs staying in it. Need to win to be in the finals hunt with 1 round left. Lobbing ball to the half-back line. Big kick from behind. No mark taken. Gaze is there. Couldn't take it for the Roos, but they've got other numbers down there as they feed out a hand pass through Davies. Quick kick came there from the boot of Curry. Kicks towards centre half forward. No mark taken as the Bulldogs try and hang on to it. Taken in a standing tackle is one of their solidly built players in Brown, and it's held up again. Centre half forward, thrown up once more, tap down, good roving, that'll be a goal. That's what, no, he's missed it to the left-hand side. Well, he read it like a book, and it should have been a goal there for Langwarrin. But he just wasn't able to kick accurately. As they finally read the tap of their teammates, as Brown will inbound and go to the outer side for the Dogs, kicked very close to the boundary. The lead was made. It was flirting with danger by Webster. The kick needed to be pinpoint by Brown. It wasn't. And Hughes will take the free kick with his team 10 points in front. 3-7-25 to 2-3-15. Good kick. Looking for a teammate to mark, but it'll come back. It's O'Rourke Ryan. The two boundary umpires are still having, well, the boundary umpire and field umpire having a chat as to whether Hughes is taking the ball from the right location. He'll kick again inside 50. O'Rourke Ryan gets out the back once more. Can't take the mark. He had a big crowd around him on this occasion before he was on his own trying to mark, and it's taken over the boundary again. So 25 metres around from Langwarrin's goal. This strong reserves team, unbeaten, with a percentage of over 440. Taken out of the ruck by Cooper to Merlo. How good was that? Probably a bit too easy. There was no defensive pressure from the stoppage from the Bulldogs midfielders and defence. Now the field umpire and boundary umpires are checking to see whether it's a goal or behind. No, it's a behind. Might have been touched. But he did well to just win the ruck contest on his own, Big DeMerlo, and throw it on the boot. So another behind, 3-8-26. It should be Miles in front, 2-3-15. Frankie Photography scoreboard. Brown lobs the kick into the outer back pocket. Dogs are camped there at the moment. They can't get out of the defensive area. Hughes goes up through his fingers. May have had the arms chopped off hands. The umpire says no, nothing doing. Boundary throw-in. So nearly 10 minutes gone in the second quarter. 3-8-26 to 2-3-15. So we get ready for the senior encounter this afternoon. First against second, the first time these two sides have met. 2 rounds left before the finals. Tap down again. Langy likely to be finishing on top. And Mornington, you think, could play Seaford in the qualifying final at the moment. But very, very open. Big game for Devon Meadows today. They want to stay in the 5. They've been in it for most of the year. They take on Seaford for the first time this year. As again, Langwarrin kick the ball back inside 50. Brown will mop up for the Dogs. Drives them out of defence. Kicks to the wing. Mark was dropped on that occasion by Elliott. He made a good attempt. Again, Langwarrin scrubber a kick towards half forward. Finding any way home. Picked up by Michael Kennedy. Hooks the kick back inside 50. And Gerard Brown was on his own taking the mark. Generally, they've been very compliant in their ability to get on men, the Bulldogs. They're giving away a bit of height, which they will in their defence in the seniors today. But as we've said a few times, Langy relies on just a plethora of goal kickers. They don't have a lot of height in their forward line. Pyneberg back today, though. Shot at goal on the left, goes right across the face. And that is another behind. So they've had 12 scoring shots, and they're 3-9-27. Mornington has gone forward once this quarter and kicked to goal, 2-3-15. Brown back into play, flirts with danger again. He's got to get those kicks right if he's going to try and kick to a teammate leading close to the boundary and that hard. He didn't get it right. So Gross, who's kicked a goal, kicks back into play, kicks to the top of the goal square. Brown is there, can't take the mark. O'Rourke Ryan as well, the two big fellows. And at ground level, the Bulldogs have the runners. Brown receives a hand pass, gets upended, picked up, shot at goal by Langwarrin. And they've missed again. Another flying shot, 3-10-28 to 2-3-15. And that was Michael Kennedy getting the ball on the drop. They just keep kicking behinds at the moment. The Dogs can't clear defensive 50. Oh, the mark has dropped again. Player was pushed into it maybe. Dropped what he should have taken. Barnes on that occasion. Brown goes in again, the veteran. Feeds a hand pass out. His teammate gets a hurry boot the ball. McIntosh finds a target at half back. But they're rushed with every move they're making. Kick down the line again. Oh, nearly a big mark to Langwarrin. Off hands. And over the boundary, on the wing. But this is the furthest they've taken the ball in the last 4 or 5 minutes. 12 gone second quarter. Frankie Photography scoreboard. Langwarrin 3-10-28. Mornington 2-3-15. A goal apiece this quarter, but Langy have gone inside 50 a lot and kept kicking behinds. Keep the ball alive. Ball's on the wing. Comes out. Kick towards half forward, and Brown takes the mark. On the lead, a long lead, opposed to Brown. The two Browns playing on each other. High left foot kick, long to fall forward, bouncing ball, good shepherding in the goal square. That's a goal. Great teamwork by Langwarrin, allowing the shepherd to occur. Brown kicks a goal, and they lead now by 19 points, the Roos. They've been very inaccurate and a bit wasteful. 4-10-34 to 2-3-15 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard as Andrew Withers comes off for a rest, and one of the veterans, Tanararu, comes on. And the Dogs make a change. Returning to the field for them is Dads, one of their defenders. So 19-point lead, 13 gone second quarter. Smith wins it down for the Dogs. Trying to rove it for Langwarrin, but not able to. Is Stevens. It's taken by Smith in the end, but his hand pass is turned over again by DeMurlo. And now they've got the run going, Langy. On the broadcast side, receiving the footy, the left footer, Kennedy, has been good as an outlet player, but on that occasion, his disposal not what he liked it to be. Off hands and out of bounds, right on attacking 50 in front of the Langwarrin coaching box. 4-10-34 to 2-3-15. 14 gone second quarter. Frankie Photography scoreboard. Boundary thrown again. Big Smith is up. Should do the ruck work. Gets beaten by Brown. Dogs get a hurry clear and kick through Brown, but coming out the other way, Langwarrin have the mark through Cody Howard. Cody Howard kicks back inside 50. Again, looking to mark. No one can. Off hands. The Bulldogs will clear. This is better play, and the outlet kick finds the target of Adhard, who's been his team's best just about. He kicks badly. Hughes was there, opposed to an opponent in front of him in Galley. Loose ball at the back. They have numbers again and looking to clear, and they clear quite comprehensively through Stevens. He gets the hand pass out, and getting through the middle of the ground is Curry, and Curry elects to cut a kick towards Brown, but it gets away from Gerard Brown close to the boundary and goes over the line. And he has Dads for company now, is back on the ground. So back into play, 35 metres out from Langwarrin's goal. They lead 4-10-34 to 2-3-15. Frankie Photography scoreboard, 15 gone in the second quarter. Spills to the back. Here's a chance for Eggleton, who runs into an open goal, but he misses. The man has been to my barber, to the right-hand side for a behind. 15 scoring shots to 5. As I say, I reckon Mornington have been inside 50 once and they've kicked a goal. And Langy, well, the ball's lived at the southern end of the ground where they're attacking this quarter, and they just haven't had their kicking boots on. They've kicked 2 goals 8 this quarter to hold a 20-point lead close to half-time, thanks to Rosebud Country Club. Back into play in short again to Dads in the back pocket. On the outer side, 4-11-35, 2-3-15. Dads will kick down the line again for the Dogs. High kick. Hughes is there, outmanoeuvres his opponent and takes the mark. May have been a shove. The umpire didn't see it. Kicks now long inside 50 and an excellent mark taken. Quite a few options down there. And a good mark taken for the Langwarrin team by Fennick. Slightly left of centre half forward. The lead 20 points. They need to get majors on the board. They're just missing, particularly set shots. But on that occasion, no, he does miss. I thought it was through the middle. Got to get the eyes tested. Another behind from a set shot. Brett Mills might be doing some goal kicking practice. 4-12-36 in the lead into the finals. 2-3-15. Remembering it has been stop-start. There will be stop-start for them because they'll have a break before their second semi. So back into play. Brown in short for Mornington. Finds Dads. He's in the back pocket. On the broadcast side, the social club room side where we're broadcasting from today, lobs a kick high and Brown takes the mark again. Camped in that back pocket. On the outer side, he'll kick straight down the middle. Not a great kick. Eggleton gets a hand on it. Keeps it inside attacking 50 for the Roos. A handball comes out to Parker. Parker spun around in a tackle. Gets rid of it in a hurry. Good tackling again by Langwarrin. Their forward pressure very, very good to ensure the ball doesn't leave that area. At the southern end of the ground at the 17-minute mark of the second quarter. Score remains 4-12-36 to 2-3-15. Tapped down by Smith again. Loose ball. Ball's on the wing. Coming through. Shot at goal, but again missing. Coming from a long way out, Kennedy. And I think everyone's trying to be the hero down there for Langy at the moment. That might be something I need to work on at half-time. Provide the best option. He misses everything, not even a behind. So Dads will kick back into play. The margin's still 21 points in favour of Langwarrin, but they're constantly attacking to the southern end of the ground. High kick to the outer side. Hughes is there. Second grab. Falls to ground. Can't take the mark. In fact, the umpire is going to give a free kick the other way to the Bulldogs. That was a great effort by Hughes to take the mark. It'll be Big Smith, I think, taking it. Just behind the wing. He's told to go back, and his opponent is in the right spot to be on the mark. And Big Smith is at half back wearing the blue iridescent boots. He'll sink the left foot into it. He's a big man. He kicks down the line. No mark taken. Off hands. They rove out of defence again. Through Stevens. Quick kick to half forward. Player pushed. Free kick. Will go the way of Langy. They dab it in short again. And Parker. Good lead up target marks. Left of centre half forward. 21 points the lead, nearly half time. Complete domination, but not on the scoreboard. Just 2 goals, 9, 11 scoring shots. So we'll see what he can do here. He'll kick on the left. High ball to the goal square. Smith gets up and he punches it into the goal post for another behind for Mornington, conceding one for the opposition. 4-13-37. 2-3-15. Brown's back into play and he goes short. Finds Adhard. Adhard elects to switch to the outer side of the ground, which they've been trying to do all day. The seniors did it with great effect against Rye earlier in the season. It'll be interesting what they do, as this is a smaller ground for Langwarrin compared to what they're used to be playing on, but they're a very good side. See if Mornington could do that, particularly with their outlet players, their half-back flankers like Jake Smart and Nathan Heath and the seniors later today. They kick down the line again, the Bulldogs, towards the wing, but numbers at the drop. Good hand pass comes out. Andrew Taylor dishes one off too for Langwarrin, getting involved in the chain, and the kick finds the boundary. 4-13-37 to 2-3-15. Back into play, 22-point lead. Throw in again. Hurried kick. Comes in from Parker. Again, a dirty ball kick. It just bounces, runs away from everyone, and then Langy into an open goal, and they kick a goal. That was a very, very clever kick. It was one of those kicks that just scrambled and scraped and put a lot of pressure and put the defenders on edge, and it allowed Langwarrin to have their smaller players lurking inside 50 and to run onto it. Right on half-time, and that'll certainly hurt. The Bulldogs have been plucky, but haven't been able to go forward with any sort of tenacity, any sort of regularity, and a good goal kicked right on half-time by Matthew Stevens as he received that ball which bounced in his direction. So it's 5-13-43 to 2-3-15 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Our coverage, thanks to Rosebud Country Club. Earlier today, a big win for Langwarrin. They moved back into third, and they should stay third. And they're now a game clear of Mornington, even if they lose their last game next week, which means they'll play a qualifying final probably against Somerville in a few weeks' time. And Seaford will remain on top. They're undefeated in the 10-team competition in the under-19s, with Chelsea and Kringle not having teams this year. We hope that will be changed next year. You want all teams to field a side in every division and every age group in this competition. And Langwarrin going well on the reserves. They'll finish on top, and Mornington looking to stay in the race for the finals. But some work to do for the Bulldogs. 2-3-15 and Langwarrin 5-13-43. In that quarter, they blew a lot of opportunities. They kicked 3 goals, 10 to 1 goal, and they went forward once, Mornington, for a goal. So the efficiency was okay. They just couldn't get it past half-back, with Langwarrin dominating everywhere. They lead by 28 points, the Kangaroos, on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. We'll take a break and be back with the second half shortly.
For any real estate advice, feel free to drop into 188 Main Street, Mornington, or call us on 5975 7733, or feel free to contact any of our 25 plus O'Brien offices Victoria-wide.
Hi everyone, it's Tim from Growth Syndicates Australia and we're financial transformation specialists. Our clients are eliminating their mortgage in a much shorter period of time, creating more wealth and boosting their super. This is all done without impacting their lifestyle. Sounds amazing? Well, let me explain a little bit about the GSA Advantage. With clients all around Australia and a head office located in Elsternwick, our team of very experienced professionals enable unique and exclusive property investment opportunities through wholesale investing for clients to achieve specific outcomes. Our current projects are located in Brighton, Malvern East, Kew, Glen Iris and Mont Albert North. Everyone's busy and that's a fact. But did you know for every day you have a mortgage and underperforming investments or superannuation, you're missing out on $350 every day. It all starts with a friendly phone discussion to then arrange a meeting to provide you with a clear picture on what GSA achieves for our clients, and with no charge or obligation, see where these results can apply to you. So check us out at growthsyndicatesaustralia.com. Give us a call on 1300 205 556. I'd love to have a catch-up coffee with you at your place or our office. See where GSA can improve your financial position.
Welcome back to Alexandra Park, half-time, thanks to Rosebud Country Club on the Frankie Photography scoreboard in the reserves. And they did kick badly, but they lead comfortably. 5-13, 43 Langwarrin, 2-3-15 Mornington, a lead of 28 points. In the matches today, in the seniors, in Division 2, Mornington v Langwarrin, Coringal v Hastings. And we know how big the Mornington Langwarrin game is. Our game live for broadcast, first against second. I think Langy will still finish on top, but Mornington have won their last 6. You just wonder what the break will do to their momentum. Will it halt their momentum? And Langy, well, they're starting to get all their players back. There are a few that haven't played a lot of footy. Tim McGuinness, but he, of course, gets another opportunity today, was on the North Melbourne rookie list there for a couple of years. Coringal and Hastings, two of the also-rans. I reckon Coringal have done okay, but no Tom Curran for the rest of the year. Hastings, under their first-year coach, Clint Einsendale, have been okay too in patches, but against the better sides have battled. Both teams have. Crib Point and Tyab, the bottom two teams. Crib Point at home maybe, but Tyab's last month before the break. Again, you wonder whether that will affect them. Was certainly a lot better. They seem to end seasons a lot better than they start seasons. And they were seen as one of the big improvers this year in second division. I even thought they could make the top 5, but their form was pretty disappointing in the first 8 or 9 weeks of the year. But then they had that win over Pearsdale, who've been pretty good all year, bar that one match where even then their coach, Justin Hamilton, thought that a lot of the statistics went their way. They just weren't able to finish it off. And they couldn't score in the second half of the game, which is a bit disappointing for them in regard to goals. But Tyab certainly better in the last month, and Crib Point have fallen off, so maybe the break was very good for that young team under their astute coach, Steve Hamill. Big game this one, Devon Meadows and Seaford. Both teams haven't played each other. We're going to play each other before we had the last lockdown. And Devon hosts them today, must win to stay in the finals. Got a lot of injuries now, though. Joel Hill is their best player out for the year. Boland out with a broken hand, one of their key defenders, lockdown key defenders. Mace has had a hamstring injury. So, and of course, Lockie Batten gone for the year with that PCL knee injury, been gone since the halfway mark of the year. Seaford have had a few injuries and battled against the top two sides, Langwarrin and Mornington, at home. They've played 2 games at home. They're brand new facility. When I say brand new facility, RF Miles has been refurbished, new club rooms, looks absolutely sensational, and they've been a little bit short of the mark in those two games against the best two sides in the comp. But that's a big game for Devon Meadows to stay in the finals hunt, as they have Chelsea, which might decide the top 5 next week. Chelsea, of course, have, well, is it an advantage? An advantage or disadvantage? I mean, it might be an advantage. I mean, they've got a very good percentage, so that doesn't matter, of having had that controversial draw against Coringal. Rye hosts Chelsea. This is a massive 8-point game. If Rye lose, they're out. The percentage is a bit disappointing. If they win and they're at home, they're right in the mix, and it puts Chelsea back in the pack, and they'll just have to beat Devon next week. But then again, it puts them behind the 8-ball against a team like Rise. So if you look at where the ladder is at the moment in second division with those two sides in such a tight comp, that there's a lot of work to be done in regard to where they sit on the ladder. So Rye at the moment have 7 wins. Chelsea, they have 6 wins, 5 losses and a draw. They're on 26 points. So if Rye win today, they go 6 points clear with 1 round to play. Chelsea can't get them. That's why it's an 8-point game. If Devon win today, they go 32 points. And if Chelsea don't win, they're on 26. If Chelsea beat Rye and Devon win, they're on 30. And Devon 32. But if both Devon and Rye lose and Chelsea win, and obviously Chelsea will win if Rye loses, unless it's a draw, Chelsea goes to 30 and puts them in a good position, and then play Devon next week, which will decide 5th spot, because Rye's percentage is a bit of a concern at 91.45 as the Langwarrin boys get ready to come out again. And then Somerville and Pearsdale, and this is one of these banana peel games for Summy, because they've had a lot of injuries this year. You wonder whether they'll get a few back, and I believe they will. The break might have been good for them. They have lost to Rye twice, but they've also beaten Mornington the last time Mornington were defeated, and the only team to inflict a loss on Langwarrin has been Somerville. So the form's been a bit up and down, but caused by a lot of injuries. The defence has held firm, and they take on Pearsdale, who've been one of the great news stories of this season. We spoke about the Tide match where they were down, but generally they've been good. They had a terrific win after the Tide match. They were absolutely fantastic in beating some of the teams above them this year. They beat Chelsea earlier in the year. They had a good win against Crib Point recently. Their form has just been really, really good. And they deserve to... They beat Devon Meadows, that's right. Devon had some injury concerns the last game that they played before we had this second enforced lockdown. And that's a game that might cost Devon a spot in the top 5. So they've become a bit of a final spoiler. Pearsdale, with their young players, of course, developing nicely from the under-19s when they finished 4th in 2019. Luke Daniels been a great player for them, kicked close to 40 goals. So they've been real improvers. So that's a little bit of a danger game for Summy. Now, in First Division, we'll keep you updated thanks to Jeff Wignall Ford right throughout the day with branches in Frankston, Mornington and also Hastings. Dromana hosting Mount Eliza is probably match of the day. The game is at Dromana. Dromana play that ground really well. They've got their 3 superstars, Quigley, Gertz and Billy Gertz in particular, who is named the best player in the comp this year by our panel of so-called experts on our footy show on Wednesday, thanks to O'Brien's Real Estate. He's been absolutely outstanding this year, Billy Gertz. I mean, he's getting enormous numbers for a ruckman as far as possessions are concerned. Rankings points are through the roof. He's winning hit-outs at will. He's just dominating. And that's a big game against Mount Eliza, who have battled, but they've found a way to win. Goddard's a good, solid ruckman, but they play a role team type game plan, which is that everyone contributes. No one stands out, but everyone contributes when they have to, and that's the way Mount Eliza have managed to get over the line and win all the close games this year, bar the one against Red Hill, with this maniacal self-belief that they've got. Red Hill at home to Eddie Asp is a dangerous game. If Eddie Asp win and Pines go down to Bomb Beach, which you think they will, Eddie Asp will go ahead of Pines with 2 games to go in the battle for relegation. Obviously, if Red Hill win, it puts them certainly out of the danger zone in regard to relegation. So that's a vital game for both teams, and Red Hill at home, always dangerous proposition. But Eddie have been pretty good in a lot of games this year, and again, it depends on how Michael Barty, Tom Rourke, their experienced campaigners go. Nick Carlin's having an outstanding year across half-back, so they're very important to them. Pines and Bomb Beach. Well, Bomb Beach were brilliant a few weeks ago. How will they go after having had the break? Pines, well, Paddy's a bit concerned about how prepared his team is, unsure about the injuries to senior players, not sure about whether it's relegation or promotion. Does he bring his senior guys back to ensure that they stay up in First Division next year, as he mentioned on the MPNFL Extra show this morning? Bombers hosting Sorrento. That's a big game for the Bombers. They just need to keep winning to try and see if they can sneak into third spot ahead of Mount Eliza. When they started the season, they were flat. They were poor in the first game against Mount Eliza. They came in against Mount Eliza again after the first enforced lockdown. Their first half was awful. They kicked one goal. Thanks to Jared Grant, they almost snatched the game in the end and probably should have snatched the game, but they need to play 4 quarters, which they started to do in the last 3 or 4 weeks before the second lockdown. So that'll be a big game. And Sorrento, well, they've been close on a few occasions, but just not quite clicking for them this year. A lot of injuries haven't helped their cause. And Rosebud and Frankston YCW, well, Nick Jules loves to scrap, loves to fight. He's getting a few players back, including Greg Bentley. Frankston YCW, they're a very, very hard team to break down. So I'll update you on First and Second Division. Thanks to Jeff Wignall forward right throughout the afternoon as we get ready for the second half in the MPNFL. And what's been a huge week in sport. Alistair Clarkson leaving Hawthorn at the end of the year, which Caroline Wilson has got right. I think she was driving Hawthorn supporters mad. But when he kept saying, I'm staying, and he's leaving at the end of the year, which I think at the end of the day is the right decision. I'm not sure whether Sam Mitchell's ready yet, but the Hawks think he is. Wish Jeff Kennard'd stick his bib out, though. Keep his nose out of it, I should say. He just drives everyone mad, has a view on everything. St Kilda getting beaten by Carlton last night in the Olympics. How good has it been? Jess Fox, inspirational win in the slalom canoeing and our performance in the pool. Great. As is Langwarrin's in the reserves here as we start the second half, thanks to Rosebud Country Club and a number of hand passes. And straight away, Stevens drives his team inside 50. His kick doesn't quite find the target. And again, the Dogs have numbers and they manage to clear. They get the ball towards half back. Adhart, his kick's not a bad one. Good play on this occasion to bring the ball to ground and ensure that his team can try and clear it through Withers. Got it to Hughes. Hughes now gets the hand pass backwards, looking for Tamaroo, and also involved in that little exchange there was Kyle Busatil Ingalls. He got hemmed in a bit, and his hand pass didn't quite find the target. Boundary throw-in just outside defensive 50 for Mornington. For Langwarrin, who are defending at the southern end. And the ball was tapped down and Gregory almost had his head chopped off. He'll take the free kick at half 40. He'll handball to Adhart, who's their best player and certainly one of their best users. Drives the ball long inside 50. Getting back is Withers and he knocks it through for a behind. First score since the goal early in the second quarter, 2-4-16 to 5-13-43. Good kick down the middle. Hand pass comes out from Parker. They've got it in the middle of the ground. Running hard for them. Bustil Ingalls kicks long inside 50. Not a good kick. Misses the target. And Stock is there to mop up at half-back for the Dogs. He'll spread it wide. Number 53 to 52 to Bradley. Bradley in the back pocket. Social club room side. Another short one to Brown. Brown at half-back now. Takes the mark in front of Gerard Brown. Steph Brown. He's at half-back. So Josh Brown playing in the seniors for Mornington a little bit later today. Half-distance pass is a good one to centre half-back. The Dogs using the ball okay. So the next move, though, is Langwarrin get their numbers back right in the middle of the ground. And now he plays on quickly. Has two opponents confronting him. Kicks long towards the wing. Hughes affects a great spoil. At the drop, wonderful roving. Meeting the ball brilliantly is Knox. And gets it out now in the direction of his teammate who finishes off with a goal. He got out the back, Farrell. Great front and squaring roving by Knox. Kick to Farrell was on his own as the Langwarrin defenders had all gone up to the footy and there was no one out the back to man the man who'd gone out the back, Farrell for the Bulldogs, and they kicked the first goal of the third quarter and that might ignite them on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. 3-4-22 to 5-13-43. The margin 21 points. We've played 2.5 in the third quarter. Yes, Jess Fox's win in the C1. The first time that event's been an Olympic event was inspirational, and Emma McKeon winning an individual gold medal was great. The rowers doing a good job as Adhart tries to get the ball again. Comes out there to Eggleton for Langwarrin, and they have numbers. Loose hand pass comes over the top. Puts teammates under pressure in Stevens. He lost it, but he gets his boot to ball, kicks inside 50, but a good strong mark. Again, the defence holding as firm as they possibly can. And this is Wisniewski. He's been okay. As a teammate on his own, Adhart, easily Mornington's best player, one of the best on the ground. He's a little bit unsure what to do because he's got opponents right with him. Has to feed a hand pass defensively to Brown, which is low percentage stuff. Brown tries to get his kick to centre half back. Had it intercepted though. Dads was the intended target. And then Langwarrin try and shove it forward, but good tackling by the Dogs hold them up inside attacking 50 at the Mornington end. The Roos 5-13-43, Mornington 3-4-22, nearly 4 minutes gone, third quarter. Open-handed slap by Smith, and then a hurried kick towards full forward. Came from the boot of Andrew Taylor, and he finds a target. Smith won the tap, but on this occasion, it was read best by Langwarrin, and Ashley Fennick was in front, and he takes the mark for Langwarrin. 30 out directly in front. 5-13-43 to 3-4-22. Needs to kick this goal and does. First goal of the second half. Go to the Kangaroos at the Mornington Town end of the ground here at Alexandra Oval. 6-13-49. To 3-4-22. The margin 27 points. We're 4.5 minutes into the quarter. As O'Rourke Ryan comes back on, one of the tall players. It'll be thrown up again in the middle of the ground. Smith wins it down. Roved, though, by Jacoby, has been okay for the Dogs as well. Kicks to half forward. Farrell's there, loses control of it. Taken down in a tackle, Curry, but he got the hand pass out nicely to Parker, who then lays a shepherd, tried to get the hand pass out to Bastille Ingles, and it's turned over again by Jacoby. Kicks to half forward. Two players nearly collided. Walsh for the Dogs and his teammate, and luckily Walsh just was able to stop. He was careering at it, and the Dogs will have a shot at goal. As their forward pressure is a lot better early stages, third quarter. They're keeping it in around the 50-metre arc. So there is some narrow repeat entries, but at least the ball's there and they can work it around from stoppages. So shot at goal. And this is from the boot of Elliott. And Elliott misses behind. Need to kick those. 3-5-23, 6-13-49. Early stages, third quarter. Frankie Photography scoreboard. 26-point lead. And still lots of great Olympics to come. Watch the basketball last night. The Opal's unlucky. Don't think there was a foul in the end. It was the non-officiating referee that gave that foul. China eventually got the 2 free throws and won as they get it back into play, Langwarrin. The Ovals are 0-2 for the first time at the Olympics since 1984. And Withers kicks to the wing, off hands. They've got loose men in possession, trying to find control of the footy. On the outer side, getting his kick partially smothered was Andrew Taylor. And it goes out of bounds, boundary throwing. So the sun's sort of come in, but there's still plenty of blue sky above. Slither of cloud. They're expecting rain a bit later. I can't see it at the moment. 26 points the lead. 6-13-49 to 3-5-23. And the Hockey Roos last two matches, I should say the Kookaburras last two matches, a bit disappointing. 1-1 draw with Spain, but still undefeated, off hands. They need to play a bit better. They're scoring a lot, but they're also conceding a few too, the Kookaburras. Picked up now by Adhart, who did well, but then off the edge of the boot, he must have seen someone off the corner of his eye. What a clever kick that was. It looked to be going the wrong way, but Bird took the mark. He was lateral. He kicked it to him. You saw him off the corner of his eye and he took the mark. But his kick is not great, Bird. The twin brother of Caelan Bird playing in the seniors. And it's held up on the wing, or just behind the wing. Interesting kick by Adhart, who's certainly been the Bulldogs' best so far today. 49 plays 23. 1 goal apiece this quarter. The umpire says, move out, boys. There's too many around the footy. Cooper de Merlot, big, open, left-handed punch towards half-forward. Adhart misses it. His teammates behind him mop up. That's Knox. He drives it long. Getting in front is Withers. Works hard. Can't get hold of the footy. His opponent's there, makes a good contest. Tapped down by Hughes. Did the 1% stuff brilliantly for a defender. He kicks along the turf, Withers, towards the wing. 2-on-2 contest out there. Good even contest by both teams. Ball's at ground level. No one can get a clean possession. The umpire says, give it to me, boys. I'll throw it up on the outer wing, just slightly attacking side of the wing for Langwarrin. 6:13.49 to 3:5.23. Frankie Photography scoreboard. Quick hand pass comes out again from Taylor. Hurry kick from Curry off the edge of the boot. Brown attacks it brilliantly. The big bulldog has a bounce now. He draws a man and feeds a hand pass out to Bird. Bird kicks to half forward. Smith on the lead. Couldn't take the mark. Busteel Ingles does well. Beats him to it. Beats him to the punch. Wins it at ground level. Kicks to half forward. No mark taken. Ball's at the drop. Picked up now by Kennedy. Gives the don't argue and then swings a kick in towards the pocket. Finds a target and a nice centering ball towards Gross, who couldn't take the mark. The kick came, of course, on that occasion from his teammate who did well to centre it up in Fenwick. And then in the end, they managed to work their way through for a behind. Good play by the Bulldogs. They got numbers back. Or is it a boundary throw-in? It might be a boundary throw-in. It is a boundary throw-in. Or a free kick. Might be just waiting to see what the umpire's picking here. Good contest, though. It's going to be a Bulldogs free kick. Gee, they worked hard again. They got numbers back towards the 10-metre goal square at the Mornington end. High kick towards the wing. No mark taken. Fisted down. Good play by Galley to get a couple of hands on that to ensure that the Langwarrin team couldn't take the mark. Slightly attacking side of the wing for them. 6:13.49 to 3:5.23. Frankie Photography scoreboard. 26-point lead to Langwarrin. Two-handing it down to Merlot. Hurried kick by the Bulldogs. Down the line again. And there might be a mark just inside the line. Haddard goes back. Finds Knox, who's been good, especially this quarter. Gets a 50-metre penalty as well. So some undisciplined acts by Langwarrin off the game a bit today, and having not played for a few weeks, 19 scoring shots to 8. So Knox will go towards the edge of the attacking 50, and we saw him belt a long ball in earlier this quarter for the Bulldogs. 26-point lead. The halfway mark of the third term. Can Knox get the journey to the southern end on 50? Long high kick by Knox. He misses behind. 3:6.24 to 6:13.49. Frankie Photography scoreboard. And main coverage brought to you today by Rosebud Country Club. 25-point lead. And it'll be inbounded again by Jason Curry, who's been pretty solid down back. He's got Hughes in short if he wants to go there. He's going to head to the outer side of the ground, though. Hughes was on the broadcast side. Wobbly ball in front of the scoreboard. No mark taken. Ball brought to ground by the Bulldogs. Hand pass comes out. A high kick towards the wing. No mark taken. At the drop, they've got numbers now. Inside give Elliott. And now it's close towards the goal line. Farrell's there. He came the other way as he had a couple of teammates heading towards goal. He had his back to the goal, trying to set something up, but another behind us. Curry inbounds again. Kicks back into play, close to the line. Handball by Brown, keeps it alive. Timaru got the hand pass out as well. Turned over again, but they've got numbers. Good play by Parker. Feeds a hand pass on the outside, and they can run away again through Branch. Branch kicks to half forward. At the drop, here's an opportunity to try and run into an open goal, but a player brought down on a tackle is Stevens, and it's a Bulldogs free kick. Gee, their defensive pressure inside 50 has been great. And a 50-metre penalty as well. So it's 2 in this quarter against Langy. You lead by 24 points at the 12-minute mark of the third quarter. Scrappy contest at the moment as the sun makes an appearance again, as you can see on our screen. And this is a high kick. Comes from Stock. He kicks inside 50, bouncing ball to the back of the pack. Clears everyone who are a few metres in front in that 10-metre goal square, through for a behind. 6:13.49 to 3:8.26. Back into play. Nice kick from Curry. Finds Hughes as one of the solid defenders. Oh, what's he doing? He was going in very, very short, way too short for Michael Charles. Low percentage kick, kicked down the line, kicked off the side of the boot and turns it over. Free kick to Barnes. Barnes is hard on the boundary. He looked to lob it in towards the pocket, but Hughes will get back. He didn't take the mark, kept alive by Smith, feeds the hand pass out, but turned over again by Langwarrin. Hand pass comes out to Curry. Curry's close to the boundary, lowers the eyes and kicks nicely. Finds a target in Kennedy. Kennedy's been good. He's at half back now. His team leading at the moment by 23 points. Lullen scoring. Kicks down the line. In front of our commentary position. Brown doing the roving. The big fella for Langwarrin, but couldn't get hold of the footy. Comes out again to Jacoby. Met the other way by Eggleston. He put together a very decent hip and shoulder. Loose ball on the wing. Hurried kick comes out again by Brown, but he turns it over at half back. The mark taken by Clark. Clark kicks across the face. Not a great kick. Looking for his teammate to run onto it. This is McIntosh. McIntosh, a one-on-one contest out there. Gets shoved off the footy by Stevens. Has been one of his team's best. He eventually goes back by hand. They have an opportunity through Gaze. Then the hand pass comes out again. Almost run down. Logan Edwards' hand pass wasn't great. But then there's enough support for Langwarrin, even though they're struggling to score goals at the moment. They're still with the footy. They kick inside 50 and a big kick eventually finds one of the tall forwards, Anthony O'Rourke Ryan. In a central location, it was a chaos ball, 25 metres out in a slight angle, and O'Rourke Ryan takes a good mark for Langy. Needs to kick a goal. They've been inside 50 so much. Little reward for effort, 6-13-49 to 3-8-26, and that is a dreadful kick. Dreadful kick off the back foot, just missed kicking. Players just seem to be a bit rusty today, and Brown managed to escort that one over the boundary for Mornington. As they make 3 interchanges, the Dogs. Needing one here before three-quarter time. Jared Brown taps it down, but it's cleared out of defence by the Bulldogs again towards the wing, but getting up. Very, very strong mark completed on this occasion for the Langwarrin team by Michael Charles. Charles in short again. Finds a target in Gross, who's kicked 1 goal, 24 for the season, leads the reserves goal kicking. Half distance pass, pulls the kick into the pocket, but a big strong mark taken by Smith. Gets the hand pass at close quarters to Bird. Bird drives the Dogs down the line, but Hughes is camped underneath it. Marks for Langwarrin in an intercept position on the wing. Centres the footy now to DeMurlo. DeMurlo's got players on the outer side of the ground. He goes the switch. It works beautifully on this occasion. Curry receives a hand pass. Quick kick down the line. Big fist from behind by Stock. Does well to knock towards the line and does well. And it goes over the line and out of bounds. Right on the attacking 50. Chris Holcomb's in the building. He's on his fitness fanatic diet or regime at the moment, yet he's having dim sims today. Worked that one out. Steamed dim sims. Fair enough, mate. Picked up on this occasion by Jacoby. Jacoby breaks a tackle, kicks down the line, and Farrell takes the mark on the wing. A lot of stoppages in this quarter. It's 1 goal apiece. Gets the hand pass out. Taken on this occasion by Stock. Back to Farrell. Farrell kicks down the line again. The Dogs have an opportunity to build. It's taken by Dads. Dads kicks inside 50, and he finds a target at left half forward. 23-point lead, 3-8-26 to 6-13-49. 16 gone third quarter. Centering ball, but there's lots of blue and white jumpers there. DeMurlo got a hand on it, goes to ground. Jacoby taking a tackle, maybe he got one high, and then a teammate also was grabbed and dispossessed in McIntosh, and they're off to the races now. They grabbed the footy, and it was a free kick, and I reckon Stevens was pushed in the back. The umpire said pushed in the side. Grace beats a tackle, beats another tackle. Great dancing by Grace, and he is managing to brilliantly hit a teammate on the chest in big Jared Brown. He's been good today, Matthew Stevens. He just took the footy and off he went. He charged through the middle, the sandy cricket pitch area. Found Gross, who's a very accomplished player, who beat a couple and then was able to spot up big Jared Brown in some space who could run into it. Slightly right of centre half forward. They need a goal and Jared Brown kicks a goal. Just the second goal for Langwarrin this quarter, the third goal for the entire third quarter. One to Mornington as well. And it's 7-13-55 to 3-8-26 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. And our coverage today proudly brought to you by the Rosebud Country Club. Get down there and have a lot of fun playing those 2 magnificent golf courses. The Bowls Club as well. Good opportunity to have a lovely meal, a few drinks. It's a wonderful club run by Danny and the team down there. 29-point lead, 17 minutes gone in the third quarter. Approaching three-quarter time. Smith wins it down, beats DeMurlo. Out of the middle, won by the Dogs. Hurried kick inside 50. That's almost a very good mark to Bird. Just had it knocked away at the last minute. Charles was able to prize it away. Bird a defensive give now to Addard has been great. Kicks inside 50. Farrell there, had 2 to beat. Coming across his path and whacking over the boundary. That was magnificent play by Parker, who's been superb again today. going back with the flight were Angels fear to tread, knowing that Farrell was right with him and it could have been some damage to him, but there was none. Tough as Teagle, 29-point lead, deep into attack, 30 metres from goal. Boundary throw in again, and the umpire said it's a bit shallow, isn't it? For the boundary umpire, as DeMurlo won it comfortably. Right on three-quarter time, 3-8-26, 7-13-55. Our main game today, first against second in second division. Boundary throw in again. Guinness shallow boundary throw in. Dads taps it down. Charles is there, runs it over the boundary in front of the Langwarrin coach's dugout. Nearly 19 minutes played in the third quarter. 7-13-55 to 3-8-26. Lothian today making his debut for Mornington in the seniors. Back into play once more. Good hand pass comes out by Gregory. Didn't quite find the target of their best player at heart for the Bulldogs. The umpire decides it's just a bit scrambly, I'll ball it up, even though Michael Kennedy was right in the thick of it for Langwarrin. Knocked down again. Missed. Free kick over the shoulder. Which way is it going? To the Dogs. And trying to get out Barnes. Again, just missed kicking a little bit. And the free kick was taken by Gregory, but he didn't kick it as well as he would have liked. Again, ending up in front of the Langwarrin dugout. 55-26, almost three-quarter time. 7-13-55. 3-8-26 Mornington. On the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Tap down the clearance, won by Wisniewski, who beats a couple of would-be tacklers. Showed some candy and then misses to the left-hand side. They've been a bit inaccurate. Both teams have been inaccurate to the southern end. And this time it's the turn of the Bulldogs to be inaccurate. Kicking one goal forward this quarter, 3-9-27 to 7-13-55. Charles back into play will favour the broadcast side in front of our commentary position in the social club rooms. Big fist down again. It's about to be three-quarter time here. And it is, as the hand pass came out to Gregory, who skidded a little kick, which was low percentage, and taken by Knox. So it's three-quarter time and 28-point lead to the top team, Langwarrin, with a percentage of over 440 up against Mornington and need to win to keep their finals chances alive. They need a big last quarter. 7-13-55 to 3-9-27 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Our coverage today proudly brought to you by the Rosebud Country Club. We'll take a break and we'll be back with the final quarter very shortly. Get your game face on. It's a great pleasure to be at the Rosebud Country Club. They've got two magnificent golf courses here and just some wonderful facilities, and they're a great sponsor of GameFace for our football coverage and sporting coverage for the rest of this year, and Danny is the CEO. Danny, thanks for having us down here. You must be very proud of your business.
Absolutely, Dan. Yeah, no, as I was just saying to you before, business is booming. No, I'm looking forward to the association with GameFace. We're really excited to partner up.
How do you make sure you stay competitive?
We just try and present the golf course as best we can. Other facilities are great. We've got great practice facilities. We've got 3 bowling greens down there. We've got a bowling membership here at the club as well, and a fantastic clubhouse. We've got gaming, sports bar, TAB. We've got the lot. Getting involved in advertising, how does it build your brand up specifically? Oh, it's brand awareness. Our profile in the community has always been a bit lower because of the competition that you just mentioned. And you're happy with your number of memberships at the moment? We got record membership, actually, to be honest. A lot of the local footy boys come and join last year when they couldn't play. We've got Guy from the Thirsty Camel Bottle Shop, the corner bottle shop in Rosebud, one of the great sponsors of GameFace and our sporting coverage throughout the 2021 football season. Being the manager, Guy, it's obviously important that you keep busy. You're an essential service, have been during COVID. How's business been?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Business for us has been quite good. We're trying to service the area as best we can. We also do non-contact delivery, which has been a lot of help for a lot of people who have been forced to lock down or isolate. So they've still been able to get their deliveries.
The importance of being involved in sporting coverage and sporting clubs on the peninsula, does that help as well in regard to business?
Absolutely. We like to support both local business and local sports. So, big part of business and very important to us.
Well, it's a great pleasure to be talking to Guy who runs Truman's Golf Range, which is on Truman's Road near Fingal. And he also runs a business which includes pouring some of the best beer on the peninsula and making pizza as well. So, Guy, you're a jack of all trades. Can you tell us a little bit more about Truman's Golf and your pizzas and your beer and everything? As I say, you are a jack of all trades.
Yeah, well, it's been fun. I love my beer and I love my pizzas. I've made it like my own backyard. So nice beers, wood-fired oven, lots of ladies, lots of kids come in. It's all about having a good time rather than, finessing your golf too seriously. That's what we're on about, so we love it.
And the importance of advertising with GameFace and getting involved with the local sporting coverage, do you think that'll help your business?
Yeah, of course it will, but I'm just so impressed with GameFace. I'm overwhelmed when I heard about it. I mean, I don't do a lot of Facebook, but to have the Peninsula deserves and needs what you've created. It's an absolutely fantastic platform.
Growth Syndicates Australia is one of our loyal sponsors and clients on GameFace, sponsoring our sporting coverage. Tim, of course, is the man behind Growth Syndicates Australia. We're outside one of their building sites of which they've invested in with their clients and a syndicate.
So just to give a tiny background on who we are, Growth Syndicates Australia, Dan's hit the nail on the head. It's a syndicate. This place is owned by about 27 people, come together as a syndicate. We hold it for a medium period of time, that's just 5 years, get that sensational growth, all the other opportunities you get afforded to by being a wholesale investor, get you an average growth on your investment a little bit over 20% per annum.
You found you've been pretty busy during COVID. A lot of businesses have battled, as we know, Tim.
Business is strong. We perform well in a sideways moving market, and believe it or not, in a downwards moving market, because that's something I'll explain at the meetings. But you can imagine what we achieve in an upwards moving market.
Thanks for having us out here at Rooting Street in Brighton, and good luck with all your projects.
Thanks, Dan, and get your GameFace on.
We're at Alexandra Oval for our coverage today, doing all three games, thanks to Rosebud Country Club, as well as our new show, MPNFL Extra. Lots going on in regard to the lead into the final. Second last round in the second division, and the top two teams yet to play each other due to a quirky nature of the draw because of the COVID lockdowns. And they're playing today, Mornington and Langwarrin, our match for broadcast in the seniors a little bit later on with myself and former Mornington Premiership player and grand final coach Chris Holcomb, on Hawthorn's list for a couple of years as well in the mid-1990s. Same draft as Nathan Thompson. The Bulldogs going all right against Adelaide. Thank you, Goose. 60-28, leading by 32 points, thanks to Jeff Wignall forward. Josh Bruce going well. Jamari Ugle-Hagan going well. Thank you, Goose. 2 goals each. Dogs just need to keep winning to stay on top of the table. Who has? Norton taking screamers. Thank you, Goose, for that. He's also a Bulldog supporter. Can't hold that against him. One of the great men, Simon Goosey, doing a good job at this side. Have won their last 6 and just wonder what the break will do to them. Langy, very strong side, almost at full strength. Mitch Cuthbert's a bit of a loss for them, though. Looking to get him back in the side. So we'll see what happens when the game gets underway very, very soon as we wait for the last quarter. Blake McCormack and Josh Beard. Josh Beard very laid back. Blake McCormack, wonderful thinker of the game. Not saying Josh isn't, but it's why it works at Langwarrin as they search to win that premiership in their 3rd year in charge, or 4th year. Of course, no footy last year. Hand pass out towards Langwarrin's Cody Howard, who was taken down in a tackle. He's only a slip of a lad. And now Big Smith is there for Mornington. Can't get it. It's a 28-point lead going into the last quarter for Langwarrin in the reserves. Player was pushed in the back. Thought he should have got a free kick. Lachlan Davies And eventually it's taken on this occasion by Fennick. Fennick centres it towards centre half forward. Eggleton did well to lay a shepherd, but it allowed the Bulldogs to come through and get a go at it. Hurry kick comes out from the boot of Gregory towards the wing on the outer side. Kicks down the line, but a turnover. And Langwarrin's defence has been pretty solid today. Withers to the halfback, to Gaze. Gaze in short. Stevens wheels in, kicks inside 50, bouncing ball, goes to the goal line, picked up, handball over the top. Gross has kicked one. Gross, who loves the snap, has now kicked two and leads the goal kicking in the reserves with 25 for the season. He received that hand pass. He was in a better location than Kai Whitford, who gave it to him, who was tucked in on the boundary and handballed to a central location, and he was sort of on his own a bit. And in that opportunistic goal-scoring area to snap around the body. 8-13-61, 2 goals to Gross. Mornington 3-9-27. Nearly 2 minutes played in the final quarter on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. So back in the middle again. It'll be tough here for the Bulldogs to make the finals, do you think, in the reserves? But they'll be there in the seniors and also in the under-19s, even though they won't be playing in the qualifying final. They got well beaten by Langy today. They'll be playing in the elimination final. Kick back into play as it's won by one of the smallest players out there in Fennick. He kicks his team to half forward for Langwarrin. He gets the footy back again as was punched away from his kick by the Bulldogs. He tried to get a hand pass to Curry, had trouble picking it up as he had opponents pressing on him, including Bird, the twin brother of Kalen. Boundary throw-in, taking side of the wing for Langwarrin in front of our commentary position, broadcasting in the social club rooms. Back into play, Smith the tap. Good roving on this occasion by Gregory. Gets a hand pass out which misses a target. Trying to burst his way through is Brown. Brown can't get there. And in the end it's Langwarrin that win possession. Taking side of the wing again through Charles. Charles a half-distance pass. But a magnificent use of the body by Gross again. He did really, really well as his opponent got forward and I thought was going to try and cut it off. But he was able to just use his body and use, well, footy intellect then to see that the ball was going to go a little bit further and he took a very good mark. Slightly right of centre half forward. 3-9-27 to 8-13-61. An opportunity here to increase the lead to 40 points. And his third goal. 2 goals in this quarter. That kick slews off the side of the boot. Maybe he's better if he kicks in the field of play and he misses everything. He'd be disappointed with that, Gross. 8-13-61 to 3-9-27 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Brown has been pretty solid today. He's battled hard down in defence, number 39 for the Mornington Bulldogs. At the southern end of the ground, will kick back into play. And he's just a bit bereft of ideas as Langwarrin have covered both sides of the ground well. So the outlets are not really there. Then a lead is given to him inside defensive 50 by Brackett. Brackett in short, but turns it over badly. Taken on this occasion by Langwarrin. They kick towards the goal square. And under immense pressure in trying to get away from an opponent. And he's taken an attack as Kai Woodford, as Lachlan Davies intercepted it and kicked towards the top of the goal square. But unfortunately, Kai Woodford turned around by a couple of opponents and Brown wins a free kick, stopping another likely goal. But again, there's a turnover. Good play once again by Langwarrin as they just have numbers everywhere. Big Brown takes the mark. It was cut off by Andrew Taylor. It was another one of those speculative kicks down the middle of the ground, a nothing kick. A lobbing kick by Mornington, not really finding a target, not really sure about who the target might be. And when you've got numbers sort of cutting it off and you're playing this forward pressure style of game to ensure the ball doesn't leave your defensive 50, you've got to be accurate, and they're not accurate. And Brown wasn't accurate either with his shot at goal. Be disappointed with that. Another behind on the board. 8-14-62 to 3-9-27. 22 scoring shots to 12 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. And we are nearly 5 minutes into the third quarter, the final quarter, I should say. Brown back into play, not a good kick, and a mark taken on this occasion by Jacoby. He's been pretty lively today for Mornington. Kicks towards half forward, wants his teammate to run under it, Wisniewski, but it's too far for him. Runs away from him and also Kyle Basutil Ingles, and it goes out of bounds between wing and half forward. Just near Woolies. It'll be thrown back into play again. Heading towards the Mornington end in this quarter, the Bulldogs, who are down by 35 points. Back into play once more. Smith doing the ruck work. Wins it on this occasion. He beats DeMerlo. Handball comes out from Clark of the Bulldogs. Quick kick to the middle of the ground. Intercepting it nicely is Kennedy. Kennedy on the left, a flying ball. Getting out now, Whitford. Running away from his opponent, Brown. Can't control it. He slips over. Brown gets up. Whitford lays a tackle on him. He swings him around in a tackle and wins a free kick. He was penalised in the goal square before, Whitford. Good second effort. He overran the ball and then he managed to get hold of Brown and bring him to ground and win a free kick. Left of half forward, about a 25-30 degree angle. 8-14-62 to 3-9-27. Langy looking to extend the margin of 41 points. Gets a hand pass out. His teammate swings at goal and kicks the goal. He got the hand pass out to Fennick. Again, they were caught napping the Mornington defenders, and another goal's on the board, and it's a 41-point buffer now. 9-14-68 to 3-9-27. A good tune-up for Langy as they get ready for finals. One more game and then another week off. So it's a stop-start season as the Bulldogs, the senior players, are in the cricket nets going through their pre-match warm-up. Warwick Miller will be important for them today. It'll be interesting where he plays. Jackson Calder, 62 goals. Churchill will probably get the job on him. Longley might as well. Tap down the middle of the ground. He's kicked a goal in every game this year, Calder, and will easily win the league goal kicking. Kicked a goal in every game, bar one, I should say, the Somerville match, which was the last time they tasted defeat in the wet back in round 6. They kicked just 4 goals for the day, Mornington. I like this ground, though, in these conditions. Handball comes out again and taken on the up by Taylor. Kicks in towards the pocket. Whitford's there once more. Turns his opponent inside out, and then he kicks into Brown and gets the kick partially smothered. Soccer back in the direction of Taylor once more. Lots of numbers around the ball. Handball comes out from Anthony O'Rourke Ryan. He almost misses the target as well. Picked up by Taylor once more. A third exchange he's been involved in. But he may have given away a free kick here as a Bulldog player's tackle were not in possession at half back, fighting ferociously for that football on the outer side of the ground. 41-point lead, nearly 8 minutes gone in the final quarter. Kicks very close to the boundary. Big fly. No one can take the mark for Langwarrin. Player slung off it for the Bulldogs. It's Bird, and there'll be a free kick to go the way of Withers, who was the one who flew for the mark. Withers goes back and has Bristol Ingles marking at half-back. He'll switch again to Tamaroo. Tamaroo takes the mark. He's got Curry now, riding roughshot at half-back. Takes the mark comfortably in front of our commentary position. Good use of the footy by Langwarrin, leading comfortably. Kicks down the line again through the hands of Charles. Has 3 opponents around him. Going in after it now is Brown. Close to the boundary. Taken in a tackle. Can't get hold of it. The tackle was laid brilliantly on this occasion by a Cooper DeMerlo. Then he tried to flick out a hand past the big fella. He couldn't. Gets a bit of support at ground level. Picked up by the Bulldogs. Spins around again for Brown. His handball goes nowhere. Taken on this occasion by Gross. Beats 1, beats 2, and then swings a kick towards the goal line. But the Bulldogs have the defenders down there and they punch it through for a behind. 9-15, 69 to 3-9-27, a 42-point lead for Langwarrin, and we're nearly halfway in the last quarter on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Back into play, straight down the middle, looking for someone to mark. Hughes does well to intercept, makes it a loose ball in the middle of the ground. It's soccered free again. Good play by Barnes to make valuable meterage, and also getting involved Taylor for Langwarrin. Did well to make about 20 metres for his side. Eggleton's there as well. He can't get a clean possession for Langwarrin. It spills out the back again. Taylor's there once more, gets his little kick close to the boundary. Bristol Ingles under pressure, can't control it. And it's out of bounds at half-back on the outer side. Wearing the long sleeves today. 9-15-69, Bristol Ingles. 3-9-27, Mornington. And his team, Langwarrin, up by 42 points. Frankie Photography scoreboard. Back into play. Tap down again. DeMerlo does the job. Unable to get a clean possession. The umpire says, give it to me, boys. I'll throw it up. Good game of footy. But Langwarrin dominating and should be leading by more. 24 scoring shots to 12. And we're right at the halfway mark of the last quarter. A lot of contested footy. Quick kick comes out. And once again doesn't go very far. So this will be another loss for Mornington, making it tougher than to make the finals in the reserves. But this is the best side of the comp that tend to beat teams comfortably. Open-handed slap by Brown, but Mornington's there to collect. The kick inside 50. Hughes holds his ground, taking in a tackle, gets the hand pass out to Tamaroo. Handball out to Bristol Ingles. He misses the target in the middle of the ground. Turned over again by Bird. Tamaroo's there again. Bristol Ingles mops up once more. Sweeps a long hand pass out to Curry. Curry kicks his team down the wing again. Leading in the race is Fennick. Fennick overruns it. Good play on this occasion by Savage to push him underneath it, and they win it back, the Bulldogs. He's drifted out a little bit, but taken by Adard on this occasion. His kick doesn't find a target. Hughes gets a hand in it again. Quick hand pass comes out on this occasion, and doing a pretty good job for them is Dads. He got it back towards Adard. Kicks towards the goal square. Bouncing ball 50 metres out from the goal that they are defending Langwarrin, and tapped down brilliantly by Brown. And eventually it's won by Kennedy. Gets the hand pass on the outside to his teammate, but he turns it over in Stevens. And coming back the other way, Brown kicks inside 50. Picked up on this occasion by Barnes towards Bird on the goal square. Bird beats one, beats two, and snaps over his body. Has he kicked a goal? He has. An important goal by the twin brother of Caelan Bird, lining up for the seniors later today, and kicks their first goal of the last quarter. But it's all a little bit too late for the home team. 4-9-33 to 9-15-69 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. The margin 36 points. We're nearly 12 minutes into the final quarter. Very strong team, Mornington, in the 90s and early 2000s. They played in 6 consecutive grand finals. Simon Goosey was a fixture in that team. Chris Holcomb came in after his time at Hawthorn. Andrew Williamson, we saw a bit earlier today, who was an outstanding player, spent some time with Port Adelaide in the SANFL, the Port Adelaide Magpies, very famous football club as we know. When they win premierships, they win premierships. They've won too many in this particular century in the SANFL, but certainly in the last century they won heaps. As there's a bit of pushing and shoving. The umpire just says he's going to throw it up like we saw in the under-19s, where there's a big blue, he just threw it up in front of them, which was good play. Quick kick inside 50 by DeMurlo. That was good play by DeMurlo. Throw it on the boot while a number of players are pushing and shoving around him, and puts it into the outer forward pocket. 25 around from the goal they're attacking at the southern end. 69 to 33, 36-point lead. Back into play, and Langwarrin had a good time. They won one in 93, one in 2001, and then Gavin Artico, who's part of the coaching panel this year, coached them in 2005. Big Ricky Ramsdale starred up forward, and they lost one they probably shouldn't have lost to Rye in 2006. Narrowly. Greg Doyle playing for Rye, former Melbourne and former VFL star as well. Loose ball in the middle of the ground. Free kick, which way is it going? It'll go the way of Langwarrin, and Michael Kennedy, one of their best today, will take it in the middle of the ground, probably about 60 metres out from goal at Alexandra Park. 4-9-33 to 9-15-69. Nearly 14 minutes played. He's on the left. He'll kick from 52 metres and he'll hook it to the right-hand side and sneak it through for a behind. 9-16-70 to 4-9-33. The margin is 37 points, 25 scoring shots to 13 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. And Brown will inbound again, and he's got Savage if he wants to give it to him, provided he hits him close to the boundary. He goes even shorter and not as wide, and taking the mark, giving him a good lead, is Webster. Webster's inside defensive 50, in front of our broadcast position in the social club rooms. High lobbing ball towards the wing. Smith underneath it, couldn't take the mark. His teammate attempting to fly, Wisniewski, couldn't get near it, and out of bounds again. Number of Bulldogs players around that, including Knox and Brackett. Knox 51, Brackett 56, boundary throw in on the wing. Right in front of our commentary position, we've got a bird's eye view. Back into play. Smith is there, wins it to the front, taken by Jacoby, taken in a tackle, lost control of it. Charles held up, tag from behind, can't get the hand pass out cleanly. Elliott working hard for it, can't find it either. Putting his body on the line and maybe getting a free kick is Gregory. The umpire says no, I'll throw it up. Great to see the female umpires out there and doing a wonderful, wonderful job. looking for umpires all the time down in this beautiful part of the world, and they're putting their hands up and doing a great job. Open-handed slap by Brown. Coming the other way, though, Jacoby for Mornington. Does well. Elects to go the switch again. It's a clever switch to Brown if it sits for him. Doesn't get a great bounce. He's met the other way and loses control of it. Now they've got a chance to win it back. High kick comes in from Langwarrin towards full forward. No mark taken. At the back, Whitford roves it. Goals it. Great goal. 10-16-76. That is what I call an opportunistic goal by a tall forward to 4-9-33. Margin 43 points on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. And Whitford has done some good things playing down in the forward line, whether it be laying a tackle or putting a smother on or just contesting and competing in the air. And on that occasion, he allowed his teammate to play in front. The ball, well, was read brilliantly by him as it spilt to the back and he kicked the goal. Thrown up in the middle of the ground again. Brown wins it down. Gets a defensive hand pass out to Parker. Parker's on the left. His left foot kick is partially smothered. Taken now by his teammate in the middle of the ground who tries to fend off tackles left, right and centre in Logan Edwards. And he gives away a free kick. So the ball's at half back. Quick kick comes out to Brown. And the kick came from Barnes. Brown kicks to his teammate Addard, who's been superb. Addard, though, on this occasion, you give a guy a rap, he doesn't kick it all that well, very close to the boundary, off hands, as Hughes pushed his opponent into that one, Elliott. It was intended for him. In fact, Knox was the player that had the ball before, which got it to Brown, who's been pretty solid, number 39. Deep into attack again, Mornington. 35 metres out from goal, nearly 17 minutes played. Dying stages of this game. Picked up by Withers, feeds a hand pass out inside, but the hand pass is turned over. Good play coming the other way, Knox to keep it inside, attacking 50. And then there's a shot at goal for the Dogs, and it's finished off nicely. Centre half forward by Dads. He got involved as well too. Good defensive pressure inside their attacking 50. And they get a late goal, Mornington, but it's all too late for them. As Langy have really been in control all day and probably should have won by more. They're a bit disappointed with their shots at goal, particularly the set shots, not able to kick enough of them, but 26 scoring shots to 15. Mornington a 5-9-39 at the 17.5 minute mark of the final quarter on the Frankston Jeep time clock. 10-16-76 is the score of Langwarrin. 37-point lead. Frankie Photography scoreboard tapped down again. Won by Logan Edwards. Did well to win the clearance. Kicks the half forward. Not a bad kick. Whitford leads in the race. Beats Brown again. He's been good. Shows him a good clean pair of heels. Has a bounce which wasn't great, but eventually came back to him. Then lobs a kick inside 50. Fisted away again by the eager Bulldogs defence. Taken at ground level by Bradley. He was taken in a tackle, but in the end he got the hand pass out and then found a teammate McIntosh who did well to avoid the kick being smothered. And in the end it's a bouncing ball who had no intention of finding anything else but the boundary, but they're not going to call it. The old-fashioned John Beckwith kick, the former Melbourne defender who just found the boundary every time as that lockdown defender. His job was to just lock an opponent down, and when he got the ball kicked to the boundary when Melbourne won all those premierships in the 50s and 60s. Thank you, Chris Holcomb. He's given me a nice drink, just a soft drink. Kick back in by Mornington towards half forward, but Hughes is in the road. Kicks Langy back inside 50. No mark taken at the drop. Whitford may have been stymied. Then he lays a tackle, allows his teammate to get in the road in Stevens. Stevens kicks quickly inside 50 and a big mark taken down there by the hyphenated O'Rourke Ryan. Slight angle. They've got some big bodies down there.
That's a weird hyphenation.
10-16-76. Chris Holcomb has said it's a weird hyphenation. You are a weird man. I'm a weird man. He's probably a weird man, Mr. Holcomb, as he hits the left-hand goalpost and hit it 3/4 up. So 38-point lead, 10-17-77 to 5-9-39. Brittany and Nick have been here all day with me doing an outstanding job. Brown receives and then does well to get it to the outer back pocket by switching to Stock. So Stock right beside the behind post on the outer side, margin 38 points, dying stages of this game, lobs a kick, down the ground again. Mark taken by McIntosh. McIntosh now looking to go inboard. Picks out a teammate out hard, but had it fisted away again by Woodford. Maybe one last chance here. Logan Edwards taken in a tackle, stumbled, lost control of it. They flick it out again. Close to the boundary, there's the siren, and the reserves match is over. And a big win to Langwarrin. They remain undefeated on top, 10-17-77 to 5-9-39, a 38-point lead on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. And that means that Mornington, at the moment, are in 6th position and will stay in 6th position. The percentage was 152.07, but they need results to go their way, such as Pearcedale and Coringal going down to stay in the race. Otherwise, they'll be 2 games out. Crib Point needed that as well. They're playing Tired today, who are 3rd bottom, and their percentage 99.64. But we'll check those results a bit later to find out whether Pearcedale or Coringal have had a win. In fact, if both of them have a win, Mornington in 7th are right out of contention. But for Langwarrin, they keep on marching on with this massive percentage. 3 games clear of the rest of the field at least. And they'll be on top of the table going into the finals, looking to defend successfully the premiership they won in this competition in the reserves in 2019. We'll take a break. Rosebud Country Club, our proud sponsor of our coverage today. Chris Holcomb and I will join you very, very shortly for a preview and then the big game. First and second, first time they've met each other in 2nd division. 6 in a row for Mornington at the moment. Langy have dropped just 1 game for the year. Could be a dress rehearsal for the grand final. Back to talk about it very shortly on GameFace. Get your GameFace on.
For any real estate advice, feel free to drop into 188 Main Street, Mornington, or call us on 5975 7733, or feel free to contact any of our 25 plus O'Brien offices Victoria-wide.
Hi everyone, it's Tim from Growth Syndicates Australia and we're financial transformation specialists. Our clients are eliminating their mortgage in a much shorter period of time, creating more wealth and boosting their super. This is all done without impacting their lifestyle. Sounds amazing? Well, let me explain a little bit about the GSA Advantage. With clients all around Australia and a head office located in Elsternwick, our team of very experienced professionals enable unique and exclusive property investment opportunities through wholesale investing for clients to achieve specific outcomes. Our current projects are located in Brighton, Malvern East, Kew, Glen Iris and Mont Albert North. Everyone's busy and that's a fact. But did you know for every day you have a mortgage and underperforming investments or superannuation, you're missing out on $350 every day. It all starts with a friendly phone discussion to then arrange a meeting to provide you with a clear picture on what GSA achieves for our clients and with no charge or obligation, see where these results can apply to you. So check us out at growthsyndicatesaustralia.com. Give us a call on 1300 205 556. I'd love to have a catch-up coffee with you at your place or our office. See where GSA can improve your financial position.
And good afternoon for the senior match at Alexandra Park today in Mornington. Thanks to Rosebud Country Club. First against second, the first time these two clubs have met each other this season, the second last home and away round. It's been one of those seasons due to COVID. We're rapt to have footy back. Good day so far for Langwarrin. Big win in the under-19s to cement third position on the table. Big win in the reserves to ensure they'll be on top. And Mornington are probably out of contention now, depending on other results occurring around the league, which we'll check a little bit later, thanks to Growth Syndicates Australia. But the top two teams in second division, the best two teams in the comp, Mornington have won their last 6 before COVID and in great form. And Langwarrin have dropped just one game to Somerville this year, who've beaten both Mornington and Langwarrin, but lost 2 games to Rye. Try and work that out. Chris Holcomb, good afternoon. Good to have you with us. Holtz, one of the greats of the Mornington Footy Club, former premiership player and coached the team to their last 2 grand finals in 2014 and 2015.
How are you, mate? Yeah, no, it's
good, mate. Good.
It's good to be back. We missed the footy 2 weeks. We were getting on a roll there and thought it was the norm, but then obviously COVID struck again. But great to be back, and it's good to see these two teams have a hit out before the final series, because I dare say at some stage they might get a run at each other. Probably not quite at full strength both sides, but it gives you an idea of where they're at. We've said that Langwarrin was so strong through the year and favourites, but Mornington's last couple of months, they've railroaded Seaford. They've had a couple of good wins along the way, so their form is spot on since Jimmy Cameron's come back through and Warwick Miller's come back from injury. Jacko Calder's kicking goals, Speedy's playing good footy, so there's a lot of positives there.
Well, they've got the best small forwards in the comp, Langy. 73 goals between them, the four of them. Matthew 17, Bagley 16, Herdman 18, Dormer 22. Throw in Mulvogue, who plays more of a midfield role, and he's kicked a few goals as well.
Yep.
Jet Murphy's back after injury. He's only kicked 6 goals.
Yep.
And Payenberg gets a game today. He's played mostly in the reserves and kicked 20 goals in the reserves.
Yep.
But they've been their keys have been their small forwards. Now, we know that Mornington lack height down back, but Susovic is a big loss, but they do have these smaller type defenders that could match up okay on the Langy small forwards.
Yeah, they do, and I think that's it's probably strange how it works out, because I think Langy's midfield and backline are a real strength of theirs, and I think Mornington's midfield and their forwards are really strength of theirs. So it's sort of going to be that lesser light sort of backline that Mornington have, and sort of that bits and pieces forward line that Langy have that might even decide the game. But it's going to be a big job for Mornington today, because Langwarrin will get first use of the ball with Big Norton. And it's whether or not the midfield of Speedy and Bird and Perry Lewis-Smith can combat Andrew Arthur, Peach, etc. through there. Mulvogue.
Well, Peach is just having an outstanding year. He's got off the chain a bit, hasn't he? I mean, we've all got him in our top 10 for best players so far this year, which has received a lot of interest. I mean, there's been a lot of people who said, yeah, we think you're spot on. There's a lot of people who said, we don't think you're spot on at all. But anyway, that's their views. But at the end of the day, you have to put Peach in there. I think you do anyway, because it's all about, I think, performance. That's why I put Nick Carlin in for Edithvale Aspendale. They're not having a great year, but he's improved a lot. And Peach has taken his game to another level.
Yeah, Peachy was... he's a good midfielder, but this year he's gone elite in terms of Div 2 midfielders. So, and I think a lot of that's got to do with work rate and the fact that Andrew Arthur's come back so fit and getting a lot of ball. It's probably inspired him to actually take his game to a new level as well. So to have two of them, and then even the young Mulvogue, like, he's impressed me flat out, because he was probably a small forward kick around, but he's really pushed into the midfield and become a part of that.
Do they tag McGuinness?
No. No, there won't be any tagging today, so even through the midfield...
They won't even run with either Andrew Arthur or Peach?
No, the only thing that they'll probably look at is they'll have a negating role on Baggers forward. And I think Nath Heath will go to him. I think he put his hand up during the week as a young kid to want to have a crack and see what it's all about. So I think that'll be the only real contest that they'll put anything into, really.
Chad Mulvogue going to the bench.
Yeah, well, that's the depth of Langwarrin, isn't it? So even if you saw through the twos, Parker and Brown and those guys playing through there.
Parker's a very good player.
Yeah.
DeMurlo's another one who's played a bit of footy, hasn't he?
Well, for a team that's lacking a key forward, and you've got Brownie, who's 6'4", running around in the twos, who still plays half-decent football, it says a lot about the way that they want to structure up forward. They don't need that extra tall. They're happy with their smalls. So, yeah, all good.
Well, we'll see what happens. It's going to be a fascinating game. And it's good that they get a chance to play each other. We know that the draw has been all over the place. I mean, I like what Nick Jules said this morning. I don't know whether you got a chance to listen to it, but our MPNFL extra program, our first one, we had it on this morning, and he said everyone should play each other once, and that's the way the draw should be first, and then if you know that COVID, well, we didn't know COVID was coming, but you knew that it could come. I always thought we had at least one more in us, if not two more in us. I mean, there are two teams that they haven't played yet, and they'll play them in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, well, we've got to be fluid with it. No one wants to do this, so let's just have a look at a good game today, bud.
Yeah, that's what we're here for, aren't we?
Rightio.
Let's get underway. Thanks to Rosebud Country Club. Frankie Photography looking after our scoreboard today. So big game, first against second. And Oscar Walsh is in the ruck, and Chris Holcomb's getting phone calls, and we haven't even started yet. Ball's in the middle of the ground. No one can get a clean possession, and it's held up. Do what you have to do, Holks. It's thrown up again. Norton beats Walsh. Peach is there, taking in a tackle straight away. Maybe that might be the modus operandi of Mornington today. They'll grab him as soon as he gets hold of the footy. Thrown up once more again. No possession. Comes out. Who's going to get there? Warwick Miller's going in hard. He's at the bottom of the pack. Where do you think he'll play today, Chris?
He'll spend his time on a wing. He'll go forward. He'll be used in a lot of different roles, mate.
He normally does, doesn't he? Open-handed slap. It's a very contested start to the game with no one really getting a clean possession. Peach on the bottom of the pack once more.
And depending how young Ollie Walsh goes in the ruck, he might even spend some time there.
Looks like Ash has got the job on Andrew Arthur. And he swings a kick around the body. Driving inside 50. Missed by Calder, missed by Cameron. Gets to the back of the pack. They've got numbers down there at the moment, Langwarrin. They push it towards the line and Hamill rushes it through for a behind at the southern end. First score goes the way of the Bulldogs on the Frankie Photography scoreboard, opening minute. So McGuinness will inbound. A couple of years on North's rookie list. Kicks on the half volley to Bagley. And then they kick it down the line again. Hugging the boundary. And good work finds Patterson, the veteran, between wing and half forward. Around the outer side, kicks inside, 50 to the Mornington end. No one can take the mark, waiting down at the back.
That's in the back.
Could have almost been a free kick, close to the boundary. The Dogs try and clear it. And then taken over the line on that occasion was Nathan Heath.
So Langy kicking into a strong breeze in the first quarter, mate. Mornington have got it. It's actually a good toss to win because that rain that's due is meant to be about 4 o'clock, so we might get that late.
Do you hear that from Jane?
I did hear that from Jane this morning. I'll give her a buzz.
Good on you. Boundary throw. What was she wearing this morning? You don't know. Warwick Miller's there trying to get hold of the footy. Can't. Don't answer that. He spins in and out of tackles. Comes the other way. Ash is there. He can't get hold of the footy. Pretty tough contest as well. And also trying to make a move is Harry Bold for the Bulldogs, as they just hoping to keep it within their attacking 50. But they've got to get it down there yet as it's taken by the Bulldogs again. They kick across the goal face towards the wing. No one can take the footy. It's on the wing on this occasion and picked up by House. Gets the hand pass out now in the direction of his teammate who kicks down the line in smart. But it's taken over the line and it'll be a boundary throw-in.
Yeah, Big Red's getting his hand to the ball early, making waves. Langy just got to make sure they capitalise on that today and get to the right spots for him.
Perry Lewis-Smith, one of the key players in this game today for Mornington, former Pines premiership player, taken by Speedy. The clearance kicks towards half-forward Cameron. Runs out of room, shoved in the side. His opponent looks like it might be Galby as a small defender, and it'll be thrown back into play. So a contested game so far. Mornington one behind. Langwarrin yet to score, opening 3.5 minutes on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Boundary throw-in again. Norton works his way to the front. He does well on that occasion. Loose ball. Comes out again, but they're sort of mucking around with it a bit. Good play, Hamill, to eventually get the hand pass out. Hurried kick comes from Langwarrin, but standing underneath it and taking a very good contested mark is Bold. McGuinness's kick wasn't a great one. He was under pressure. He goes in short again, and that is high, even though it didn't go the required distance, and there's going to be a free kick, and it'll go the way of
Bird.
He'll
get another 4 of those today.
He's wearing number 9, normally wears number 8.
Very good at shrugging his shoulders, and he's about 2'4", so he gets his head down. But this will be a good start for Mornington. He's kicking with that wind.
He is.
Not a huge kick, Birdie.
Slightly right of centre half forward on this small ground here at Alexandra Park, a ground that they love. It's smaller than what Langwarrin would be used to. It's coming back, but not enough. It was headed left and we thought it was shaping right, and it did for a while, but not enough. Behind, 2 behinds to nothing. Mornington in front, doing a fair bit of attacking to the southern end on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. And we've got all our other sponsors heavily involved in our awards today. The mark of the day, Telstra Business Technology Centre of Melbourne South. Goal of the day, O'Brien's. Back into play. Best on ground, Jeff Wignall forward, and around the grounds, Syndicates Australia. To the outer side of the ground go Langwarrin. Kane got a hand on that for the Bulldogs. Goes to the back of the pack. Who's there? No one's there at the moment. Quick hand pass comes out from Dalziel, but it's turned over. Andrew Arthur's there. He skids a little kick to half forward. Doesn't find a target. Cleared on this occasion by the Bulldogs. Dalziel does well to pick out a teammate who takes the mark, and this is House. House gets it nicely on this occasion to Kursov. Kursov gets the hand pass out again, and a high left foot kick from Speedy. He misses behind. 3 behinds to nothing.
Do you see already the quick transition for that ground? If you can hit a centre target at Mornington, you've got a shot on goal every day of the week, especially going to the right of screen with that wind early on. Mornington have got to make sure they use that breeze early.
Heads to the outer side of the ground, does McGuinness, and it was pinpoint with his kick. And he finds a target at half back. And going in short with Payenberg, finds his teammate who gets around an opponent, gets himself into trouble, and then delivers in short again. They look to build through Matthew, kicks inside 50. Strong mark taken by Langwarrin, and an excellent mark on that occasion taken by Zach Andrew Arthur, one of the smaller guys out there, but what a good mark he is overhead. What a complete footballer he is. And that is certainly a candidate for our mark of the day for Telstra Business Technology Centre of Melbourne South. Gee, one of the players coming off. He's got more tattoos in his body than Dane Swan.
Bigsy?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's got a run with roll with it, Speedy today. Oh, that's
it's a floating kick by Zach Andrew Arthur, but it had enough carry on it.
Yeah, it's a goal.
I think he's got it. He has.
He's happy with it too.
Oh, well, it wasn't the greatest kick in the world. He doesn't kick many, but he's kicked a goal, and that's a good start by Langwarrin.
That was Jet.
That'd be, was it Jet Murphy, was it?
It was Jet Murphy,
I thought it was Andrew Arthur.
That's right, we all make mistakes, Dan.
Yes, it's just I just make more than most. So Jet Murphy gets an early goal and he needs that.
He would be happy with that because he's been out of form.
He hasn't played a lot of footy either.
They've been trying to nurse him back in, but he's going to be really important for him come finals time if he can start getting some form.
There's a good mark overhead, 7th goal for the season. Norton tips it down again in the middle of the ground. No one can get a clean possession. Dalziel did well to force it out to Bird. Bird's left foot kicks a bouncing ball, looking for Cameron, and Galby, wearing him like a glove at the moment, sees it over the boundary inside defensive 50 for Langwarrin.
One down in the middle of the ground.
One straight 6-3 behinds.
Who is it? Peachy, is it?
Would be a big loss too, wouldn't he?
I think he's winded there. No, blood rule. He's got one in the lid.
Right. He'll be all right then. So Biggs will come on. Doesn't have tattoos in his legs, Biggs. He's got them everywhere else, though.
Yeah, no, he's spent a fair bit of time in the gym.
They were right up to his neck, and he's got them on both shoulders. So one straight 6-3, and both arms. One straight 6-3 behinds. Murphy with an early goal for Langwarrin against the trend a bit. Tapped down by Mornington, swung by Andrew Arthur, kicks into the middle of the ground. Dogs are there. Perry Lewis-Smith attacks it hard. Handballs to Dalziel, but he turns it over badly.
That's smarty.
They've got it at smart at Wolves. They've got it at half back. You know them a bit better than I do at the moment. And an opportunity to try and clear on this occasion, Langwarrin, but running into trouble. De Kursov does well to be tackler and then win the footy, but his handball to a teammate didn't quite find the target. And the players take it high and will come up with a free kick across half back.
Zach Andrew Arthur a little bit sore after that exchange as well.
This is Ryan Smythe with the footy. He goes in short and he finds Jacobenko, takes the mark just near the interchange bench, interchange gates.
It's a good name, Jacobenko,
It's a beauty. He's been very good. He came in early in the season against Somerville and did so well. We saw that game. High kick towards half forward from behind. Does well, smart to bring it to ground. But out the back, here's an opportunity now. Bagley feeds a hand pass on the outside. Can he kick a goal? Dormer, you bet he can. He's grubbed it along the turf, hard on the boundary. And it'll have to be a special goal to beat that for goal of the day. Dormer kicks his 23rd of the season, and Langwarrin have kicked 2 goals against the trend.
Yeah, no, that was a fantastic goal. It was a lucky bounce out of that pack, but well run onto, fed it out into space and just finished off nicely. And the Langy boys just clipped one of the young Mornington guys into the post after they kicked that. So Langy are really up and about at the moment.
Brian, real estate goal of the day, and that's a big candidate for Dormer. 2 straight 12-3 behinds on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. We've played nearly 10 minutes in the opening quarter. It's a good game of footy. Mornington maybe ruining their lost opportunities early. Thrown up in the middle again. Walsh mistimes his leap. One out of the middle on this occasion by Norton. The kick, though, is knocked away and they win possession through Speedy. Mornington back inside 50. Doing well. Calder beats 1, beats 2, then swings a high ball around the body. Floating ball. Cameron there just goes too far for him. Golby right with him and through for a behind. He recovered well, big Calder, after not taking the mark.
Yeah, and he's dangerous too. Jimmy Cameron's been very dangerous, getting his hand on a little bit of ball through there.
15 goals in 4 games, back into play. And the mark taken at half-back for Langwarrin by Joel Bateman. Kicks down the line again. Turnover, though, and pretty handy player taking the mark is Bold. Gets the hand pass off to Smart. Smart kicks to Calder. He's a beautiful field kick, isn't he, on the right, if you give him time and space, especially on this ground, and Calder takes the mark at right half forward. Holtz?
Yeah, Smarty's one of the best kicks in the competition, so he started the game really well. He's had 4 or 5 stats coming through there. And look, it was a 50, 60 metre kick because that wind just carried it through. So Jacko will have no trouble with the distance. Just got to aim it at that left post and bring it back. We'll see if he's on today.
Smythe off, McGuinness on for Langwarrin. For his 63rd goal. He knows how to kick a goal at this ground. He knows how to kick a goal. That was gun barrel straight by the big full forward. 63 for the season. Only 1 game he's been goalless. And it was a dirty, filthy, mongrel day, as the late great Maury Fields would say, against Somerville. But other than that, he's kicked goals in every other game, and his best haul was 11.
Played on a good player that day, Dan.
He did, yeah.
Well, we played on him that day.
Well, that's right, yes. One of your favourite defenders. We've all got favourite players, haven't we, Holtz? 1-4-10 Mornington, their first goal through Big Jackson Calder.
Yeah. But that's when you're playing at Alexandra Park, mate. That's how it is. So you can be 3 or 4 goals down, but you can make them up really quickly, especially when you've got that wind, the small ground, a couple of clear possessions, and you've got a shot on goal. It's a bit different than playing at Langy, where you got to go and work your way all the way through.
2 straight 12. It's a big ground, that one.
Yeah. But I think the smaller ground probably suits Langy better than what it does Mornington, actually, because they've got stronger bodies around the pill.
So Walsh in the ruck here. North are changing in the ruck for Mornington. Up against Norton. Norton wins it down again. Now Bagley, I reckon, was shoved in the back. He'll take a free kick.
He's been started well, Baggers.
He has. 134 games for the Bombers. He delivers in short to McGuinness. McGuinness, don't want him to be too free the way he uses the footy. Kicks inside 50. Good defence, though, by Mornington. It slips to Lewis Perry Smith. Perry Lewis Smith. He didn't quite get the kick he wanted, but Warwick Miller picked up the crumbs and kicks to Calder on the burst. Calder 55 out, kicks a magnificent goal. Magnificent goal by Calder. That just about beats Dormer for goal the day, early days for O'Brien Real Estate. And, Perry Lewis Smith did well. I'll get his name right one day with all those hyphens in it. A lot of surnames in that name, Perry Lewis Smith, but he did well to just get it inside 50. And we know what an important player he is and what a good pickup he's been when he has been available for the Bulldogs since Simon Goosey was able to get him to the club.
I think that was, he was. But that Longley, that was a terrible mistake on that flank. So he's dropped the mark, but then he's coughed up possession of Warwick Miller. Then he's missed the tackle, and then he's allowed him to hit up Jacko. So that was a really costly error.
So Calder's on fire, you'd think, early days, or on, as you would say, out of the middle. Straight away goes Mulvo. He kicks inside 50 for Langwarrin. Picked up on this occasion. Left foot snap. That is a magnificent goal by Jeff Murphy. The ball hit the ground and he just picked it up and virtually in one movement.
He's on today.
He swooped on it, threw it on the left boot, and he knows how to kick a goal. And the 2 forwards on fire early. Langy hit the front again. Good contest early days on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. 3 straight 18 to 2-4-16 as Mulvo just raced out of the middle like he was off to the races and made sure that they're, well, I like to call that term good dirty ball inside 50. It wasn't a ball that the defenders, I know they don't have a lot of tall defenders Mornington Holtz could destroy, but it gave an opportunity for it to be a bit awkward, and Murphy was able to run onto it.
That was more on ground level. But I don't reckon Jet Murphy's kicked more than 2 goals this year. So to have him in the first 14 minutes of the game is a fantastic sign for Langy. It's just, that centre clearance is so crucial here. And they've started to get a little bit of action through there, Langy.
They sure have.
Peach is just about to come back on. He's got his melon patched up.
Yes, Smythe and Churcher. Walsh beaten by Norton again. Norton will win most of those today. It's just if Mornington can at least be even with the clearances and they lay a good tackle to ensure that they can't get away. And the player trying to get away was Nick Tuddenham. In the middle of the ground again, Andrew Arthur's there, scraping hard for the footy. He wants it. Tuddenham lending him support. Tackle laid by Lewis Smith. Again, not going anywhere on this occasion. They try and clear it, the Bulldogs, but a player dragged down in a tackle. It's called holding the ball, and it will go the way of Langwarrin. and
Murphy
then a
again.
magnificent lead for Murphy. Just too much space for him. Good kick.
That's going to be a tough kick from there.
Yeah, he's in the right forward pocket, hard on the boundary.
Very tough kick. That wind is kicked up. It's going to push the ball straight across the face. It's going to have to be a belter, Dan.
Well, it'll be a fantastic goal. Just about big goal of the day if he kicks it. And it's... Oh, he has kicked it.
He has not.
Oh, that is sensational. No daylight. Well, that's goal of the day again. We've had some magnificent goals in the first quarter. And we're only, 15 minutes in?
Yeah.
And Jet Murphy's kicked 2 of them. He's kicked 3 for the day. And that is a magnificent set shot from hard on the boundary. No daylight. And he has just kicked it over the goal umpire's cap. Never looked like missing. And he is on song for the first time this year, which is great news for Langy on the lead up to the finals. Not so good for other clubs. 4 straight 24 to 2-4-16 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard.
Yeah, well, Dormer's going to have to step up and kick another one because he's just been overtaken for goal of the day. But Mornington doing a good job in the middle here, breaking even through the contest.
Yeah, Bird wins it again. He kicks on the left foot, high towards half forward. Bouncing ball goes out of bounds.
Yeah, they have been. Even though Big Red's been getting his hand on the ball, I think they've broken even through there. So they've just got to continue to try and grind away at that.
Chris Holcomb, expert comments, thanks to Frankston Jeep. Boundary thrown again, and from behind, knocked down by Norton, close to the boundary. Bird's there again, getting a lot of it early. Holding on to him is Tuddenham, one of the hard nuts in this Langwarrin side. Right on, attacking 50 for Mornington underneath the scoreboard. Frankie Photography scoreboard, 4 straight 24 to 2-4-16. When they've gone forward, Langy, they've scored, and they've scored majors to lead by 8 points. Walsh up, Norton with him. Norton the tap. No one can get a clean possession. Tapped down by Norton again. Then he tried to fist it out. Bird on hands and knees inside 50. Bumped into. And comes up a little bit shaky, young Bird.
Yeah, he puts his body on the line, Bird, and he puts his head in some really weird spots, so he does get banged around a bit.
Yeah, Biggs was banging him around as Norton wins the ruck contest, throws it on the boot, and there's going to be a free kick. He was shoved in the back against Walsh, who is all at sea against the big man at the moment. But I dare say that Mornington are roving him okay. As he handballs to McGuinness, who runs behind him, and McGuinness will drill a beautiful pass. It hits his teammate Mulvogue on the chest, on the wing on the outer side. Mulvogue kicks it low and flat towards half forward. Bird gets in, side defensive 50 to assist his defenders and get a hand in there and knock it out once more. And a good tackle laid to ensure going nowhere in a hurry, and it'll be held up. The tackle was laid by Harrington of the Bulldogs. 45 from the goal they're defending. Tap down again. Mulvogue works his way through. Taking in a tackle, going nowhere, holding the ball.
You know, he's got some toe, hasn't he, Mulvogue?
He just pops up like a sprinkler, but they turn it over again at half-back. Langwarrin, McGuinness receives, swings a left foot kick back inside 50, no mark taken, and then good tackling by Lewis Smith to ensure that the roving couldn't occur from Langwarrin. Got those dangerous small forwards as we've spoken about. Kicked nearly 80 goals between them. Kicked out of defence by the Bulldogs, but again, holding their line across half-back Smythe for Langwarrin. Goes back in short. And they can drive it long. Andrew Arthur, his kick's no good. And Perry Lewis-Smith, it was touched. He gets the hand pass off quickly and another turnover. It's kick to kick and mistake to mistake at the moment. As Langwarrin setting up a wall across the wing. Drive it back inside 50 through Churcher. Nice kick. No mark taken. Again, they've got numbers at the back as they try and clear. Perry Lewis-Smith wins the spillage, gets the hand pass out. Oh, gee, he was under pressure, Heath, but he did well just to get boot the ball. And then Perry Lewis-Smith receives a hand pass from Bird, who Heath kicked to, and then he kicks down the line to the wing on the outer side. And now the Dogs have a chance to kick to half forward, but they keep breaking down.
Yeah.
And the centre of the ground has been owned by Langwarrin at the moment as they turn it over once more. And the mark is taken by Bateman. Joel Bateman feeds a hand pass over the top to Peach. Back to Bateman. He just gets away from Bold. Then he delivers into the middle to McGuinness, who's starting to have an influence. They lead by 8 points, Langwarrin. McGuinness will drive it long. Inside 50 towards the Mornington end. Getting back. No mark taken by the Dogs in Warwick Miller. He got in a position to take the mark and couldn't hang on to it. Flying in front and off hands and out of bounds 20 metres around.
Mornington are having trouble at the moment at centre half forward. So North's had to go into the ruck to give Ollie a chop out. So they're going to be a bit small through there. So they've really got to lower their eyes and hit targets that's coming out of their back line.
So thrown down again, and Norton wins it down. Loose contest, ball comes out. Langwarrin deep into attack, 40 metres from goal. No one getting a clean possession. Comes out now to Peach, taken in a tackle, thrown down vigorously, certainly not dangerously. And the umpire says he'll throw it up.
Yeah, as I said, Langwarrin are setting up really well behind the ball, so they've really got to be careful with their ball movement when they get possession.
8-point lead, big roundhouse right by Big Red, taken by Warwick Miller. And then he is thrown to ground in a tackle. It's a good contest at the moment, an 8-point lead. They've had 6 scoring shots apiece. And they lead by 8 points at the moment, though, Langwarrin. 4 straight 24s. Norton taps it down again. Couple of players collide. They're going hard. It's a good contest. Close to the line. Harry Lewis-Smith manages to get the hand pass out, and now they can clear out of defensive 50. Taken in a tackle, but he breaks the tackle bold. That was very clever play. Well done. He got the hand pass out, and a quick kick came down the wing on this occasion from the Bulldogs, and that was by the first game of Lothian, who came in late. He did well to take that and drive it long, and then a big contest appeared attacking side of the centre square for Mornington. He's getting a lot of it so far, Perry Lewis-Smith, and going back in defence and helping them out. Speedy does well to spin out of a tackle in the clearance, but a free kick is given, and it'll go to Hamill, who feeds it close quarters to McGuinness, who might go the switch. He always uses the ball well. How good is that?
That was lucky. That was a floater.
Oh, well, it still worked, though, didn't it?
No, it did. Doesn't matter how it gets.
Churcher to Matthew. Matthew down the line again to Smythe. Good use of the footy around the outer side for Langwarrin. Delivers close to the boundary to Murphy. He's already kicked one miraculous goal. He's a bit too far out this time. 60 from goal. He'll go in short again and finding some space.
Big Red needs to get his work.
Peach.
Big Red needs to get his work rate up and get down there, because there's no one for Mornington who's a foot. They're all a foot smaller than him.
That's exactly right.
He can take a mark in that square quite comfortably.
Peach starting to work his way to the game. He'll go in short again. Did it find the target?
Yeah.
It did.
That's a harder kick than Chet Murphy's before.
Well, it's loose marking, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this is Herdman, who's kicked 18 goals, one of the many small forwards who've just caused opposition backlines all sorts of problems. Hard on the boundary. It's a great-looking kick by Herdman, but he just misses to the right-hand side. It's a behind. 4-1-25. 2-4-16 in time on in the first quarter on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Langwarrin by 9 points, and Jet Murphy's kicked 3 of the 4 goals, and a couple of them candidates for O'Brien Real Estate Mark of the Day. Back into play. Bird, under pressure, has to sweep a hand pass out wide. And it's taken by Bold, back to Bird, awkward-looking kick, really having to work in a little shoebox or a telephone box, and they made a meal of that, and in the end, Smart had to run it over the boundary under immense pressure.
It's good pressure then from Langwarrin, but that's what we're talking about. There's nothing at centre-half forward. Unless Jackson Calder pushes up, they're outnumbered and got an extra down the line, and they don't want to kick it down the line to that out.
Norton, open-handed slap. Andrew Arthur again pushed in the side. Kick turned over. Good play, Kane, to get the hand pass out. Unfortunately, his teammate, Bold, slips over. I reckon that was a flick out. A throw by Biggs, but the umpire let it go. Andrew Arthur got it again to his teammate, who drives it Bateman to half forward, but again, they've got defenders back, and a good mark across half back by Smart. Smart delivers to centre half back, taken on this occasion by Speedy. Speedy kicks to the wing, 1-on-2, coming the other way. Good defence by McGuinness. He does well. In fact, it's closer to the boundary, and it's run over the boundary. In fact, I think it's Big Longley that did it on that occasion, as he was coming with a
courageous from Falbo then.
Well, it was. Bulldogs player was going back, and he heard the elephants were coming in the form of Big James Longley, who does well to put it over the boundary. Old Gunga Din. Here's Warwick Miller working hard. He tries hard to lay a tackle and does. Taken by Norton, though. Gets a hand pass on the outside. Andrew Arthur feeds a hand pass to Matthew. Matthew, poor communication. Allowed the ball to bounce and lost it. Luckily, there were teammates there. Andrew Arthur there again, taken in a tackle. Loose ball at half forward. Now the Dogs manage to pick it up. This is better play by them through Bold. He kicks to half forward. Cameron can't take the mark. Spills to the back. Hamill looks to mop up. Went a bit too quick with the hand pass. And his teammate is brought down at a tackle in a very vigorous manner, and that is Luke Churcher, and it'll be thrown up just outside defensive 50. Norton to do the ruck work. Walsh beats him on this occasion, going in hard and taken in a tackle, trying to hold it up. but not able to on this occasion, is Felvo. Thrown up again. Comes out now. On this occasion to Speedy. Speedy on the left, hooks around the body, and Cameron gets into space and takes the mark. Loves the goal, Cameron. We know that he was one player that benefited after the first lockdown, kicked 15 in 4 games. Let's see how he is after another break. Maybe it'll just help him.
He's
in
passed
short,
it off. Perry Lewis
Smith, who's been terrific.
He has been. He
With
started
the
the
orange
game
boots.
really well. Him
Yeah,
and
he has.
Speedy and Birdie have actually started really well. The midfield battle that they've got going on at the moment is pretty neck and neck.
Candidate for O'Brien's real estate.
Oh, that's a goal.
VAG. That's a magnificent shot at goal.
Oh, that is a goal.
Magnificent shot at goal.
Just use that breeze, Dan.
I should say the Jeff Wignall forward best on ground, and also a chance for the O'Brien real estate goal of the day, as he was on a fairly acute angle, left half forward, and he has drilled it. So a really good game of footy, high quality game between the top 2 teams in second division, and Perry Lewis Smith, the big recruit, 3-4-22, Langwarrin 4-1-25. He's playing a couple of games at Port Melbourne, isn't he, Holtz, or has?
Yeah, he's played a few. This is only his 3rd game, I think, so this qualifies him for finals, actually, I think.
In the middle of the ground again, loose ball. Taken by Bagley on one knee, sweeps a long hand pass out to Andrew Arthur from 50 metres. He blazes away and he misses, just sneaks it in for behind. But he's starting to run amok in regard to getting possessions, averaging nearly 35 a game.
The wind took that one, Dan.
Did it?
Yeah, he kicked into the teeth of it and it just blew it out that way.
Back into play goes Heath. Attacking the pack, Bold, makes it collapse, goes in hard. Patterson at ground level, the veteran. The wily old Fox feeds a hand pass out, but no one there for Langwarrin to take it. And then in the end, Bold was there, but there's going to be a free kick to the Dogs. Off play, and Corey Ash, who doesn't have the socks all the way up. Yeah, he's got the socks down today.
Didn't recognise him.
Former Pines player, missed the premiership though with a broken hand. He delivers to half back.
This is the important disposal when they're
does
coming
well.
off half back, mate. They need to hit a target.
Gets it now to Harrington. Harrington answers his back. Taken in a tackle. Feeds the hand pass off now to O'Connor. O'Connor on the left. Where was that kick going? Nowhere in particular, but made valuable ground. Kicks it out of bounds inside attacking 50. 3-4-22 to 4-2-26. Frankie photography scoreboard, and Hulks, it's a good quarter of footy.
It was a great quarter of football. It was just Mornington fell across half forward there in that quarter. Whenever North had to go into the ruck, they just fell, and their ball use off half back just wasn't able to pierce through Langwarrin's defence. So the majority of the ball was spent through midfield in Langwarrin's forward line. And look, into that wind in that first quarter, I reckon Langy would be pretty happy with that, the way they're going. And Mornington will probably be happy with the game too. They're breaking even through the midfield. Jacko's kicked a couple of goals. Everyone's sort of touching the ball. They probably just need to shore a few things up in their back line and make sure they control Jet Murphy, who started terrifically.
He's kicked 3 goals and absolutely dominating. One of them certainly a candidate for our goal of the day, and our goal of the day proudly brought to us today by O'Brien Real Estate. We'll go round the grounds for Growth Syndicates Australia with Holtz in just a second. 3 goals to Jet Murphy and 1 to Josh Dormer, who's kicked 23 for the season for Langwarrin. For Mornington, 2 to Jackson Calder and 1 to Perry Lewis Smith. And they had 7 scoring shots to 6 in an even first quarter. Mornington 3-4-22, Langwarrin 4-2-26 as we go around the grounds for Growth Syndicates Australia. Second last round of the second division comp, third last round of the first division comp, Hulks.
Rightio, we've got Div 1, Pines versus Bomb Beach. Pines 2-1-13, Bomb Beach 5-0-30. No score from the Bombers Sereno game as yet. Rosebud versus YC. Rosebud 4-2-26, YC 3-0-18. That cannot be right, the Red Hill Edithvale game, but we'll go 14 points versus 15. So for Red Hill 14, Edithvale 15. And then the Dramana Mount Eliza game, which will be a tight one today. 1 point Dramana, 1-2 Mount Eliza.
Every game Mount Eliza plays is tight, and you generally back them to win, wouldn't you?
You'd like to be on an sports bet, like a result underneath 20 points.
Yes, correct. On the line or something like that.
That'd be great. Div 2, Rye 1-2-8 versus Chelsea 2-3-15. That's a massive game today.
Massive.
So
yeah.
Chelsea really need to win that. Rye win that.
The loser out.
Loser, basically, Pack your bags. Kringle versus Hastings, 4-2-26 Kringle, 4-4-28 Hastings. That'll be a tight one all day.
Yeah, it will be.
Obviously, we've got the game here. Devon Meadows, 2-1-13. Seaford, 2-3-15. So another close one there. Crib Point, 4-3-27. Yabbies, 1-1-7. Come on, Yabbies, get up. I tipped you the other day. And Summy Pearcedale, 4-3-27 to 0. Pearcedale.
Gee. Some of you getting a few back, I think. I mean, Fermanus is one of the key ones. I still think they're going to be dangerous come finals time. So are these two sides. So quarter time, 4-2-26 to 3-4-22. It's a 4-point lead at quarter time. And that, of course, is on the Frankie Media or Frankie Photography scoreboard. Thanks very much to Rosebud Country Club for looking after the coverage today. We'll be back with more shortly.
Hi everyone, it's Tim from Growth Syndicates Australia and we're financial transformation specialists. Our clients are eliminating their mortgage in a much shorter period of time, creating more wealth and boosting their super. This is all done without impacting their lifestyle. Sounds amazing? Well, let me explain a little bit about the GSA Advantage. With clients all around Australia and a head office located in Elsternwick, our team of very experienced professionals enable unique and exclusive property investment opportunities through wholesale investing for clients to achieve specific outcomes. Our current projects are located in Brighton, Malvern East, Kew, Glen Iris and Mont Albert North. Everyone's busy and that's a fact. But did you know for every day you have a mortgage and underperforming investments or superannuation, you're missing out on $350 every day. It all starts with a friendly phone discussion to then arrange a meeting to provide you with a clear picture on what GSA achieves for our clients, and with no charge or obligation, see where these results can apply to you. So check us out at growthsyndicatesaustralia.com. Give us a call on 1300 205 556. I'd love to have a catch-up coffee with you at your place or our office. See where GSA can improve your financial position.
And quarter time at Alexandra Park, thanks to Rosebud Country Club on the Frankie Photography scoreboard and the top two teams in second division. It's a 4-point ball game. 3-4-22 Mornington trailing Langwarrin 4-2-26, and good to see Jet Murphy back and firing. He won the league best and fairest back in league goal kicking back in 2018. He's kicked 3 so far today. Jackson Calder, who leads the goal kicking this year for Mornington, has kicked 2 and has 64 for the season. Josh Dormer's also kicked a goal for Langwarrin, their leading goal kicker, with 23, but their assortment of small forwards have kicked nearly 80 between them. Second quarter underway. Norton wins it down. Andrew Arthur taken in a tackle, has to release it straight away. Quick hand pass comes out, and eventually Miller ends up at the footy. He kicks his team towards half forward. Hamill leads in the race for Langwarrin. Paddles it out towards the boundary. Who's there to take it? He's there once again, standing tall. The skipper today for the Kangaroos, close to the boundary and eventually out of bounds.
Yeah, they're continuing on their good clearance work at the moment, Mornington. So in the contest, Big Red's getting his hand to it, and if they don't get the first one, it's always under pressure. Mornington have been able to break that even, so it's going to be important going forward.
Boundary throw-in again, Norton. And Walsh at the back. Taken by Perry Lewis-Smith. Clever play. Handball to Bird. Back to Perry Lewis-Smith, the old one too. Kicks to half forward. Kick had a little bit too much on it. And Miller's there trying to lay a tackle, and he goes a little bit high on his opponent. The umpire let that go. I don't know how he could possibly let that go after the pass was intended for Josh Brown of Mornington, and he wasn't able to get there. And so it's out of bounds.
He's been on the night shift too, Walker. He didn't get home until 7 o'clock this morning.
Working as a policeman.
Correct.
Taken by Norton. That's holding the ball because Norton took it from the ruck contest and Walsh hung onto him and he didn't distribute it properly. So a free kick to Walsh. Feeds at close quarters. Gets the hand pass out to Speedy. Kicks inside 50. Kick drops short. Good mark taken now by Smythe at half-back. He runs away. He delivers now to his teammate who had his back to the play. That was Matthew. He played the ball in front to Dormer. Swung away, though, on this occasion by Kane of Mornington. Speculative kick inside 50. Cameron receives the hand pass from Brown. Kicks to full forward. Not able to get there on this occasion was North. Loose ball. Good tackling by Langwarrin. I like what Mornington are doing. They are just kicking it willy-nilly inside 50, but they're kicking it willy-nilly inside 50 with purpose. Yeah, and a free kick to Miller, who was shoved in the back as the ball was on the ground when he went for it, and Norton was a bit clumsy, as big men are occasionally.
He's no chance to kick that, so Langwarrin have got to make sure they get in the hole.
He's no chance?
He's no chance to kick that.
I know he's a good mate of yours.
No, he's looking. I told you.
He is, and he's got loose men everywhere, and taking the mark is Van Kersoff.
That's lazy by Langwarrin.
It is. He'll go for another short one, and they've got Cameron on his own. So
lazy.
They're pointing. They're looking at each other and saying, "Who was that? Was that your man?" Forget about that. They just should have filled the hole, and they didn't do that, and they've been doing that so well all year. I remember a game early in the year, Hulks, when Nick Tuddenham, when Summy were coming back in round 2 at Langy, he just filled that hole in the second half and ensured that Summy couldn't get over the line. So Cameron, who's been a goal shooter and scorer in the 4 games he's played this year, has he kicked that goal? I think he has, to put his team in front. He has. He squeezed it home to the Mornington City end, and it's 4-4-28 to 4-2-26. Opening couple of minutes of the second quarter on the Frankie Photography scoreboard.
So there's 2 things of game awareness that Langy really struggled with then. The first one was they don't know the ground because they're coming off half back, and he's gone for a short kick out in the wing. If he turns and kicks straight, he's hitting 30 metres out directly in front to a contest. Instead, he's kicked it out here to a contest on a wing, and then not being able to understand that Warwick's not going to kick the distance, and then not man up through the mid forward line.
Throwing up again, Norton wins it down. Perry Lewis-Smith may have been, intertwined in that contest and should have nearly got a free kick. Under pressure, a lot of players going in hard. And Bagley was there, been held on to by Walsh. Thrown up in the sandy cricket wicket area here at Alexandra Park. Getting up, Walsh wins it down again. Loose ball. Won on this occasion by Andrew Arthur. He just willed himself in the contest. Kicks towards half forward. Fisted down on this occasion. By Mornington, but then well played by Matthew at the rove. He kicks to full forward. The mark wasn't taken by Langwarrin. Number of players just throwing their bodies in left, right and centre. And the umpire says, give it to me. It's a tough contest. Mulvogue was trying to extricate himself from the contest, and the tackle placed on him by young O'Connor, but he wasn't able to. Thrown up in the forward pocket for Langwarrin, a trail by 2 points. Boundary throw in. Peach gets shoved in the side. It's kept alive by Mornington, and coming the other way and seeing it over the line is Tuddenham, who's a big body, as O'Connor was streaming right in his face there outside defensive 50. 4-4-28 Mornington, 4-2-26 Langwarrin. Tapped down by Walsh to the front of the pack again. Going in hard O'Connor. Hands and knees though. Hand pass comes out from Mornington, but it's turned over by Andrew Arthur. Andrew Arthur throws it off the edge of the boot. Kicks inside 50. No mark taken, but wonderful roving. Wonderful roving by Langwarrin. They have those players down there that know the fall of the ball better than anyone, and they've kicked a terrific goal. And that goal is kicked by Luke Churcher. Sort of came from nowhere, didn't he? Just hit the pack at speed and kicked a terrific goal, one of the goals of the day for O'Brien Real Estate. And on the Frankie Photography scoreboard, they're back in front, Langwarrin, 5-2-32. Great contest. Mornington 4-4-28, thanks to Rosebud Country Club, 5 gone second term.
There'll be 3 or 4 occasions in this quarter alone that sort of thing will happen, because Langy will have, if they start to kick the ball long through, they'll give themselves that contest and bring their smalls in that forward line. And it'll be very dangerous.
Norton, the big open-handed right slap to Mulvo, gets the hand pass out on the fly, but couldn't find a target. Ball still on the wing on the outer side, just defensive side now. Taken on this occasion by Heath. He kicks to the wing, but it's turned over by Smythe again. Attacks it hard, goes straight down the high, diddle. Knocks it down. No one can take the mark. Could have almost been a free kick to Murphy. I thought he was tackled, but not in possession. Ball is close to the boundary. Pushed away is Dalziel. He got knocked off his line, and there were a lot of Langwarrin players around. He was sort of on his own then, a little bit overwhelmed. He needed to have more teammates around the contest then, Holtz.
Yeah, Jet Murphy's actually engaged in this game. You can actually see he's making a real effort to put his body on the line, lead hard, so he's doing a good job.
Norton down. Dalzill's in the road, gets offloaded by Jacobenko, one of the young players for Langwarrin, and held up on the wing. Gee, they're throwing themselves in. It's a good, tough contest. Really enjoying it, watching it from the palatial surrounds of the social club rooms here at Mornington. Won by Walsh. But on this occasion, left foot kick comes from Speedy. Kicks to half forward. I reckon Cameron was impeded. Called to try to get a quick hand pass out while under pressure. Hand pass came out from North. Puts his teammate under even more pressure on that occasion. That's young O'Connor. Ball's at half back. Shoved off the line of the footy is Churcher. It is Willing out there. Socket towards the boundary for Langwarrin. Close to the boundary, and now they win it. Well done, McGuinness.
Wow.
Feeds a long hand pass. Farmed it out to Patterson. Feeds over the top to McGuinness, who kept running around the outer side. Kicks his team towards half forward. That is magnificent football. Champagne football. Bagley marks, but is he giving away a free kick?
Certainly has.
He has.
2 hands straight in the middle of his back. That was out of control. I think Mornington has just got to take that defensive approach at the moment.
Heath's kicked straight down the middle. It's a beautiful kick. He chewed off.
He did.
Probably more than he should have on that occasion, but it finds the target.
He did well.
And they get it out towards the wing now. Good hand pass inside. Came from Lothian. And they drive it long inside 50, and Calder takes a very, very strong mark from a kick from Jai Richardson, who kicked it in the right direction. Good running. Good defence, and again Heath, who uses the footy so well.
So when they're coming out that
the left
line,
footer,
you've got that risk reward. So that was a really difficult kick. He nailed it. Now we've got a shot at goal. He misses the kick, turns it over, and it's one the other way. So it's just a decision that players have to make every day. Tough kick from Jacko here.
Left of centre half forward, 40 metres out.
Look at the wind taking it down.
Look at the wind. Well, yeah, as the wind taking it, it has swung that a mile away right.
Local knowledge.
He would normally kick that, but he doesn't. He doesn't kick anything. It's out of bounds on the full. The margin still 4 points at the 8-minute mark. Mornington 4-4-28. Langwarrin 5-2-32.
I told you that's why it's that first quarter was that Langy wouldn't have been unhappy with that, because it's very tough to score that in.
McGuinness. Launching long.
Oh, that's a free kick.
And that has to be a free kick against Tuddenham. That was very, very clumsy indeed.
It was ambitious, Dan. That's what it was.
It was ambitious. So free kick at half back. Kane with the footy. He will drive it low and flat towards half forward. Miller up
kick.
And a fingertip, a mark or free kick.
It's over the shoulder.
So he'll get that free kick.
And he'll need to pass this off again, Dan.
Right as centre half forward.
Now, will Langy get in the hole this time? You reckon?
Langy, to me, don't have tall defenders either, seeing that Cuthbert is out.
Cuthbert, yeah.
He's definitely their best tall defender.
Yeah.
Probably Longley and Tuddenham.
So
he's 55 from goal. He's kicking to Calder. Doesn't quite get to Calder on the bounce. He's good enough, though, to pick it up. Beats one. Can't beat a second. Had the hand pass run down. Then he lays a good tackle to keep it within Mornington's vicinity inside attacking 50. At the Mornington end, and it's 4-4-28 at the Bulldogs. The Kangaroos, Langwarrin in front, 5-2-32. Frankie Photography scoreboard.
Oh,
Thrown up
free kick
again.
to Calder.
Free kick, which way?
Calder.
Going against Norton to Calder.
Yeah, push him
Should
straight
kick
in the
this
back.
one, the big fella.
Still a tough shot, Dan.
Yeah, he's just
Still a tough
marginally
shot.
left of centre half forward.
But at least he's had a shot at it down this
He
end,
has.
so he knows what the wind's doing.
He's a little
And
bit closer probably
he's probably
too.
10 metres,
Yeah.
5-10 metres closer. But realistically, he should kick this, which will be very, very handy. Put them back in front.
So Jackson Calder, who's kicked 2 and 1 out of bounds on the full for his 3rd goal. He kicks through the
wind
footy and
gone
it's
again.
swung away
Oh,
again.
yeah, that's local knowledge, Dan.
I know that. How many times are you going to say that this afternoon? 4-5-29 to 5-2-32. The margin, 3 points.
It's like
Early stages, second quarter on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Our coverage proudly brought to you by Rosebud Country Club.
It's like a golfer playing his home course. He's got some nice little particulars that other people might know about, Dan.
McGuinness straight down the middle. High ball towards the half-forward flank.
That's a kick.
Big kick. That is a massive kick. It would have travelled about 65, 70 metres and Langy get it sort of towards inside 50. Slipping over Harrington as he socketed it the wrong way. Goes close to the boundary and doing a good job Tuddenham to see it over the line for the Kangaroos under some pressure from his Mornington opponents.
Langy didn't have a possession from that kick out.
No, that was a
And it's in
massive
their-
kick.
It's in their forward pocket.
Yeah. He's a beautiful kick, isn't he?
He is.
3-point lead at the moment to Langwarrin. Good contest. Tap down by North. High ball comes out from Bagley. Try and mark that someone.
yes.
Someone
Jet
does.
has.
Murphy.
Yeah.
It just swelled around a little bit into the breeze, and Murphy read it to a nicety. And we know when he's on, he's doing things like that. And that is one of the marks of the day for Telstra Business Technology Centre of Melbourne South.
And that's a fall down from Mornington not having a key back. If you had a full back or a centre half back with any presence, they would have gone and minced that ball. But instead, you get a
Can't be
chest
Miller?
mark. It can be. Well, they'll have to make that call as
Murphy slots
goal,
it.
4.
Kicks his 4th. Well before half-time. He's got 10 for the season, and he could be a real trump card for them in the finals. Not that they need many more. They've got a 9-point buffer and a really good game. 6-2-38 Langwarrin. Mornington a 4-5-29. And that's the score on the Frankie Photography scoreboard.
So really, that's a good point you made there, Dan. If Goose has probably got to make the decision shortly, they go, rightio, how is Walker's performance going through the midfield or forward? Is he making a massive impact on the game? Because we can make an impact in the game behind the ball in the hole. So we'll see how that rolls over the next quarter or so.
Thrown up in the middle of the ground again. And they get it out of the middle. Through Mulvogue, Langwarrin,
good
inside
mark.
50 and a very strong mark taken. He's a beautiful
Heath.
left foot kick, Heath,
Yep.
and he picks out a target. And in the green boots, the mark's taken by Bold. He'll feed over the top again, put speed out of the pump. He's brought down late. G. Biggs is as tough, solid and hard as anything. And he doesn't like the treatment he was about to receive by Speedy, and he got him around the neck. And that should be a free kick.
That should have been a free kick.
Not given. You wouldn't want to meet Biggs on a dark night in an alley, would you?
Oh,
Have a look at him.
Yeah.
Built like the proverbial.
10%.
More tattoos in a tattoo parlour. Boundary throw-in taken by Perry Lewis-Smith. It just bounced in front of him. He kicks Mornington inside 50 again. Calder gets out. Can't take the mark. Cameron at the road. Does well. He's clever. He kicks wide. Who's that for? Going
Brown.
very close towards the boundary. Brown after it in pursuit. He can't take it. He had 2 opponents around him. Had to dish it off by hand in a hurry to House. And House runs out of room and ran out of the House. Boundary throw-in.
But he's had to do that because he's been following Speeds around, and I think Speeds has had the better of him today. He's had a lot of clearances, Speedy.
Boundary throw-in again. Tap down. Taken by Bird on the left.
Oh.
Kicks his seam inside 50. Cameron just slightly underneath it for the Bulldogs. Knocked down again by Langwarrin. Still inside defensive 50 for them at the Mornington end of the ground. The hand pass comes out close to the boundary. And they managed to keep it alive, but only momentarily. Perry Lewis-Smith is there to cut it off on the wing for the Bulldogs. He's kicked over, he's almost intercepted. Taken by Kane. Kane is slung, and it finds a target, I dare say, luckily. So they'll kick inside 50 again. Doesn't quite find the target of Brown. Hamill and also Tuddenham work hard to clear it. But once again,
Perry
they kick
Lewis.
straight to Perry Lewis-Smith, who's a kick behind the play, and he's just forming a wall on the wing on the outer side. Knocking up, getting the footy. Kicking inside 50 again, but once more they break down, and the defence very, very solid. And Hamill's doing a good job down there as the skipper. taking another face-saving defensive mark. 25 metres from the goal, Langwarrin are defending, leading by 9 points. He'll go across the face a little bit awkwardly,
terrible.
and he's turned it over horrendously. Great mark taken by Bold. He kicks back to Calder, but Hamill manages to get back with McGuinness to get a fist on that. It's close to the boundary, taken in a tackle. It comes out now to McGuinness. McGuinness is shoved. He gets a little kick along the ground. A daisy cutter to Matthew. Back to McGuinness again, who's a beautiful user. In front of our commentary position. Kicks to the wing. Tuddenham gets a hand up. Knocks it to ground. Does well. But coming the other way is Kane. But unfortunately, he overkicks it and puts it out of bounds on the full. And luck goes Langwarrin's way through Bagley. Great smother though by O'Connor. Back to Bagley. Feeds a hand pass on the up now to Peach. That kick is an absolute scorcher.
That was a
and
great
picks
kick.
out Patterson, who lunges forward and takes the mark millimetres from the turf. Another one of those daisy cutting, burning the turf type kicks. Holtz.
I wonder how long it's going to take Langy to work out. They keep doing some short fiddly passes through to contest the possession. If they put it on the boot, it's going to hit the wing. You're out of trouble as Paddo has a shot for goal. Left-hand post, this one, Dan.
Let's see if he kicks this, and he knows. Shane Patterson, he knows.
Great kick from
The
Paddo.
Langwarrin supporters, of which his old man's one of those, they're not here today, of course, because you can't have crowds today or next week in the lead into the finals for second division, but that's a very important goal and gives them a very handy break. 7-2-44 to 4-5-29. The margin is out to 15 points, the biggest lead of the day, 16 gone second quarter. Frankie Photography scoreboard, and the old fella, he gets on the scoreboard, Shane Patterson.
Well, they haven't been wasteful with their goals. They kicked 7-2. Good kicking's good football, isn't it, Dan?
Saw what Carlton did last night.
So 9 scoring shots each to this point, but we've got a 15-point buffer.
Need a goal here, Mornington. Norton may have just been nullified then. Peach can't get hold of it. Bagley can. Back to Peach. Handball nearly run down. Got it to McGuinness. Taken down on a tackle laid on him by Van Kershoff. Does very, very well to ensure McGuinness couldn't get away and set it up again with his beautiful field kicking. And it's attacking side of the centre square for Mornington. Walsh, open-handed tap. Good play, Miller, to get the hand pass out. Skidding kick inside, 50 from House. But once again, McGuinness is there to mop up. Quick kick around the corner by Smythe. Smythe does well to kick it towards the wing. Brought down late in the tackle, but getting his boot to ball is Matthew. Now it's got Bagley. Bagley takes them on and beats them. Feeds a hand pass inside to Peach. Peach kicks low and flat, and Andrew Arthur takes the mark comfortably inside attacking 50. Their use of the footy is brilliant, Hulks.
It is, and I don't know if Mornington need the next goal or the next goal after that. I think they need to shore up their defence over the next 10 minutes because this can blow out pretty quick. So whether or not they get another one behind the ball and try and control it from the back, but they really need to shore up their defence because Langy, every time they hit their 50, is scoring too easily.
They are.
Yeah.
And Andrew Arthur getting on his own,
That's
having
distance,
another
no
prolific
issue.
day. Yes, we'll see. He's 55 out. He's a beautiful kick.
He's kicked that.
And he has magnificently kicked that and put that as a candidate for
Post
goal of the
high.
day for O'Brien's Real Estate. They cannot miss. They're out by 21. The lead continues to mount 8-2-50 to 4-5-29.
Yeah.
Rosebud Country Club, our major sponsor today. That's on the Frankie Photography scoreboard.
So this is where I'd go and have Warwick Miller as a spare through the back line, and they just need to control it through. So once they take possession through on the back line, they need to just work their way through. Because what's happening is Langwarrin, it's mad ball through the middle. Mornington might get in their forward line, but it's still coming out too quick, and they're not set up behind the ball properly. So Mornington have to fix that in the next couple of minutes, or this game could get away from him in the next 10.
So 8-2 to 4-5, 50 to 29. They've kicked the last 4.
But you give yourself opportunities like that.
Remembering Mornington did hit the front early in the quarter.
Yeah, they did. That's how quick it can turn, Dan. Especially with Langy, the way they use the ball.
Walsh and Norton. Norton climbs into him, wins it. Who's going to get the first possession out of the middle? Ash did well to try and jar it free. Langy turns it over, though. Miller marks on the wing and kicks the Bulldogs to half forward, but getting back, McGuinness fills the hole, did really, really well as North was coming. His kick's not great. He mucked that one up. It's socked forward again, though, by Matthew. Patterson overruns it on the wing in front of our commentary position. Number of players climb on in. Speedy's there. Can't get it for the Dogs. Perry Lewis-Smith can't get it either. Coming the other way, Peach with that big body. Feeds it defensively, close to the boundary. Hamill was taken high, I thought. But he finds the boundary as he flicks one out.
They were lucky then. Again, Langwarrin were through and they were out for another shot at goal. But yeah, they just have to get their set up right behind the ball, Mornington, at the moment. They've even got a loose here. Langy.
Norton tried to just knock it away, couldn't. Got it into the head of Walsh. Now McGuinness is there again. Great
Good
flick
hands.
by Peach. Long hand pass came out from Longley. Worth a kick. It went about 30 metres. Chance for Bateman to run onto it on the wing on the outer side. Paddles to his own advantage, then collects. Kicks beautifully, and that's a great mark to Tuddenham. And well done, Patterson, to do well to stop his opponent from getting near that.
Can you believe that was the same guy that was on his own from that stoppage? So he's gone from the stoppage, the ball's made its way all around, and there was no communication from the back from Mornington to say that they needed to get one drop back. The ball's worked its all the way around. He's taken an uncontested mark inside the 50. So that's what I mean. They have to set up properly behind the ball before they worry about their forward stuff.
21-point lead. And Nick Tuddenham plays most of his footy in defence, but a wonderful leader. Did his knee in one of the finals back in 2018. Put him out for all of 2019. That's a good-looking kick. They cannot miss. They cannot miss, and this is getting away from Mornington now. They are kicking magnificently to the southern end, to the Chris Holcomb home end of the ground, I think. 9-2-56 to 4-5-29. On the Frankie Photography scoreboard, and this has just been a clinical display by the Premiership favourites, Chris, in the last 10 minutes or so.
So let's see if they can try and put a spare behind the ball at this stage, because if they don't the next 5 minutes, it's going to be done. So we've got even numbers at the moment. We're through. We'll see how we go after the bounce.
Number of Langy players featuring for BOG, Jeff Wignall forward with branches in Frankston, Hastings and Mornington. Tim McGuinness would have to be one of those with his ability to rebound off half back.
Yeah.
He's having a lot of it.
He's getting a lot of it.
Thrown up in the middle of the ground again. Norton wins it down once more. Peach couldn't take it cleanly, but the umpire said the reason why he couldn't take it was that Perry Lewis-Smith was hanging on to him when he didn't have the footy. So Peach drives his team back inside 50, almost a mark to Murphy. At the drop, Matthew, who loves a goal, lost it, regained it, gets a hand pass out. Mulvo loves the goal, beats one, beats two, steps around the body and kicks a beauty.
Yep.
Another candidate for our goal of the day, 10-2-62 to 4-5-29, and they are making something out of nothing every time they go forward, the Kangaroos.
Yeah, it's their dangerous small forwards. At the moment, when they get the drop on the ball, they're in the right position. When the ball hits the contest, they're front and square. They're getting to all the right spots at the moment, and they're finishing off. 10-2 is great football.
Oh, it is. Kicked the last 6. They lost the lead early in the quarter.
They're starting to get on top in the clearances too, and that makes a big difference.
33-point lead, Frankie Photography scoreboard, and Norton winning the rucks. There they are, Mulvoga hand pass. But unfortunately, Church's one was run down, but Josh Brown couldn't get it. Then he tackles Churcher, who throws the ball on the boot, kicks his team towards half forward. Patterson, I reckon, took out a Mornington opponent. The umpire let that go on hands and knees. Heath gets the hand pass out, taken by Smart. Smart delivers nicely, and a good mark. He bobbled it, but he eventually took the mark nicely. House kicks out towards the wing in front of our commentary position. Now they can set up through Bold. Bold on the right, kicks long. Calder might be the target, but he had 2 on 1 to beat, and a good mark to Smythe, who's been a good interceptor so far today for Langwarrin. He delivers now to the outer side of the ground. They can set up again and get themselves going, and they can. Down to Patterson, who takes the mark. Patterson plays on quickly.
One-on-ones
He drives inside 50.
Oh, good mark.
And a very good mark in front. Probably should have gone for the punch on that occasion, Bagley, but a good mark in front taken by Nathan Heath, the left footer.
But again, Langy brought it into their forward line, and it was a one-on-one contest there through. So that's exactly what they want. Mornington need to get that extra number back.
Kane marks, but he turns it over, kicked it off the back foot, and he was looking for a teammate to take a low mark, but able to read that like a book is Herdman, another one of these dangerous small forwards who hasn't kicked a goal today yet, but has 18 for the season so far.
Yeah, this isn't a difficult kick. We go left-hand post again, Dan, will we?
We'll see. 45 out, and Herdman, I think he's just snuck that in too.
Wow.
How good have they been?
Yeah, they have not missed.
11-2-68 to 4-5-29. That's 7 unanswered goals now to the Kangaroos, and they're making a statement of the second best team in the comp. Okay, you're the second best team. Can you get near us? As Millsy is standing behind us, and he's got the best team in the reserves comp. We've got a percentage of about 1,000. G'day, Millsy. 11-2, 68 to 4-5, 29. 39-point lead at the 24-minute mark of the second quarter. I've just put Mayo on that, Chris. It's about 450.
And the damage has been done. 15 minutes ago, Mornington were in front. So the last 10 minutes of this contest has just been all Langwarrin. Look at that again, from straight out from Big Red.
Yeah, to Andrew Arthur. Back inside 50, almost a mark to Murphy. Brings it to ground. Bagley snaps around the body, and on that occasion, that would have been champagne footy. He just misses.
That was textbook Langwarrin.
Yeah.
So you got Big Red, down to Andrew Arthur, down to Jet Murphy, Baggers front and squared. That's hard to stop, isn't it?
Oh.
Hey?
11-3, 69 to 4-5, 29. A 40-point lead. This is magnificent football.
It's a big quarter. But we said in that first quarter that Langy would be happy with it because of that hurricane wind that's flying down that end, mate. You know I love a hurricane
Yes,
wind.
you do love it. Yes, you love 2-foot Mayo on that too. Heath down the middle, no mark taken. At the drop, one again by Jacob Benko. Kicks off the side of the boot. Mark should have almost been taken, but it was a finger breaker. But it was a good attempt by Tuddenham to mark it. Brings it to ground level. At the spillage, Churcher drives inside 50, missed by Miller. They have options everywhere. Murphy gives the hand pass defensively to Jacob Benko, to Norton. He's not going to kick one from 50. Just misses. That would have brought the house down.
I think the thing too with the small ground is Langy's big bodies are starting to get on top. So even if you see little contests around the side that turn to one-on-one, Langwarrin are out-muscling Mornington at the moment. They are young Mornington and Langwarrin are a more physical side. So I think
They're
it's
ready,
starting to
aren't
show.
they? They're ready. 11-4, 70 to 4-5, 29.
I said since round one, they're a Div 1 side playing Div 2.
Richardson back into play, heads to the outer side now for Mornington. Fisting it down, Walsh brings it to ground level. But again, they can't escape the congestion.
Can't afford another one here. Is that an understatement of the year?
Absolutely not. Brown was tackled, tapped down. Bird tries to get it. Patterson feeds over the top. Hooking kick by Andrew Arthur. Back into a dangerous position. Bagley gets the hand pass out. And a snap at goal by Murphy. Hits the post. That would have been 5 before half time. How good were the hands of Bagley at ground level as he just rove that expertly.
They got class. There's not many sides that have got Timmy McGuinness up one end and Bagley up the other.
No, back into play.
As Timmy McGuinness
it's turned over
and he hits
once
it.
again. And McGuinness's kick misses the target from Heath kicking it in. And eventually it's a loose ball at half back, but they just have trouble clearing their defensive 50 at the moment, the Bulldogs. Dalziel went down, taken on his tackle. Might have been a little bit high as he ducked his head as he slipped and going into his back, I thought. But the umpire let it go. It was Herdman.
Yeah, said that 10 minutes ago. We said that they have to get their back line sorted out. Or else it was going to be a bit of a landslide. They haven't been able to do that.
11-5, 71 to 4-5, 29. At the stoppages, Peach on the left. Spiral punts inside 50 to Murphy, who takes a magnificent mark. He's taking all the marks of the day for Telstra Business Technology Centre of Melbourne South. And look, that was an awkward kick by Peach, a spiral punt on his non-preferred left. And Murphy had his eyes on the ball. And you're right, he is absolutely on today, Holtz.
Well, the last 2 months, they've been looking after him. They've been playing him when he probably wasn't right. They've been playing him when he's had a couple of touches per game. So they've persisted. Now it's probably his payback time to actually say, hey, thanks for looking after me. Here's what I can do.
40 metres out for his fifth.
Oh, he's tried to talk the umpire into that.
I think he's
tried to talk him
I
in.
think he's kicked it, he has. The goal umpire moved a fair way. It might have just snuck in.
He wasn't sure.
I did say to him in jest when I saw him before the game, I said, you're due to kick 6 today? Oh, come on. He's well on target to kick 6. He's kicked 5 before half time. His team at 12-5, 77. 8 goals in a row. 8 goals to 1 this quarter. Mornington kicked the first goal to hit the front.
You know what?
They trailed by 4 points at quarter time, and it's now 48 points.
It's just disappointing that we haven't made too many changes through down here. That's the only thing I can say over the last 15 minutes.
So you think that they should have tried to put someone with a bit of height like Miller as they get it out of the middle again. Patterson is in pursuit. Getting an unfair bounce. Unfortunately, Richardson slips to Patterson, and it's all happening for the Kangaroos.
They've kicked 10 in a row.
Unbelievable. 9 in a row they've kicked.
Have they?
Yeah, 9 in a row. I mean, that was just...
Was it 4-3? No, 4-4.
It was 4-4, yeah.
Jesus.
That was unfortunate then for Richardson. Patterson just read it best as, again, they're just winning all the clearances. They're dominating everything. You'd love to look at champion data stats, wouldn't you? And you'd see the smashing, I think.
Be interesting on Wednesday night.
It's not just on the scoreboard. It's out of the middle. I mean, Norton is he's not just getting little taps.
Well, that's why
he's actually punching at 15, 20 metres when he gets a chance.
That's why we said how good Mornington were in the first quarter, be able to break even though he was dominating the ruck. So they haven't been able to do that in the second quarter. And then when they have gone forward, it's just been a leakage. Been like a flood down there, mate.
Thrown up again. Norton wins it down. This might be a chance
tackle,
for the Bulldogs to get a free kick, and they do. Speedy kicks the half forward, but again not quite finding the target. He's been okay at ground level. Bold. He picks it up, but he skids a kick in towards the pocket. North is there. He's hardly had a touch.
That is
and it's taken over the boundary. It's on the full, and it's not going right at the moment. Unfortunately, there for Bold off his foot unintentionally, and a free kick in the last line of defence, or at half back for Langwarrin as they kick it down the wing. Langwarrin's Bagley goes up, can't take the mark, spills to the back, and Heath, who's the left footer, he's hemmed in, but he gets around Andrew Arthur with ease, but then runs out of room, trying to feed off a hand pass to O'Connor. It'll be a long quarter, nearly 30 minutes played.
It will be a long quarter, Dan.
On the Truman's Golf Range time clock, because of the fact that we've had a lot of goals kicked. 9 goals to 1 for Langwarrin. Boundary throw. Walsh. Norton wins it again. Close to the boundary.
Yeah, his hit-out rate and hit-outs to advantage would be off the charts at the moment.
Imagine him against Billy Gertz if Billy plays for Dramana next year. Tap down again by Norton. Magnificent. Patterson picks it up. Throws it on the boot while being tackled. Bagley's hard on the boundary. Plays to his own advantage. In his road, though, is Heath. He knocks it away. They have a chance to clear it, but it's off the side of the boot for Mornington, but it bounces just inside. No, it doesn't. Bounces outside, and it'll be taken by Churcher right in front of our commentary position. Almost half-time. Centering ball to centre half. Forward, but what a great mark that is by Kane. That is mark of the day, I reckon, for Telstra Business Technology Centre. But again, he was in a rush to clear it. And he's turned it over. Mark in the middle of the ground for Langwarrin.
He kicked that.
Kicks into the man of the mark. Slips to Norton. Norton's 55 out. Spiral punts it long to full forward.
Bagley.
Making a good contest. Bagley recovers well, then goes to ground. Loose ball, and the umpire says, I'll throw it up 15 metres out from goal at the southern end, where they have just constantly peppered. The ball's lived inside attacking 50. An early goal to Mornington. They hit the front since then. Lange have kicked 9 unanswered goals. Right on half-time, as they had another chance again from a stoppage to burst through and kick a goal, but Mornington had defenders back, and they hold it up. It's half-time. They need a breather. We all need a breather, and certainly Mornington need a break just to see if they can get themselves back in the game. 9 goals in a row. I said a few weeks ago, and I'm a man that makes big statements, as you know, Chris Holcomb. I've seen the best team on the peninsula in Bomb Beach. I've just seen an outstanding quarter of footy by the Langwarrin Football Club, and this is why they are the raging red-hot favourites in second division. 13-5-83, Mornington 4-5-29. The goal kickers for the Kangaroos, 5 to Jet Murphy. Yes, 5. He's now kicked 11 for the season. His best haul for the year so far. He's still got a half to go, and hopefully he keeps going. 2 to Shane Patterson, 1 each to Andrew Arthur, Tuddenham, Churcher, Mulvogue, and Josh Dormer. It's been a magnificent performance, and as usual, they've shared it around Langwarrin. That's what they've been doing all season with their goal kicking. We'll go around the grounds thanks to Great Syndicates Australia in a second. For Mornington, 2 to Jackson Calder, 1 each to Perry Lewis Smith, and the only goal in that quarter, his 16th for the season, to James Cameron. So half-time on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. It is Langwarrin 13-5-83, Mornington 4-5-29. Chris Holcomb is laughing. You better give us some scores on that brand new Fandangle phone of yours, Mr. Holcomb.
I'll open it up
It's a
for
beauty.
Mate.
Have a look at it. It's like a book.
Oh, yeah, no, it's fantastic. There we go. Pines, Bomb Beach. Pines 25, Bomb Beach 89.
Wow.
Wow. Bombers Sereno, tight one, 20-15. Rosebud versus YC. Rosebud 9-8-62. YC 5-3-33.
Oh,
Take that, Wayne Cap.
He had a look in his eye today, Nick Jewell, that they meant business. I just thought they were a massive chance today. Massive chance.
Cappy, that could make it. That slip down the ladder if Bomb Beach and go their way. Red Hill Edithvale, which is very, very important, Dan. 5-6-36, 4-6-30. So
tight game, going to be very tight.
And, Mount Eliza, 6-4-40 over Dramana, 1-6-12. So
Don't play 4 quarters, Mount Eliza. Nor does Romana,
let's
though.
go with that.
Yeah.
Second division, Rye, 4-7-31, Chelsea 3-5-23. Coringal, 8-3-51, Hastings 8-7-55. Devon Meadows, 4-2-26 versus Seaford, 4-11-35.
They've kicked badly in recent weeks, Seaford, which have cost them games.
They have indeed.
Yeah.
Crib Point, 9-4-58, Tide 4-8-32, and Summy Pierstoff, Summy 6-9-45, 2-2-14. There we go. What a quarter from Langwarrin. What a quarter.
Is that the best quarter you've seen this year?
Look, when Langwarrin played to their ability, that's what you're going to get. And when Mornington obviously had a bad quarter, but some of that stuff he couldn't stop.
No.
Some of that stuff, Mornington don't have the ability to stop them over that time. So that's why I've been really bullish on Langwarrin from word go, that they're probably head and shoulders above the rest of the field, because Mornington touched up Seaford. Summy can't quite get it right. They've beaten Langwarrin, but I think when they switch on, they've got McGuinness back in, get a couple of runs under his belt. Baggers will start cranking up, because I said he's in second gear most of the season, but now he's starting to look at Jet
Cuthbert's got to come back in.
Cuthbert's got to come back in. Jet Murphy hasn't had a touch all year.
Yeah.
And we've been not critical of him because we know he's coming back from injury. But, geez, he's on today. So it's all starting to go well for Langy at the moment, and all signs point to the fact that they're going to have a really good final series.
Well, we'll see. They're in great form at the moment, and they've got a massive lead.
Coaching staff.
Pardon?
Mornington coaching staff.
Yeah. How will the Goose be? He'll be on fire.
Well, this is a quarter. They're kicking with this hurricane wind down to the
They are, yes. Your so-called hurricane wind. Kicking to your home, which isn't far away, is it? 13-5-83, Langwarrin, and Mornington a 4-5-29. And that's the score on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Our coverage proudly brought to you by the Rosebud Country Club. Get down and see Danny and the team that do a great job. We'll be back with the second half shortly. Get your GameFace on.
For any real estate advice, feel free to drop into 188 Main Street, Mornington, or call us on 5975 7733, or feel free to contact any of our 25 plus O'Brien offices Victoria-wide.
Hi everyone, it's Tim from Growth Syndicates Australia, and we're financial transformation specialists. Our clients are eliminating their mortgage in a much shorter period of time, creating more wealth and boosting their super. This is all done without impacting their lifestyle. Sounds amazing? Well, let me explain a little bit about the GSA Advantage. With clients all around Australia and a head office located in Elsternwick, our team of very experienced professionals enable unique, and exclusive property investment opportunities through wholesale investing for clients to achieve specific outcomes. Our current projects are located in Brighton, Malvern East, Kew, Glen Iris and Mont Albert North. Everyone's busy and that's a fact. But did you know for every day you have a mortgage and underperforming investments or superannuation, you're missing out on $350 every day. It all starts with a friendly phone discussion to then arrange a meeting to provide you with a clear picture on what GSA achieves for our clients, and with no charge or obligation, see where these results can apply to you. So check us out at growthsyndicatesaustralia.com. Give us a call on 1300 205 556. I'd love to have a catch-up coffee with you at your place or our office. See where GSA can improve your financial position.
And welcome back to Alexandra Park, and what a quarter of footy that was by Langwarrin. 9 unanswered goals after Mornington hit the front. They trailed by 4 points at quarter time, the Bulldogs, in the battle between first and second in second division. Langy kicked the last 9 goals for Rosebud Country Club, 13-5, 83 to 4-5, 29. And Jet Murphy having his best game of the season so far. An injury hit year for the full forward for Langwarrin's kicked 5 goals in the first half. It's a great pleasure to have a man that knows a lot about football in this region. He coached Beaconsfield for 4 seasons. Half of those were in the Cefnor, and then 1 year, of course, in the Outer East. Just having a bit of a look today. I dare say he'll be back coaching somewhere on the peninsula next year in Lee McQuillan. Lee, good to have you with us. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's good to be watching a good brand of footy.
Yeah, look, Langwarrin looked very, very impressive. If you were coaching Mornington, how would you stop the flow?
Oh, I sort of thought during that quarter it was interesting because their back half looked a little bit at sea. Obviously, a young back half. I probably would have thrown an extra loose there, especially about, once they kicked maybe their 4th in a row.
Yes.
I reckon I would have just put one just to stem the flow a bit. And obviously through the midfield, I don't know whether they changed a lot with their on-ball mix, and Big Red was getting on top there.
He was.
I sort of felt like they probably, were still trying to do their own thing as opposed to going one-on-one, and it sort of broke them open. So had to make some changes, and I sort of felt like they just went head-to-head, which probably wasn't the smartest move.
Do you play a small forward in a defensive role of McGuinness, because he just uses it so well, doesn't he?
Yeah, and I reckon that's not a bad thing. I don't mind a defensive forward. I think if you can play, because it throws the other team right out of whack. I know that at Beaconsfield, when we had Bowd playing through the back half, a lot of sides used to sort of try and knock him out of the game, and I think it's really important. So to do that, you have to give one up, but sometimes it could be a young kid who's learning off a bloke like that.
You obviously want to get back into coaching. How much are you missing it?
More than what you can imagine.
Really?
Yeah. So 20...
More than you thought you would?
A lot more, yeah. In 2020, I was planning to just watch the comp and then come in 21.
Yeah.
But because we lost the whole year, I just thought, I'm going to have to sit back and miss another year. So to have 2 years out now, I'm missing it a lot. I come into a game like today, and I look at both sides and work out what I'd be doing in the game, whether I'm up or down, and challenge myself in that way. And, I often come with a mate or something. We often talk about footy while we're here. So, I'm missing it more than what I could imagine, and the family supports it and knows that I'm coming back in. So the plan is to be in somewhere next year. So I'm watching pretty closely to see what happens over the next month.
I know you can't give too much away. Any offers yet, or is it too early?
There's a couple of just chats in the background.
Right.
Is probably the best way to explain it. No club's sort of shown their hand and said that, we're 100% going to have an availability yet, but there's certainly clubs that have put thrown a couple of things out there that are ideas for next year, and one or two of them are not necessarily the head coaching role, which is my priority. So really, I've said to these clubs, I'm happy to have a chat, but I really want to see what comes up from the head coaching side of things before I worry about anything else. But 100% I'll be somewhere next year, and I'm hoping that, and I'm not... it doesn't worry me whether it's Divi 1 or Divi 2. That's not an issue to me.
But it has to be the MPNFL because of your location and your family life, etc.
Yeah, 100%. I'm living down in Rosebud now,
Right.
and I work in Rosebud, so it has to be the MPNFL. That's where I'm going for sure.
And it's a good comp, isn't it? I mean, you've enjoyed watching it most weeks this year, you said.
Yeah, it's really quick, and I'm a lot of variation in the grounds, so the game plan's a little bit different. Like you watch a Langwarrin today, and you think that they play on a massive deck, but they handle this ground no worries at all. So it's all about having that adaptability of your side, and I would dare say they're playing a similar side to what they threw out a few weeks ago in the Seaford game that I went and watched.
Yes.
So I dare say that some sides might have a few thicker set boys that they throw into the smaller grounds and maybe rotate them out on the bigger grounds, but I just love the footy. I just think it's a good brand, and for me, I'm getting to know a lot of players, and I'm getting to know a lot how sides play, and it's a tricky one because if I end up in Divi 1, I don't know where to spend a lot of my time, to be honest, because if I go watch Divi 1 football, I can get my head around which sides are there and which players are the key players, but then I also need to keep my eye on Divi 2 because I could end up in there as well. So that's the hard part. I can't just stick to one division. I've got to get to as much as I can.
There's a lot of talk of teams coming in next year. Warren, Cranbourne, teams you know well, Beaconsfield, a team you know very, very well. What would it be like coaching against them?
Oh, it'd be tough. It'd be tough. I love Beaky. And as you know, I didn't leave for any other reason but location.
Yes.
I just didn't have the time to be sitting in the car an hour and a quarter each way. And I absolutely love the club. And I'm watching them in the background now. I mean, they're sitting on top of the ladder unbeaten. And I put a lot of work into those boys over the last few years. And I still speak to a lot of them. It's good to see them doing well. And I'd love to see them win a premiership. It's always a bit bittersweet when you're not part of it. But at the same time, that was my choice to leave. And I wish them all the best, but I'd love to see them in the comp. It'd be tough to coach against them. I've never done that in my career. I've never coached against a side that I've coached. So
really,
so it'd be real bittersweet, I reckon. But I honestly believe this is where they need to be. This is the comp that Cranbourne, Warren need to be.
Why is that?
It's the brand of footy, and I believe that this comp would function quite well with 3 divisions. I feel like when you look at this comp, the bottom half of Division 2, there's certainly a top and a bottom, whereas in Divi 1, you could throw a blanket over them. Some of these sides down the bottom of the lay, you look at Rosebud today,
they're having a good win.
Having a great win, So I honestly believe 3 tiers in this comp would do it
would be
really,
great. And there are teams that are looking maybe to come in. We can't say too much at this stage. I mean, when everyone talks about Cranbourne, Beaconsfield and Warren, that's obvious. I'm hearing Frankston Dolphins might be another team who are in Southern, and they're a junior team, and now they've got a great setup down there. I think they would be fantastic. I think South Mornington's another one. I think Skyley, Cerberus, even. Chelsea Heights next door to Chelsea.
Absolutely.
I mean, that just makes sense to me.
It does. Yeah, thicken it up.
At the end of the day, with the greatest respect to footy administrators, they do a great job. They don't make a lot of sense because of decisions that are made at club level when it comes to local footy. It's tough, isn't it?
It is tough, and I suppose it was always a bit of an issue for some of these sides, especially your Rosebuds and your Rise, and that being isolated about the growth corridor. But Langwarrin's in a growth corridor, so
it is.
I mean, you look at Pakenham, and Pakenham are sort of bottom half of that Divi 1 comp, and even though they're in a growth corridor, they're not necessarily performing overly well. So
they probably should be in the MPNFL as well, too.
They should be.
They should be.
Them an officer.
I mean, Devon Meadows are not far from Cranbourne, and they're not far from Pakenham, and they're getting better in the MPNFL as well.
Yeah. I think you could have them all in, and you could run that three tier, and then you'd have your promotion relegation. Of course you would. I think it'd be really strong. So I'm a huge advocate for it, and like I said, it would be tough to coach against Beaky, and then you got to work out where you fit them. I mean, do they start in Divi 2 and work their way up, or do you put them in 1? Well, they're good enough.
We had a few of the coaches on today in our MPNFL Extra show, and they felt they should be in Divi 2, and I thought, they'd be too good for that, aren't they? But then again, other clubs will say, well, hang on, you've got to earn your stripes.
Yeah, and I can understand that. I actually think that it wouldn't hurt those clubs to start in Divi 2 and win their way in. I think it wouldn't hurt them. But, I mean, we played Mornington in the years I was at Beaky. We played them 2 years in the Prackies, and they won 1, we won 1, and it was pretty much level pegging. So I would think that and that was when Mornington were in Division 1.
Right.
So I would think that they'd handle Divi 2 quite easily.
Very easily.
And Divi 1 would be where they need to be. And then you could put a Pakenham officer into 2 and then, whoever else comes into your 3. So I think it's got merit. It's just whether they can all come together and, make an agreement on it.
Well, great to chat. No doubt we'll keep a close eye on where you end up next year, and we're looking forward to working with you next year, and keep enjoying the footy. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
Good on you. Lee McQuillan joining us, who we think will be somewhere coaching in the MPNFL next year, and we'd love to have him. He's a magnificent coach, and good to have him at the footy here today at Mornington. We'll take a quick break and be back with the second half shortly. Our coverage, thanks to the Rosebud Country Club. Big lead for Langwarrin. They were brilliant in that quarter. They kicked 9 unanswered goals, and they lead 13 13-5-83. Mornington, the Bulldogs, some work to do. 4-5-29. Second half underway. Chris Holcomb and Dan Lonigan with you. What can Mornington do after one of the great halves of footy, particularly quarters of footy by their opposition, Langwarrin, as Heath kicks it long into full forward, a bouncing ball. It was touched.
Well, they do have the hurricane breeze.
They do have the hurricane breeze, as he was the one that got the clearance, 4-6-30 with that trusty left foot. McGuinness to inbound again. Norm Wyside never sits still, and his team's 9 goals up. He goes into the back pocket now, and the markers drop it. It doesn't matter as they have time to clear through Smythe. He doesn't hit the target either on that outer side. A little bit sloppy there by the Kangaroos, opening 30 seconds of the quarter, but Andrew Arthur was held up. The kick's a little bit low. 53-point lead. Norton wins it down again. Hurried kick Churcher, round the body, towards half forward. No mark taken. Ball's at ground level. Out of defence. Kane receives a hand pass. Kicks a low, flat ball beautifully into the midst of Jackson Calder. We were talking about young Kane taking one of the marks of the day for the Telstra Business Technology Centre and then turning it over. But on that occasion, he didn't think about it. He just threw it on the boot, kicked it low and flat, and Calder was there.
That was a great grab because I don't know if I think it was just to smash it forward, but he took it between two Langy guys. But he's got a great set of mitts. Jackson does.
Left of centre half forward. This is the end he knows very, very well, and he kicks the second half off nicely for the Bulldogs. They've got a lot of work to do. They got the first goal of the second quarter, and then it was a blitzkrieg in favour of Langwarrin. 5-6-36 to 13-5-83. 3 to Calder, 65 for the season. That's the 9th time he's kicked 3 goals or more this year. It's a pretty good record, Chris Holcomb. And the margin now is 47 points on the Frankie Photography scoreboard.
Yeah, I honestly believe if he had a fair run at it and had every round that was going through this year, that he probably would have been close to that 100, which is pretty disappointing for him. But anyway, they've got a big job to do in this second half, and they've started off really well.
They have. Ball's in the middle again. It's won by Peach. He gets it down inside 50. Attacking it hard is Matthew. But then there's a shot at goal hard on the boundary. And it wasn't a bad effort.
Murphy was in the goal square by himself.
It was Herdman. Herdman had a shot, flying shot, and he had the blinkers on. Sean Herdman missing on that occasion. And it is out of bounds on the forward. Be taken by Jake Smart's had his hands full with those small forwards today. Hasn't been able to show that elite kicking style by running off half back, which he's very, very good at.
Well, when you have to defend so much, it takes away your attacking flair, and he's been able to do that flat out this year. He's been able to sort of run positively as opposed to try and defend as hard as he can, which you have to against Langy.
Stuck through for a behind, 13-6-84 to 5-6-36. Beautiful kick by Smart, straight down the middle. Miller's there, can't mark. From behind, is that a mark?
No, Speedy was about this far away from putting that straight through the middle from that roving crumb. But that's a great kick. That's what you need to do at Mornington. Now you're in the middle of the ground, you're out of danger, and you can attack from here.
Held up by young Bailey Tate of Langwarrin. Big fist by Big Red again. Norton taken by Bird. He ducked the head and he got one high against Churcher.
There'll be more of them to come.
Handball comes out and it's taken by Smart. He kicks towards Dalziel, who backtracks, can't take the mark. At the drop, they've got numbers everywhere. Good hand pass from Bateman, but he did put his opponent, Jacobenko, under pressure. Picked up by Cameron on the up. Handballs to Brown. 2 in a row as he scrambles one home. Well done. And they're getting themselves back into it, but it's still a long way back. 6-6-42 to 13-6-84. 2 in a row to Mornington. Well done, young Brown, and well played by Cameron with that great hand pass on the up.
At least the thing that Mornington do know how to play the ground. You see Smarty kick that one out long from full back, and all of a sudden you're on better of centre and you're in the attacking ball game again. So at least they know how to play the ground. It's only a couple of kicks. You're never too far away, Dan.
They're not switched on at the start of the third quarter, Langy, after that magnificent second quarter. 84-42 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Norton's just winning them down at will. I thought there might be a free kick to a teammate. Tackle and not in possession. It's Bagley. And Bagley, who started in the premiership back in 2005 as a kid for Langwarrin, kicks his team towards half forward. Looking for someone to mark. Fisted away on that occasion by Richardson. For the Bulldogs, close to the boundary, but taken by Peach again, kicks back inside 50. The pack has collapsed. Kane foots it away. He gets support, though, in a hand pass coming out from House, but in the road, Norton, that big figure. Front head centre square. Gets a hand pass out for Langwarrin, but it's held up once more, just outside attacking 50.
And, yeah, Biggsy's just given Speedy another one. He's given him a really hard day. He's followed him around all day and just given it to him.
He is hard, and he wins the footy, threads the hand pass out, and he'll probably give someone else one to go on with as well. Here's Payenberg getting an opportunity now as he handballs very quickly towards Tuddenham. Tuddenham kicks to full forward, a dirty ball, but Murphy's working very, very hard. Gets the hand pass out to Biggs, gets the kick smothered. And then there's another flying shot at goal which misses to the right-hand side as they keep the ball alive inside their attacking 50, which is very dangerous as far as Mornington are concerned. Langwarrin 13-7-85 to 6-6-42. Frankie Photography scoreboard. The Kangaroos by 43.6 go on third turn.
There's a smart kick out again from full back, hitting the wing. He's got Miller one-on-one against Big Red. What a mark.
That's a great mark. Big candidate for the Telstra Business Technology mark of the day from Melbourne South. Miller dabs in short but turns it over to Smythe, who's a solid defender. Takes the mark in front of North, who's had a dirty day today. The recruit from the Balwyn Tigers, coached by former Bulldogs, Gold Coast and Swans coach Rodney Eade, four-time premiership player at the Hawks. In short now to Mulvogue. Goal kicker.
That's dangerous on this ground.
It is. He kicks to centre half forward, but Andrew Arthur takes an outstanding mark. What a mark that is. Andrew Arthur, he beats Dalziel, then he kicks in towards the pocket again. There's a player held when he doesn't have the footy. That's got to be a free kick. The umpire said play on. As Patterson gets the hand pass out to Murphy. Murphy's in the goal square. The Mornington players stopped. The Langwarrin players didn't. The Murphy kicks his sixth. There's half a dozen to Jet Murphy.
Yeah, they were lucky then, Langy. I suppose the difference in the game is if Mornington did a kick like that into the centre of the ground, Langy would smash it and he'd go the other way and have a shot on goal. Mornington weren't able to kill the ball. In fact, they held the mark, kicked it into the forward line.
I think it was unfair that it was called advantage because the Mornington players have virtually stopped. But anyway, 14-7-91 to 6-6-42, 49-point lead, 7 minutes in the third quarter.
Yeah, look, it's especially any goal that they get into the breeze in this quarter is just going to make it tougher and tougher. So what have we got, an 8-goal variance right now, mate?
Thrown up. Walsh beaten by Norton again. Going in hard is Heath. And then Andrew Arthur held up in a tackle. The umpire's going to pluck out a free kick. Which way is it going? It'll go to
Mornington.
Heath, Mornington on the left. He kicks to Miller, who gives his opponent about 10 metres and takes a good mark on the chest. Well in front of Ryan Smythe. He'll go in short again.
North.
And North went up one-handed. Should have gone up two and then tried to fend off the tackle. Gets the hand pass out now to Bird. Back to Miller. Miller delivers into the pocket and they've made an absolute meal of that. As he went half-hearted again, North. It's out of bounds at half forward.
His last three kicks haven't been that flush, though, big Warwick Miller. He needs to be better than that. It's one-steppers, especially when you're that age.
Going to be a free kick to North. Hard on the boundary. About 60 from goal. An acute angle. We've seen a few goals kicked from acute angles today.
We have.
Go around the ground shortly for Growth Syndicates Australia.
That's the end to do it from. That pocket shouldn't be too hard to lace that through.
North, it's not a bad kick, right to the goal front. Miller's claiming a free kick that he was held. He said to the umpire, well, I've got the long sleeve on. I reckon the jumper was being tugged, but nothing doing. And behind, so McGuinness will inbound again. What a good player he's been so far today. A big candidate to win best on ground for Jeff Wignall forward. He will go in short. He was going to go long. He goes very short to Andrew Arthur. Andrew Arthur will go 15 metres, if that, to Tuddenham, but it's paid just outside defensive 50 in front of the Langwarrin coaching box. And Josh Beard, who does not seem to change his view on the game whatsoever. He never seems to get too emotional. Got his hands in his pockets. Kick down the wing, almost mark of the year. It would have been mark of the year by Harrington, but his teammate takes the mark at the back, and that is smart. Kicks back inside 50, and Calder beats 3 opponents and takes one of the marks of the day for the Telstra Business Technology Centre of Melbourne South.
3 on 1. They need to do a better job then, Langy, to try and bring that to ground, but that was a great mark by Jackson Calder.
Again, he's marginally right at centre-half forward, maybe a 10-degree angle, looking for his 4th goal, 66th of the season. His team are 48 points down with nearly 10 minutes in the 3rd quarter. And that kick is pretty good, but it just veers away at the last minute for a behind. So he's kicked 3, missed a couple and one out of bounds on the full. 6.844 to 14.791 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. And our coverage proudly brought to you by the Rosebud Country Club. McGuinness again. I think he might go long. He's indicating that, or head to the outer side of the ground, which he does.
That's a great kick.
It is a beautiful kick. Almost a mark to Cameron. He was the smallest man out there, and eventually they win the footy through Churcher. Hand pass along the ground, though, doesn't quite find the target intended of Mulvogue, and it's out of bounds right underneath the scoreboard.
Just died late, that kick. Otherwise, that was going to hit a target, and they were away again, Langy. Good player, Tim McGuinness.
10 minutes gone in the 3rd quarter, and an injury-affected season as Walsh mistimes his leap, allows Norton to take it. He goes for the big barrel and kicks to half forward, but the umpire's picked out a free kick. Which way is it going?
They're Mornington.
Yeah, it'll go to Walsh, who's battled manfully, but look, he's up against one of the best in the comp, if not the best, certainly the best in 2nd division. And he's been well and truly beaten, but he's kept at it, hasn't he? So you've got to give him some credit for that.
He's just learning. He's still a kid. And you know how long ruckmen take to develop and fill out and learn their craft, Dan.
In short to Heath, the left footer. Kicks to half forward, down the line, looking for Miller. Had 2 opponents in front of him. It was a low percentage kick. One of them was Longley. And one of them's been shoved into the fence. Was he been shoved into the fence by Miller?
No, he was helped up by Warwick. It wasn't a push. Yeah, no, he tried to look after him. Just a tight boundary line over there, mate. Seen a few of them over the journey.
Have you hit a few of them,
Yeah,
Chris?
hit a few fences. Hopefully he's all right.
It's young Tate. Boundary throw in. Norton again, knocks to the front of the pack. Miller's there. Tangled up in a tackle, 30 metres out from the goal they're attacking, and they're certainly showing a bit more pluck this quarter at the southern end. 6.844 to 14.791, 12 gone 3rd quarter. Frankie Photography scoreboard, big fist by Norton. That's well rowed by Churcher. He kicks to the boundary, but Tuddenham can't get there in time, out of bounds once more.
See, that's what a lot of the other sides don't have the ability to do. He's palmed that down to the runner, kicked it out.
He's actually punching it, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's very good at it.
Massive
He's very
clearances.
good at it.
Boundary throw in. Norton trailing him in is Walsh. Roved on this occasion by Bird. Non-preferred right. Kicks a high ball. Miller goes underneath as he collapses the pack and should have given away a couple of free kicks then. Spills out the back to Mulvogue, and now a hand pass to Churcher. Misses the target over the top. Looking for Andrew Arthur, and out of bounds again. A lot of football on that outer side of the ground at the moment near the scoreboard, which is good reading for Langwarrin. They're 47 points in front at the 13-minute mark of the 3rd quarter on the Truman's Golf Range time clock. Boundary throw-in again, tapped back by Walsh. Swinging kick inside 50 by Mornington again. Pack collapses, but the Roos, they recover best. Hamill's at the back, Sockers to his own advantage. Close to the boundary again, and does well to put it over the line with North in pursuit.
Yeah, Warwick Miller looked like a stage diver at a Slipknot concert then, didn't he?
Did.
He was just all over it. Out of control.
Inside attacking 50.
That's a free
The
kick.
Bulldogs have been inside attacking 50 a lot. Free kick.
Yeah, Brown.
And it'll go to Norton. He'll get the hand pass off now to Andrew Arthur. Met very late.
Oh, good kick.
And his kick is straight down the middle. What a magnificent kick that is. As good a kick as we're likely to see. Handball to Peach on the outside. Peach will play on quickly. He'll kick the ball towards half forward. And a comfortable mark taken by Tuddenham as it was set up by Golby, who received that beautiful kick in the middle of the ground.
Andrew Arthur pulled up very sore after that hit into the middle. He got a little bit of attention, so hopefully that's nothing too serious. But he's just hobbling away there.
Yes. It'd be a bad loss.
Yeah, hopefully it's just a stinger on the ankle. I'll keep an eye on that for you, Dan, the good sidekick that I am.
Injury update for Frankston Jeep. Left half forward, 20 to 25 degree angle.
No.
This is coming back, but not enough.
That's
High towards
misfired.
the goal square. And they've got defenders down there. It's turned over. Ash gets the hand pass out. And they can clear through Cameron. He feeds a hand pass now. Taken by Smart. He drives it long with one of those long direct kicks. Calder does well to ensure his opponent is hurt. But at ground level, McGuinness mops up. Delivers across the face to Mulvogue. He can chip over the top again. He's got a player running in the pink boots. This is Bateman. Bateman's under
Candy.
pressure.
Nice
Shows some
candy.
wonderful candy to outrun House. Kicks down the line to half forward. Kane lays a good tackle.
Deliberate.
And the hand pass is over the boundary, and it's not deliberate against Jet Murphy.
Should have
He's
been.
kicked 6.
Pick up your change. That was good. That's what we're missing out of these games these days. I love a balk. That used to be a trademark.
Yeah,
I love that. I love a balk.
Saw Eamon do 2 of those last Friday night against Collingwood.
Good Carl Eamon.
Yeah, he's a good player. Tapped down by Norton again. Mulvogue running onto it.
Oh.
Under some pressure. Beats 1, beats 2, and kicks a magnificent goal.
He's very, very sharp, isn't he?
Perry Lewis-Smith was right behind him, and he just put on the afterburners, and he is a bit like Usain Bolt went into another gear for about 2 metres and just ran away from him.
He's a kid
Left him in his shadow.
He's a kid who is a small crumbing forward who's developed into a good midfielder, and there's not many midfielders that have got jets like him. So if you can get that contested ball game about himself, and he's got that in his arsenal, bang, he's going to become a very, very good player.
53-point lead, 2 goals apiece this quarter, and Mulvogue's got 2 for the game, and he puts his name up in lights for the goal for Dave O'Brien's Real Estate. Back in the middle again. Norton wins it down once more. Trying to get away from the contest was Bagley. Held up. Spills out the back to Speedy. Speedy, the kick gets a little bit affected. Looking for Brown. Can't take the mark. McGuinness does well to beat him in a one-on-one. Pumps a long hand pass out to Peach. Peach likewise with a hand pass on the outside now. Taken by Matthew. Has a bounce. Kicks inside 50. No mark taken. Kane opposed to Murphy. Ball's at ground level. No one really wanted it. Trying to clear it Mornington. Kane does. Cops one in the face. Gets a hand pass close to the boundary. It's kept alive. Taken by Heath again. He goes in short. He lowers the eyes. And the mark is taken by North, whose kick is too long for Perry Lewis-Smith as he went for the switch, and there's a massive turnover. Matthew gets it now on this occasion with a hand pass out wide to Tuddenham. High lobbing ball inside 50. No mark taken. Ball still at centre half forward. Tuddenham picks it up again. Snaps around the body under pressure. But it's all happening for the Kangaroos. And despite the kick not being great and being rushed, and he was harried, and he was tackled, Payenberg, who's back in the side today, was in front, marks 30 metres out.
Yes, all too easy, that one. All too easy. Payenberg, he's an important player for him.
He is.
He's been out for a little while. What did he do, Dan?
He got injured and then he was in the reserves. He just couldn't get back in. He kicked 20 goals in 8 games in the reserves. He kicks his first for a while in the seniors, and that's a good goal.
I like him.
And there's 16-7, 103 to 6-8, 44, 59 points. It's a blowout now, if it wasn't already a blowout at half-time on the Frankie Photography scoreboard.
Yeah, the dangerous thing about this is Mornington really had to come back and actually win the quarter by 2 or 3 goals to get that bit of feeling back into it. But if Langy end up winning this quarter, who knows what's going to happen in that last one, mate? It could be a blowout.
8 goal kickers already.
Yeah. No, well, they've got no... If you had told me Jed Murphy was going to kick a heap of goals today, I would have been surprised. But their magic has been that they've shared the goals around.
And Herdman hasn't even kicked one today yet.
No.
Tapped down by Bagley. Attacking it hard was Peach. They've got other players able to attack it, and it's taken by Churcher. He kicks towards the boundary line and escorting it over the line.
I haven't seen much of Corey Ash today.
It's Corey Ash, who
haven't seen much
normally
of him
gets
today.
a tagging role, but hasn't really had one today.
Well, he hasn't been through the middle much. He's been more or less sort of down back. surprising.
Boundary throw-in at half forward. Taken by Norton. Quick kick in towards full forward. The Bulldogs are there working hard. Perry Lewis-Smith is one of those. And then there's a shot at goal, though, by Langwarrin again.
Is that Dormer? No.
And across the face and through for a behind. Player was shaken in a tackle and swung around in a tackle. No, that's, Dormer, who's been pretty quiet today.
It's good on that, wasn't I? Huh?
You were. Yeah. Kick back into play and finds Heath, who's one of their good users. He's on the left. Oh. Looking for Miller. Had too much on it. Fisted down again. They just overcooked some of those today. Picked up once more by Matthew. Drives back inside 50. Kane knocks it down, but knocked it the wrong way. Close to the goal line. Luckily, the Bulldogs had the players in front to whack it through for a behind. And another behind on the board. 16-9, 105 to 6-8-44.
I think
Frankie Photography scoreboard.
I think their youthful enthusiasm's starting to get a little bit tired, Mornington. They just, around the contest, they don't seem to be having that same commitment to tackle and break even at the contest that they had in the first quarter.
Smart, short, taking the mark is Van Kersov. At times is showing things.
Jacko's just calling for it long. If he's got that ball across that wing spot, he's hitting straight down 20, 30 metres out in front instead of out on the wing.
Got young Bailey Tate on him today. Boundary throw-in.
Ball.
And Van Kersov tried to take them on, taken in a tackle. The umpire said no,
lucky.
He didn't have prior.
Very lucky, that was a good
tackle. And
tackle.
it was a good tackle placed on him by Golby. How many hit-outs has Norton won today? He goes up again and wins it again.
73
I reckon
today.
he has. Biggs tried to shove opponents off. He loves doing that, the big fella. Going the other way, not able to get possession is Golby of Langwarrin, right in front of our commentary position. The Sting already out of this game, 20 minutes in the third quarter.
And we've got Andrew Arthur back on the ground, which is a great sign to see.
Thrown up once more. Open-handed slap by Norton, close to the boundary. There's Andrew Arthur. The aforementioned one who gets shoved in the back.
That's not good.
That's got to be a free kick. That has got to be a free kick.
Yeah, that is a free kick. It wasn't that clever.
No, and he gets up.
We don't want to see that.
Ginger again in front of the Mornington coach's box. Why would you do that? Free kick.
No.
Should have nearly been 50, you know.
We don't need that.
He kicks it low and flat inside 50. There's a mark down there.
That is a mark.
Magnificent mark.
That's a great mark.
It is one of the marks of the day.
Is that Dormer?
It looks like a... Well, we'll have a look in a second, but he just flew from the side like a seesaw, and that's got to be a mark of the day. It is Dormer.
He was in front.
Yes.
That's a great effort from that young fella.
The Telstra Business Technology Centre of Melbourne South, looking for his second.
Candidate for mark of the day.
Absolutely
I'll put him down here.
Well, he and Kane, I reckon, are the two favourites.
No, what about Calder down here, 3-on-1?
Yes, that was another good one. I know you love Jacko. Slight angle, 30 metres out. Looking to kick his second, and it's across the face, and he misses at the Mornington end. 16-10, 106 to 6-8-44. 21 gone in the third quarter. Our coverage proudly brought to you today by Rosebud Country Club. Get down and visit one of the best places on the peninsula.
Yeah, you're right. The Sting has gone a little bit out of the game, which is a bit of a concern for the last quarter, mate.
Smart's kick is no good. Should have been marked. But Matthew does well after dropping the mark to spin out of a tackle, get a hand pass out, which doesn't quite find a target. Peach is there. He's brought down at a tackle. It must be holding the ball. And it's taken now by Smart as they play on immediately. Getting up miles too early. Smart wanted to take mark of the year. Now the Bulldogs have the footy, and Brown ends up with it. Kicks to Calder, but it might come back. Who had it fisted away.
That should have been advantage. It gives Langy a chance to get their numbers back behind the ball.
It does.
But Jacko's still 1-on-1 over the top if Warwick Miller can get it down. Now two-fold in front of him. So that's going to be a little bit more difficult.
In short to Caelan Bird.
Mornington's going to push down and give
away
him some
from
support
Bateman.
down
A lobbing kick. Not great delivery. Calder, I reckon, was impeded at the drop. Cameron gets it out. Taken now on this occasion by Dalzell. Snaps a ripper around the body. That's a good goal.
They had no right to kick that. The thing was, Jacko provided a great contest. He had 3-on-1. Jimmy Cameron was fantastic front and square. But Langy had all the numbers behind the ball. So they were actually very, very lucky to kick that goal. Langy did a good job in defence. It was just unlucky that they managed to get it through. But can we say Mornington needed that one?
I dare say they needed that one. They needed a lot more too. 7-8-50 to 16-10, 106. At least they're fighting it out. They got blown away in the second quarter. It's been even Stevens in the first and third quarter. So we've got to look at glass half full, I would have thought. 23 gone third quarter. Frankie Photography scoreboard. And a nice goal kicked by Lockie Dalziel.
Glass half full. All right. No problems, mate. I'll try and work on that.
I know,
it's
I
not
know
my,
you
you know,
will.
it's
No,
not my
I
strong
know,
suit.
particularly when it comes to me. Kick inside 50. Looking for
touch.
someone to mark. I thought it might have been taken by Payenberg. It wasn't. And it'll be cleared out of defence by the Bulldogs. Some good run shown by Bowl. The hand pass over the top. We'll end up on this occasion with Van Kersov. Handballs it now to Kane. Kicks off the edge of the boot. Man's got no limitations. Josh Brown drops the mark, playing in front. Opposed on that occasion to Jakobenko. Looks like he's spending some time down back.
Haven't
as
called
part
him
of his
much today.
education. No. So throwing up the attacking side of the wing for Langwarrin. Norton down again,
good
and
tackle.
immediately Tuddenham is taken in a tackle, claimed
Birdie.
on him by Bird, who's coming off, and Perry Lewis-Smith, who's drifted out of the game
He has,
after a
hasn't he?
great start.
He had a magic first
He
half,
did.
but he
was
hasn't touched the ball in the
close to
in
best
third.
on ground.
Oh,
For Jeff Wignall forward as it's
Good
knocked
acting.
down, and
Good
Warwick
acting,
Miller
Warwick.
takes it over the boundary, skids over the boundary.
That was terrible acting. You got to
Was it?
see through that. Yeah, he just meant it. He just did the old non-deliberate fall over. Wily veterans do that, Dan.
They sure do. Boundary throw-in again. Norton, fisted down. Taken
get
now
rid of
by Heath. He's under some pressure. Had to get rid of it very, very quickly. O'Connor's there, overruns it. He got worried out of it on this occasion. Quick kick inside 50. Came from Dormer. But again, the Bulldogs have numbers at the back. Harrington, but he turns it over. McGuinness tiptoeing
Bagley.
through tackles. Bagley gets the hand pass
Dormer
out.
again.
And then Dormer on the end of it. Champagne footy from some of the stars of this wonderful Langwarrin team. And again, they finish it off. Dormer has two.
He had a good quarter.
And it's 17-10, 112 to 7-8-50.
He's had a
62-point lead.
fantastic quarter, Dormer.
Oh, he has. He's been superb.
He just, because it suits him perfectly. He gets to just nibble around the outside. He shows some space, but he's been getting into the right spots this quarter. And he's put a couple on the board.
24 goals for him.
Including candidate for mark of the day.
Correct.
And that good, he nearly had a goal of the day too. He could still have,
At
depending
Brian's
on
Real
how we
Estate.
vote. Yeah, that
We've
little
got to
check side
get
in
our
the first
BOG
quarter.
for Jeff Wignall forward with branches
Ooh.
of Frankston, Mornington and Hastings as
Yep.
Norton wins it down. Missed by Peach. He hasn't had as dominant a day as he normally does. Brown lost control of it. Also House did as well for Mornington. There's going to be a free kick off the play and it'll go the way of the Kangaroos at half-back. This might be one of their shutdown defenders, I think. It is. It's Longley. Plays on quickly. Kicks a wobbly ball wide to half forward.
That was glass half full, calling that wobbly. That was huge.
Oh, well, his job is to be a lockdown defender. Man's got to know his limitations.
We're going glass half full, aren't we? Sorry.
We are. I normally go glass 3/4 empty or in the cupboard. Boundary throw in outside, attacking 50 for Langwarrin. One down, but Perry Lewis-Smith reads it beautifully off the hand of Norton. Hurried left foot kick, wobbles to the other side of the ground. Collision course
good.
on, but good play to get a hand pass out by Ash. But coming the other way is Smythe. He soccers it out cleverly
they're out,
and it lands
Pato.
in the lap, luckily, of Peach. He gets it to Patterson. Patterson avoids a kick being smothered. Dribbles a little one to Andrew Arthur, who delivers
clever.
beautifully to Payenberg.
Clever.
And that is wonderful footy by the Langwarrin Football Club.
Clever. No, he's been good. Andrew Arthur's been good today. He had a lot of cheap touches early that weren't going anywhere. And then as soon as the second and third have started to open up, his possessions have become more damaging. He's a good player, isn't he, Dan?
He's a superstar. Should win the
We won't have him be
BOG.
BFL next year.
Oh, I hope so.
He'll be-
Slightly left of centre half forward for this for Payenberg for his second.
Has
But
anyone-
it just goes away.
Has
It
anyone
floats
noticed what's
away,
happening?
right hand side.
Has
There's a
anyone
massive
noticed what's
breeze.
happening down there? Start at left.
Yes,
what are
correct.
they doing?
Starting it right.
Every
And it goes
single
right.
shot. There was one that missed by 20 metres before. It was disgusting.
63-point lead, 17-11, 113 to 7-8-50. Frankie Photography scoreboard. We'll go around the grounds at 3/4 time for Growth Syndicates Australia.
All right,
Nearly 28 gone in the third quarter.
You need to set up away from Big Red down the line. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's
That's
kicked
a
it
high
straight
kick.
He's kicked it
straight to
him.
Norton. He can't take the mark. At ground level, it's roved nicely on that occasion by Speedy. In fact, by Bird. Bird was front and square and sharked it expertly and then got clamoured into the turf as he tried to get away and he wasn't able to. Attacking side of the wing again. Norton, yet another tap out. A good one. Waiting outside the congestion is Matthew, but he couldn't get control of it. Miller grabs it the other way for Mornington and Cooley kicks the ball in the direction of bowled. He handballs on the outside to Van Kersov, who
good
kicks
man.
to full forward. That's a nice kick. Van Kersov's done some nice things, the little fellow today, and that was a lovely kick to Jackson Calder to take another one of those wonderful contested marks, which he's very good at.
All it needed to be was on his side, and Jacko did the rest. He's actually, for a bloke with no rig, he actually bodied out very well.
He did.
He wasn't happy, the young defender, on him, was he?
Looking for his fourth.
Yeah.
He's missed a couple today. He started well.
Yeah, that's a goal.
And he's kicked his fourth.
And he's hit the car, he's hit the four-wheel drive.
Yeah, he has too.
Yeah.
So he's had a reasonably good day, and we've got my favourite score in footy. 8-8-56, brother, to 17-11-113. The margin, 57 points. It's been 4 goals to 3 in favour of Langwarrin, but a much better effort by Mornington, who were blown away in one of the best quarters of footy we've seen all year by Langy. After Mornington hit the front, if you've just joined us, it was a 4-point buffer at quarter time, and then Mornington hit the front in the first minute of the second quarter, and then after that, it was one-way traffic in favour of Langwarrin. They kicked 9 unanswered goals in 15 minutes of the best footy ever likely to see.
And Norton's had 86 tit-outs.
I'm sure he has. We'll check that with Premier Data on the Footy Show on Wednesday, thanks to O'Brien Real Estate. Miller spinning in and out of tackles. Then he had a fresh aerial, Warwick. But on hands and knees, forces out a hand pass. He keeps battling away. Matthew holds it up, though, for Langwarrin. Inside the centre square.
It's been actually quite comical, Warwick Miller's highlight reel today. He's fallen over. He's been sprawling all over packs.
Tries really hard, though. Walsh leans in, wins it down. Here's Brown. Has a fumble, but feeds a hand pass on the out.
Oh,
Not
Peach.
able to get it, though, is
how good was
Speedy.
Peach
Peach
then?
beats him, and he just wanted it more. Kicks to McGuinness, who kicks close to the boundary line on the outer side. Mulvo
does he look
takes
fit?
over his opponent comfortably and just swabs him off like a fly. He did it so easily, but turns it over as now the Bulldogs get it back, and they have it through Brown. Brown has it at centre half forward.
Calder.
He'll lob a little
Good
kick
kick.
in the direction of Calder again, just in the right side for him, and he's too tall for his two opponents. Takes the mark at right half forward.
Yeah, just put it on his side. That's what they haven't been able to do enough today. They haven't been able to have that quick ball movement, put it to Jackson Calder's side where he'll do the rest and kick the goals. But they just haven't won enough of that ball through the middle, and their back line hasn't been able to rebound enough through.
So almost three-quarter time.
Left-hand post, Dan?
Yeah, I think so. It's
About
coming
there.
back, it's coming back, and
About
it's
there?
beautiful.
About
Yeah,
there?
you know it. Right on three-quarter time. How many goals did you kick to that end in your long career? You're mainly a backman.
Mate, I was just
Everywhere.
scrapping up. I was everywhere.
5 goals to Jackson Calder, 6 goals to Jet Murphy, so 11 goals between the two key forwards for the respective sides. And a good finish by Mornington as they don't really lose much ground after being blown away in the second quarter. 9-8-62 the Bulldogs. Langwarrin 17-11-113 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. We'll get around the ground shortly. We'll just check some of the goal kickers. Jet Murphy's kicked 6 for Langwarrin, 2 each to Patterson and also Mulvogue and Dormer, while 5 goals to Jackson Calder as Chris Holcomb's got some news for us around the grounds for Growth Syndicates Australia.
Have a look at this. Div 1, let's just go. Bomb Beach nearly 100 points up on points. Let's not worry about that. Bombers versus Sereno is drawn 24 points apiece halfway through the third quarter.
Really?
Rosebud 13-10-88, YC 9-5-59. So Rosebud look like they're going to have a nice little win if they can hold on against YC. Red Hill, Edithvale.
I reckon Edithvale in front.
Red Hill 7-9-51, Edithvale 12-8-80.
Well, they always have one bad quarter, Eddie. Let's hope they can hang on. They deserve to hang on. They've been pretty competitive, haven't they?
Doesn't that make next week interesting?
Ooh, does it make next week interesting.
And Dramana. 5-10, this is surprising. 5-10-40, Mount Eliza 6-5-41. Another tight contest for Mount Eliza there.
How good is the first division comp? It's a ripper.
It is a ripper. I'll just skim through. What do we got? Oh, hang on. They're into the fourth quarter at Rye, 6-9-45, 7-11-53. So only a goal of difference there. Chelsea versus Rye.
It's a big game.
That's
as
a
I said,
massive
the loser
game.
probably out, as we said.
Hastings are just edged in front of Kringle by 21 points. He's still in the third quarter there. Devon Meadows now, they're getting blown out by Seaford. 6-3-39, 8-13-61 at three-quarter time. Cribby look like they've got the chocolates over Tybe at three-quarter time, 13-7-85, 6-11-47. And Summy have blown out Pearcedale, 72-16 in the fourth quarter. Wow-wee, Dan, wow-wee. Let's have a break because I need to breathe.
It is
I need to breathe.
an amazing competition, and this is why Lee McQuillan wants to come into the competition. He loves it.
That Edith Vale Red Hill is going to blow everything up.
Is it?
Yeah, so that'll bring him equal points with
I reckon
Pines.
Edie have been pretty good for a long time, haven't they? They've been pretty competitive, haven't they, for a long time?
Yeah, no, and that's...
and they've got a better percentage too, much better percentage.
Yeah,
particularly if Pines get well beaten today, which they are by Bomb Beach.
Oh, mate, it's going to be game on. And then, and because they've got 3 rounds to go, remember. Div 2 have got 2 rounds.
1 round now, and
so they've got 2 rounds. Div 1, they've got 2 rounds left.
Yeah, 2 rounds after today.
So, yeah, it's going to be game on. Red Hill Rosebud next week, and then round 18. Wowee.
Yeah. Red Hill under some pressure now, aren't they?
Wow.
Just under some pressure.
Edith
they've
Vale,
won 3 games.
Edith Vale, you think could beat, Edith Vale played Dramana and look, anything could happen.
They've got a tough run, Edie, but they're
anything could happen.
If Michael Bussey's in form, you never know. He can win a game on his own, can't he?
Yeah,
he's
amazing.
a terrific player.
Right,
anyway, we'll take a quick break and be back with the last quarter. We've seen some great footy in the MPNFL. Good to have it back. No crowds, of course, this week and next week, but a big, big lead as we go into the last quarter for Langwarrin. 51-point lead on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. Now coverage brought to you by the Rosebud Country Club. Well, it's a great pleasure to be at the Rosebud Country Club. They've got 2 magnificent golf courses here and just some wonderful facilities, and they're a great sponsor of GameFace for our football coverage and sporting coverage for the rest of this year, and Danny is the CEO. Danny, thanks for having us down here. You must be very proud of your business.
Absolutely, Dan. Yeah, no, as I was just saying to you before, business is booming. No, I'm looking forward to the association with GameFace. We're really excited to partner up.
How do you make sure you stay competitive?
We just try and present the golf course as best we can. Other facilities are great. We've got great practice facilities. We've got 3 bowling greens down there. We've got a bowling membership here at the club as well, and a fantastic clubhouse. We've got gaming, sports bar, TAB. We've got the lot. Getting involved in advertising, how does it build your brand up specifically? Oh, it's brand awareness. Our profile in the community has always been a bit lower because of the competition that you just mentioned. And you're happy with your number of memberships at the moment? We got record membership, actually, to be honest. A lot of the local footy boys come and join last year when they couldn't play. We've got Guy from the Thirsty Camel Bottle Shop, the corner bottle shop in Rosebud, one of the great sponsors of GameFace and our sporting coverage throughout the 2021 football season. Being the manager, Guy, it's obviously important that you keep busy. You're an essential service, have been during COVID. How's business been?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Business for us has been quite good. We're trying to service the area as best we can. We also do non-contact delivery, which has been a lot of help for a lot of people who have been forced to lock down or isolate. So they've still been able to get their deliveries.
The importance of being involved in sporting coverage and sporting clubs on the peninsula, does that help as well in regard to business?
Absolutely. We like to support both local business and local sports. So, big part of business and very important to us.
Well, it's a great pleasure to be talking to Guy who runs Truman's Golf Range, which is on Truman's Road near Fingal. And he also runs a business which includes pouring some of the best beer on the peninsula and making pizza as well. So, Guy, you're a jack of all trades. Just tell us a little bit more about Truman's Golf and your pizzas and your beer and everything. As I say, you are a jack of all trades.
Yeah, well, it's been fun. I love my beer and I love my pizzas. I've made it like my own backyard. So nice beers, wood-fired oven, lots of ladies, lots of kids come in. It's all about having a good time rather than, finessing your golf too seriously. That's what we're on about, so we love it. And the importance of advertising with GameFace and getting involved with the local sporting coverage, do you think that'll help your business? Yeah, of course it will, but I'm just so impressed with GameFace. I'm overwhelmed when I heard about it. I mean, I don't do a lot of Facebook, but to have the Peninsula deserves and needs what you've created. It's an absolutely fantastic platform. Great Syndicates Australia is one of our loyal sponsors and clients on GameFace, sponsoring our sporting coverage. Him, of course, is the man behind Great Syndicates Australia. We're outside one of their building sites of which they've invested in with their clients and a syndicate.
So just to give a tiny background on who we are, Growth Syndicates Australia, Dan's hit the nail on the head. It's a syndicate. This place is owned by about 27 people, come together as a syndicate. We hold it for a medium period of time, that's just 5 years, get that sensational growth, all the other opportunities you get afforded to by being a wholesale investor. get you an average growth on your investment a little bit over 20% per annum.
Because you've found you've been pretty busy during COVID. A lot of businesses have battled, as we know, Tim.
Yep.
Last quarter for Rosebud Country Club, and Chris Holcomb will be keeping a close eye for Growth Syndicates Australia around the grounds. As out of the middle goes Bird. He gets upended as he kicks off the side of the boot to the outer side of the ground, and straight away they've got loose men everywhere. As McGuinness receives a hand pass, drives his team long inside 50, fist down by Kane again at the back,
Good
just
kick.
getting boot to ball and finding a teammate, and that's a good mark taken by Bold.
But under pressure again, but yeah, very good kick. Langy's pressure's been very good.
Yeah, O'Connor's kick was nice.
Yeah.
Under pressure.
Oh,
kick
Brownie.
towards Brown, through Josh Brown's hands. I think he thought he had it before he actually had it. Then he lays a tackle on Bateman, ensures he doesn't get away. Disappointed with himself. Bangs his hand on the turf. You get the next one, but at least he laid a tackle to ensure that Langy didn't cause any damage in his exchange.
He was probably thinking about the shift he was going to do tonight at Rye Carnival.
Norton taps it down.
You know he's in charge of the
Yeah,
docking
I
case.
heard that. Left foot snap towards half forward by Heath, but it's again mopped up at the back. They've got loose men everywhere, and it's cleared
well
out of
played.
defence again by Bailey Tate.
Well
But
played.
once again, the Bulldogs do nicely through Kane, down in the direction of Heath, and he kicks and finds North. He's had a very quiet day.
That was very well done down there by the Mornington defender against Murphy. Murphy just seems like he's tapered off in the second half. He might have a big last quarter, but he just, yeah, might have
North
run
on
out
the
of legs.
left. A Calder again. 1-2. Couldn't take it on the third attempt, and it's cleared at the back again by Andrew Arthur. They've got players out there looking for the footy, and it's cleared again. Matthew
Oh,
finds Herdman, who's been pretty quiet. McGuinness
Good hands.
sweeping 25-metre farming hand pass to Smythe. Smythe in the middle, kicks to half forward. Biggs had it fisted away late. Good contest on that occasion by Ash. Loose ball still inside centre half back for the Bulldogs. Running into trouble is Smart. Coming the other way, trying to take them on McGuinness. Got his hands free despite being tackled. Quick kick by Dormer. No one can take the mark. Socked by Kane. Gets it out of congestion for the time being for Mornington, and it goes out of bounds on the outer side before Bold could get there.
geez, he's been good, McGuinness. And can I just say, Jet Murphy is gassed. He's
Gassed? Is that enough?
Yeah. McGuinness has been fantastic off that half-back flank all day. He looks like he's fit, ready to go.
Candidate for BOG for Jeff Wignall forward. Tapped down by Norton again. Loose ball. No one can get a possession. Bird's there. High ball again by Tuddenham. Almost a mark to Herdman. Lost it. Regained it. Then takes them on. Held up in a tackle. Got a hand pass out to Andrew Arthur. Lost control of it, but they've got numbers everywhere. At half-back, Tuddenham shares it. A lot of possessions at the moment. McGuinness, front of the scoreboard. Bangs it long inside 50. Looking for someone to mark. No one can. Murphy nearly got his boot to it. And he knows that he missed an opportunity. Puts his hands on his head ruefully. And it goes through for a behind. The first score of the last quarter. Going to favour of Langwarrin.
I reckon he might have strained a hammy.
17-12, 114 to 9862. We'll check on that. Our injury report for the Thirsty Camel Bottle Shop in Rosebud. Now, again, it's cleared out of defence, but only as far as Tuddenham, who cuts it off at half-back, kicks in the direction of Jababinko. He overruns it. Dalziel was behind him. He mops it up and kicks nicely with a nice squaring ball to Brown. Brown marking at centre half-forward. We'll get around the ground shortly. Brown in short. Calder on a lead, takes the mark.
Yeah, that's a concern. Jet Murphy just holding his hamstring, just limping off onto the bench.
Oh, dear.
It's shattering for him too, because he's had a real crack in that first half. And if that was to be another injury and maybe set him back a couple of weeks, yeah, disappointing.
Because he was just the icing on the cake for them, wasn't he?
Well, he is, yes.
So Calder, who's had a big day too, kicks right through that. He's kicked 6 of 10. 10-8-68 to 17-12, 114. That's a big, big day. That's 68 for the season.
That's why he's number one, mate.
Well, yes, he's right up there. I don't have him number one. I have Zach Andrew Arthur number one.
Imagine if he played for Langy and Zach Andrew Arthur played for Mornington.
Well, I think that Langy would be going pretty well. But Zach Andrew Arthur make Mornington
quick
better.
around the grounds,
Yes,
'cause this is gonna be
Great
amazing.
Syndicates Australia. We got upsets everywhere, as we always do in this competition.
Bombers only 6 points up on Sereno. Rosebud now 27 points up on YCW.
Wow.
Oh, Red Hill coming back. Edithvale 17 points up on Red Hill.
Yeah, they always seem to have a bad quarter.
Dramana 18 points up on Mount Eliza at the moment. So it's happening. It's going to be very, very tight.
Lots to talk about in their footy show on Wednesday. Open-handed slap by Norton again.
Number one show in
It is. Could be a free kick, though, as the Bulldogs player went down, and he'll take a free kick. Back edge centre square.
Can I just say it's only 4 points of difference, Chelsea versus Rye in the last
Wow,
quarter as
Caelan
well.
Bird. Huge game that.
Yep.
Season on the line stuff that. Kicks towards the boundary, Caelan Bird. Not a great kick. And it is out of bounds on the full, and McGuinness will take it again. Must be a candidate for our BOG for Jeff Wignall forward.
It's been good, hasn't he?
Goes in short to Churcher. Churcher turns an opponent inside out. And he lowers the eyes and he kicks again. But coming across his path, O'Connor brings it to ground. Good play by Heath to win the spillage. Handball, Van Kersoff turns it over again. Taken once more by Churcher. High ball inside 50. Almost a mark. It's going to be paid down back to the Bulldogs. But the umpire's not going to do that. They're going to pay advantage for a mark. That's not a rule unless it's a free kick. And Smart kicks it, but he turns it over to Mulvogue again. And Smart was off his opponent, allowing Dormer to get out the back and go for a flying shot and miss to the right-hand side at the southern end.
Yeah, it's... I don't understand that decision, but anyway, Dan, we'll go with that.
Well, in the AFL today, the Bulldogs have beaten Adelaide, but the other news is that games in Queensland have all been cancelled.
Yeah,
They've got to leave the state, so I don't know what's going to happen. Six teams might miss out on playing a game, or if they have to play a game, we may have to put the season back.
Is Palaszczuk back from Tokyo, is she?
Well, she must be. We do have that bye at the moment, don't we? That should have been a mark to Matthew from the kick-in, but it wasn't paid. Picked up by Bird. He didn't get boot the ball. He was tangled in a tackle. Advantage called on the sweep. Beautiful play. What a mark that is. Beautiful play by Golby, and there's our mark of the day. Is that Bigsy?
That's Bigsy.
He takes an absolute hanger, which might have become number one for our mark of the day for Telstra Business Technology Centre of Melbourne South.
Dormer took a good one in the third.
He did.
Bigsy's been good all day. He's been giving Speedy a hard time. He's been sort of following him around, doing the dirty work, and he gets a little bit of icing.
He does.
It's good to see those Dower players get a little bit of icing.
Looking to be the 9th goal kicker for today.
He's goaled it. He's trying to talk
snuck it home.
Yes, he has.
18-13, 121. Big percentage booster again for Langy. Not that they need it. Mornington, their first loss since round 6. They've won 6 in a row. 10-8-68.
Was that Somerville?
Yes.
Geez, that was a bad day they had too. Some of you are annoying, aren't they?
They are.
Well, they beat Langy, they beat Mornington, but they lose it right twice. Come on.
Still think they're the...
You reckon that they're the only people that...
They're the dark horses.
You reckon they're the only ones that can challenge Langy?
I think they are, yes.
Yeah, you reckon... Yeah.
On their day.
But
you don't know which Somerville's going to turn up and how many players are fit. He said there's still a lot, Brad Canavan, who won't play this year, regular senior players. Out of the middle again. Bagley kicks inside 50. No mark taken. At the drop, handball comes out to Patterson, who snaps around the body.
Look at him.
How happy is he? He's kicked his third.
Come on, Patto. That's not
Matthew, front and square roving. Forced out a hand pass. Payenberg involved as well. That was a good play by him to crash the pack.
Was he happy with that, the veteran?
And Patterson kicks his third.
He's given it the old look at me, Kimmy.
Correct.
Wow. But you can do that when you're 10 goals up, I suppose. And they deserved it. They've been very, very hard at the pill. But that's what I think it is with Langy. I think a couple of times sides got close to him, there's sort of been a mental lapse. I think that Summy game really switched them on. Like you say, Dan, it's a loss they've got to have.
Yes, I agree with that. Out of the middle goes Smart. He's been okay. In fact, Heath it is. He's on his non-preferred right. He kicks long inside 50. No one can take the mark. Langy try and knock it towards the boundary line, and through Tuddenham does all the heavy lifting again. It is out of bounds.
Yeah, but that switched them on, and they've come out of the break-in finals mode almost, haven't they?
127-68, Frankie Photography scoreboard.
Actually, it's good to see Jed Murphy's actually back up, and he's looking to come back on the ground. So that hammy mightn't have been as bad as we thought.
Called to use the body to knock down to speed, had the kick run down, and it'll be thrown up 25 metres out from Mornington's goal. How many more can call to kick today? And even Murphy, if he's able to stay fit. Slapped down again. Good tackling by the Langwarrin defence. Mornington try and get Boot the ball. House is there. Can't get near it. Tap close to the boundary once more. And Tuddenham taking over the line, one of the hard nuts in this Langwarrin side. Good to have him back playing great footy.
Give me a yell when you want a quick update on this gripping Division 1 saga, mate.
We'll get there for Growth Syndicates Australia. Tapped down by Norton, and there'll be a secondary ball up. Way you go.
Bombers by 12 points over Sereno. Rosebud by 34 points over YC.
Wow.
Edithvale by 16 points over Red Hill. And Dramana 33 points in front of Mount Eliza.
Gee.
Wowee.
It's some great footy, isn't it?
It is.
They win a stoppage, the Bulldogs, but Hamill stood in the road in defence, got it to McGuinness, and now Mulvogue wins the footy. Gets the hand pass to McGuinness, back to Mulvogue, who's sweeping around the outer wing.
Oh.
Terrific footy. Mark taken
Dormer.
by Biggs. Biggs
Dormer.
kicks on. Dormer gets out the back
Dormer.
and takes the mark. That is wonderful coast-to-coast football from the outer side of the ground, where their skills were on show there by the Langwarrin Football Club. Champagne football, Normie. Hello. The great Norm Whiteside's come up and he's just said champagne football, and I agree with that. That was great footy. And Dormer about to kick another one on the 20th for the day for Langwarrin as they kick the sweep, but he kicks the goal.
He's been fantastic, Dormer.
Well, he's kicked 3 and 27 for the season, and they just keep adding to the scoreboard, and it is a bulging scoreboard now as far as the Kangaroos are concerned. The Frankie Photography scoreboard. Our coverage thanks to Rosebud Country Club, 2013-133 to 10-8-68.
Yeah, no, they've been ultra impressive, and it's just, with that hurricane wind blowing out there, Dan, they're just finishing off the job here on the doggies.
They sure are.
But no, look, they probably haven't put together a really complete performance against one of the bigger sides for a while, so you can see they're mentally switched on and ready for the September action.
Norton the tap, Tuddenham the road, but the hand pass was smothered. Smythe on the outside does well to get his kick to Peach. Peach now kicks inside 50, looking for Murphy to mark. Some good interception though by the Bulldogs defence. Knocked it away at the last minute. Then Kane's on the bottom of the pack and got one in the back and will get a free kick. He's been okay. He's turned it over a little bit, but I reckon he's tried really hard. He's taken a great mark, which might be in the frame for the Telstra Business Technology of Melbourne South mark of the day as Kane goes to the outer side of the ground. Roosts it long, close to the boundary. No mark taken. Spills to Miller. Miller may have lost control of that footy.
He's a great kid, and he's going to learn. You've got to remember, he's only 20 years old.
Yeah.
He's only just out of under-19s a couple of years back. So he'll improve, he'll get better. He's just got a massive head that he's got to take around, which is pretty good effort.
Cameron scoots the ball over the boundary. Has had a quietish day, James Cameron. Perry Lewis-Smith very quiet since half-time. Comes out the back now to Smart again. Smart lobs this kick. It's not a great kick, as this could be a mark from behind, and a great mark taken.
Oh, he's paid it.
I thought Bateman had it.
So did I.
But the mark is going the other way, and it'll go to the left footer Flavo. Kicks inside 50. He's been very quiet, but he finds Calder, who lunges forward, takes the mark on his knees, and they've been Calder conscious, but generally he has managed to salute for them today, hasn't he?
Well, he's the best forward in the comp by an absolute mile, double anyone else, and they just haven't had enough supply. The Langwarrin midfield have really got on top, and they've won their clearance work after quarter time. Mornington did a great job in that first quarter, but Jacko's been starved, but what he's had has been fantastic.
He's done a great job. He
left
kicks through the footy, the left
post,
post, and it veers home. It was
he
heading
knows.
right into the middle of that goalpost, I reckon. He just veered it beautifully.
Look, I told you.
Well, that is 7. That's a big day.
That's a fantastic day for a side that's got beaten by 10 goals and you kick 7. That's a monster day. Done really well.
Does he deserve to be a candidate for BOG for
Definitely
Jeff Whittle
does.
forward?
Yeah, can you give a BOG to someone from the opposition side that loses by 10 goals? I think so.
You got some scores for me for Growth Syndicates Australia?
Bombers still 12 points in front of Sereno. 41 points, Rosebud beaten YC. Still got a big margin, 15 points, Edithvale over Red Hill, and still 33 points, Dramana over Mount Eliza.
Out of the middle. Go the Kangaroos again. Having 2 or 3 cracks at this is Herdman, and he eventually gets boot to ball. The first 2 were smothered. High kick inside 50. No mark taken. Kane attacks it hard again. Can't clear defensive 50. Patterson goes in where Angels fear to tread. Drags the ball, though, back away from the goal line. And he gets up.
Right, full time. 8:11:59.
I've got over Chelsea.
7:15:57.
Putting Chelsea out of the finals
See ya,
race.
Chelsea.
Great win by Ryan. They're in contention as Patterson comes out of the middle. Gets a little left foot kick. And the ball's at half forward. That is a huge upset. Ryan home have found a way.
I've had enough of Chelsea.
They've won their 8th game of the season and might play finals.
I've had enough of Chelsea. Keep backing them and they just keep doing things to me. That's ridiculous.
Free kick to Heath. Kicks to Miller. That's a great mark under the pump. Great mark under the pump. He feeds the hand pass off now.
Jacko.
And
number 8.
Jackson called it, takes the mark.
He won't kick that.
Perry Lewis-Smith received the hand pass, then he delivers in short again.
Not kicking into that hurricane, Dan.
He decided he didn't want to do that, did he?
No. And if he was close enough, you know he would have had a crack at it. Have a look at the trees out here. They're not moving.
No, well, where's the hurricane then?
Well, didn't you see Jacko's last kick swing? That's what I'm talking about.
Shot at goal here. And it's a behind. For Mornington. So big upset. Rye beating, well, not big upset, but Rye beating Chelsea. He's just put the cat among the pigeons and ended Chelsea's up and down season. And the way they played at times, they probably don't deserve to be there, Chelsea.
Oh, definitely not.
Patterson now with the footy at half back.
That's a wasted
He'll
year.
kick down the line towards the wing, looking for someone to mark. O'Connor wasn't able to take the mark. Slips it out now to Perry Lewis-Smith. Drives it long into the Calder direction. He's not there, and Walsh is out of position. A good mark in the last line taken by Hamill. Hamill now delivers into the back pocket for Langwarrin. Stinger's gone way out of this game, and good mark taken by Smythe. Delivers to half back to Andrew Arthur. Hasn't dominated like other weeks, but still had a pretty good game. Kicks into the middle of the ground again. They will spread it wide once more.
Mulvogue.
And that should be a good mark, but he wasn't able to hang on to it, but he'll get a free kick for chopping of the arms, Mulvogue. He'll go in short now to Bateman. Bateman in front of our commentary position. Lowers the eyes once more to Patterson. Patterson thought about stepping away, but he doesn't do that.
Full time at the Red Hill Edithvale game. Edithvale won by 14 points.
What a win. Second win of the year, and they replace Pines in 9th spot. Big kick by Patterson. Finds Payenberg, takes the mark in the square, plays on and slots it for another.
That was very casual.
In his return, but it was a good goal.
Very casual.
Kicks his second. Another multiple goal scorer.
Which is probably where the game's at the moment. How's this? Eat your hat, Wayne Cap. 16-12. 108 Rosebud. Frankston YC 9761. Cop that, Cappy.
This is why we love the footy. It's great to have it back. I mean, there's some teams that obviously just a bit flat after COVID, but other teams are up. Look at what Langwarrin have done today. 21-13, 139, and Mornington 11-9, 75.
Ultra impressive. How's Bombeach kicked 20 goals 18 today against Pines? That's a big day.
Wonder who kicked them. I'm sure Trent Dennis Lane kicked a few. I'm sure Joe Fisher kicked a few.
Joey Fisher, I hope he did.
The Hewlett boys would have been involved.
Cappy won't sleep tonight if Joey Fisher's kicked the bag.
Taking side of the centre square. I've got a feeling you're going to get right into him on Wednesday night in our footy show. Open-handed slap again by Norton, but collected by Bird. Gets the hand pass off. Asher hurry kick. Doesn't find a target. I reckon he's played a good game. Smythe been very solid at half-back.
Yeah.
Hasn't let the wind in. Goes in short once more.
Is there any relation to Phil Smythe?
Not sure.
It's not a common name.
Finds Churcher. And Longley.
Look at him go. He's got
And now
wheels,
Mulvogue, your man, who has a bounce. He's got Cameron. He'll take on Cameron, who tried to lunge a tackle at him, then delivers beautifully, and that is sensational footy.
He's a good
and the
kid.
reserves players are on their feet as well. There's only one or two of them here, but they're here in a obviously an official capacity. So an opportunity for Payenberg to kick his third. Slight angle, 40 metres out.
Trent Dennis Lane was at Sandringham today, didn't play.
Right. So slightly right of centre half forward. Payenberg for his third to give him confidence going into the finals. He misses to the right-hand side, a floater. 21-14, 140 to 11-9-75. A 65-point thrashing at the moment on the Frankie Photography scoreboard for the Rosebud Country Club.
I reckon Mulvogue would have to be close to the most improved player in second division, wouldn't he?
He's having a great year. Smart Odd turns it over with his worst kick of the day.
Oh, Biggsy.
And straight on the chest of our man Biggs. Ronnie Biggs takes the mark at centre half forward.
Bounced off a tattoo or two there. Speedy's happy with that too. He's been following him around all day, and they just kicked it to his opponent.
Yeah, he did. I might try and see if I can get him at the end of that game.
Biggsy.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Is he good?
He's a good fella.
Yeah. 65-point lead, 20 minutes gone in the final quarter. 21-14, 140 to 11-9-75. For his second goal today, his kick is pretty good.
He likes it.
Gun barreled straight, and margin goes out to 71 points. 22-14, 146 to 11-9-75. So a few to come back for Mornington. Goosey comes back, Susovic comes back, Dinger comes back.
Yeah, I don't think that's 12 goals worth, though.
No.
Look, they've had a disappointing day, especially through the midfield, because you see what...
Panagini as well, the ruckman.
Paganoni, yeah.
Paganoni,
but you can see when they drew even with them in the first quarter, but Norton's such an advantage.
Yeah.
I said Wednesday night, he's such an advantage, and he'll be the difference between the two.
I'd love to see on Champion Data, or Premier Data, I should say, how many taps. On that occasion, Perry Lewis-Smith reads it best. Kicks to half forward. That's a beautiful kick to Brown. That's what he can do. Hasn't done enough of it today, especially in the second half. Brown wheels inboard, lowers the eyes, kicks to full forward, looking for Calder. Calder may have been shoved in the back, loose ball, and again, combining out of defence. Tuddenham gets a hand pass and they sweep it from the half-back line under some pressure. But getting a hand pass backwards is Churcher, puts his teammate under the pump. Loose ball, they still haven't cleared their defensive 50. Andrew Arthur gets back to help out, and now they might. Hurried kick by Bateman towards the half-back line. In the road there is Harrington, does well to soccer it out for the Bulldogs, close to the boundary, and Herdman is there and sees it over the line for the Roos.
The only thing, too, with Lange, you're saying about the Mornington missing, Lange have missed their most important player today. It's a full back that plays on Jacko, and Jacko's kicked 7.
Cuthbert.
So Cuthbert didn't play today. So you put him back into the side, and he's on Jacko Calder and shuts that down.
Walsh the tap. Perry Lewis-Smith runs onto a loose ball, missed by Miller. Coming the other way. Well played, Andrew Arthur. Just throws it on the boot. Wobbles a kick out to the boundary on the other side. Getting in the road is House. Gets a hand pass over the top while being under pressure. But in the road again is Mulvogue. His hand pass misses a target, but the umpire says there's a free kick.
We dacked him.
He got dacked.
Little Mulvogue got dacked.
What colour jocks did he have on?
Black.
Black.
Not that I was paying attention.
Free kick down the line. And a good strong mark, though, taken by Smart. In short now to Speedy, marking the middle of the ground. Said his colours lowered today.
He's
the best and fairest in 2019. Kicks inside 50. Big fist from behind by Longley at the drop. Good play by Tuddenham to read it nicely. And now they run away from the contest, looking to set things up. Matthew does well, finds Patterson. Patterson kicks over the top now to Dormer. Couldn't take the mark. Ball will sit for him. Hard on the boundary. Kane comes out to meet him. On the left, he snaps. He floats the kick across the face. Can someone mark it? Harrington punches it down. Stays alive in the goal square. Can you believe it? They've kicked a goal.
It's lazy football now at the moment, isn't it?
It certainly is. Payenberg is the one that's kicked his third. I thought they should have been able to destroy that, but weren't able to, as a player has hit the goalpost. I think it might be young Kane.
Is it? The goal umpire.
Payenberg's kicked the goal.
Goal umpire's not too concerned. He just stepped over him to put his stick back in the
23-14, 152 to 11-9-75. And Payenberg has had a cameo.
Oh, I told you he can play.
He's kicked 3.
I said he's a good player. He's probably stepped up deep in the forward line where Jet Murphy's probably in that first half. Now we haven't seen him after half time.
Norton wins it down again.
Oh.
Andrew Arthur. Jacobenko kicks to the wing on the outer side. And they are just dominating now. Quick kick inside, 50 again. Oh, what a great mark to Payenberg, having a superb last quarter.
Told you, Dan. He can play. Those games in Div 1 are all over. Rosebud have pantsed YC and Dramana have pantsed Mount Eliza.
Well, and of course, Edith Vale Aspendale have beaten Red Hill.
And Bombers are 13 points up on Sereno, so it looks like they're going to win that as well. So they'll go to third. Then all of a sudden, that top spot, 1, 2, 3, is just, there you go.
Great.
It's a lottery.
And another goal, kicked by Painberg, who's kicked 4-3 in the last quarter, and Tuddenham, it was a lovely kick, beautiful kick. He's played a great game today too, Tuddenham, on that outer side as he drilled it inside 50, just does his job every week.
He's played a very nice game today. But yeah, you're right, the fizz has gone out. That second quarter just absolutely destroyed the day, didn't it?
Well, since quarter time, they've kicked 20 goals to 8.
Yep.
So that's an 83-point thrashing, 24-14, 158. Are they a 14-goal better side?
I've been saying that for a while, Dan, but no one listens to me.
11-9-75 as they win another clearance. And Herdman, who still isn't on the board yet for goals, even though he's kicked 18 this year, might get his chance late in the game at the 25-minute mark. A lot of goals kicked, so we're behind the other games. Chris will have to judge our best on ground for Jeff Wignall forward, but Herdman is off target again. 24-15, 159 to 11-9-75 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard.
I've just had reports through that the Franks and Bombers Sereno game, even though there's only 13 points in, they've only just started the fourth quarter. They're 30 minutes behind everyone.
Right.
Because there was a broken leg in the under-19s.
It's not good.
So that's actually got a bit of juice in it left that game.
Sure does. Murphy gets the hand pass from Longley. And they keep going through Andrew Arthur, but the kick is chopped off. But unfortunately, Ash gets his kick smothered. Well done by Biggs. And then another tackle's laid by Biggs again. He's like a caged animal. Patterson is also taken down in a tackle. Comes out now in the direction of Bagley. Bagley's also claimed in a wonderful tackle. And he tried to do a bit too much, Bagley. He ran into trouble and he couldn't get away from Dalziel, who feeds a hand pass at close quarters to Perry Lewis-Smith. Kicks down the line looking for Brown. Might be intercepted by Longley. Or is it out of bounds on the full? No play on. Awkward kicking style Longley, but drives it long inside 50. Payenberg, who's on fire at the moment, gets up, can't clutch it, out of bounds.
I was just looking at Biggsy after that effort. He was absolutely gassed. I reckon he'd be gassed carrying around those arms, mate. They're pretty big. He's been in the gym for a fair set.
He sure has. 84-point lead. Deep into time on. Tap down again. Little hand pass comes out from Bird, who's battled manfully for the Bulldogs. Then Speedy lays a tackle. Church is waving his arms just to come back on.
Blow the siren.
The 27-minute mark of the last quarter.
Blow the siren.
On the Truman's Golf Range time clock. Tap down again. Loose ball. A lot of players milling around. Very crowded in there. 40 metres out from goal. Another ball up with an 84-point lead for Langwarrin, the top team. Enhancing their premiership chances. Walsh a little tap. Handball comes out again from Langwarrin. Overrunning it is Smart. Picked up by Patterson. Patterson kicks high. Who's going to mark? No one can. Big fist comes out from Harrington. In the road, Jacobenko allows his teammate to come through in Smythe and drive it inside 50. But a good mark, last line of defence again from the Bulldogs. But at the turnover is an absolute horror. Intercepted by Matthew. Matthew kicks long. O'Connell was the player that turned it over, and he misses to the right-hand side for the Kangaroos. Another one that's kicked a lot of goals this year, yet to kick a goal today. Kicked 17 going into today. Yeah. Now they've got it on the outer side. Perry Lewis-Smith with the footy gets met late. That might force the kick to be no good. Peach picked that up like it was the easiest thing in the world. Gets the hand pass off to Smythe. Kicks inside 50. Murphy went up a bit too early. Couldn't take the mark. Patterson's there to take the footy. Handballs over the top to Murphy. Murphy went to give a hand pass out and got tackled, even though I'm not sure how much prior he had.
That was comical.
And then Bird shoves him down as he's
been gassed.
He's remonstrating. Yeah, he struggled in the second half. Free kick to be taken by the Bulldogs. And this is by young Lothan, the first gamer.
Heath took the mark.
Yeah, he did take the mark, then get 50 metres against him as well by Matthew. Nearly 29 minutes played.
He's tried hard today, Heath, behind the ball, but I think he's probably been wasted. He's better around the ball, I think.
He goes in short.
He averages about 25 touches a game when he plays.
And finds North. He's had a quiet day.
He has had quite
been well held today. He's had a reasonable season, though, coming from the Baldwin Tigers. His left foot kick, where's that going? But it comes off. In the end, it was the right option.
He's further behind than where he was before.
Kick into the pocket.
Oh.
Warwick Miller tried very, very hard. Wasn't able to get hold of that.
He's buried his head into Big Red's abdominal area.
Big Red's got it. That would have hurt too.
He's been good today. He's just...
The kick came from Bold.
Starting to get rowdy here, the Langwarrin supporters.
No, it's time apparently.
Oh.
The siren's not working. The game's over. The siren's not working.
Well, how does
I thought I heard the beeps before from the boys in the timekeeper's box at the other end of the social club rooms. The siren's not working. It's blown a gasket. Anyway, the last minute of this game, it's not going to affect the result. What if it was a 1 point game? Jet Murphy might take a mark. He didn't quite hang on to it. And advantage is called for the Bulldogs as they get the ball out of defence again.
The Langwarrin
We're more
supporters are
interested in the Langwarrin coach saying the siren's gone.
He's having
Quick
the
kick
coronary
inside
this
50. Ball's inside 50 again. And that's it. It's all over. What a funny ending to the game. Well done by the timekeeper of Langwarrin. I think he's lost his voice in calling out.
He's had a
but the game is over because the siren has blown a gasket.
Oh,
it's all over.
well
What a strange ending to a game of footy. Luckily, scores weren't level or it was 1 point either way, Chris.
Oh, mate, I've never seen a bloke as passionate to stop a game in my life.
24-16, 160 to 11-9-75 on the Frankie Photography scoreboard. An 85-point win. And did they have some goal kickers today?
Yep.
Murphy, how good was he? Kicked 6.
They're all in the first half.
No, he kicked one in the third quarter, and that was
quarter.
it, yeah. So he's kicked 6.
Yeah.
And was absolutely sensational. Patterson's kicked 3. Pineberg's kicked 4. 3 in the last quarter. Dormer's kicked 3. And singles to Andrew Arthur, Tuddenham, and Churcher. And 2 of their other major goal kickers did not kick a goal today. And also Biggsy kicked a goal. Biggs.
Oh,
so
Biggsy.
they shared them around.
He might be
1,
a
2,
candidate for best on
3,
ground.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And Mulvo kicked 2. So they had 9 goal kickers in what was an outstanding performance. Well, Jackson Calder kicked 7 for Mornington of 11 goals. What a performance it was from him. And among the singles, to James Cameron, to James Brown, to Josh Brown, and to Lockie
James
Dalziel.
Brown is hip.
I feel good. So a big win, 65 points. And Chris, we need to go through our awards for goal of the day for
Here we
O'Brien's Real Estate. There were a lot, especially early in the game, there were a lot of goals kicked, weren't there? Parry and thrust in that opening quarter.
Yeah, I like Dormer's goal in the first quarter. He
That was
come in and
fantastic.
checked side, but we are going to give it to Jet Murphy. The goal that he kicked into a hurricane wind from the boundary on that opposite side in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Murphy does get goal of the day.
For O'Brien's Real Estate. Mark of the day for
Mark
the
of the day.
Telstra Business Technology Centre of Melbourne South.
Well, it changed 4 times. So it went to Calder, then it was Dormer, then Dormer took another one in the third, which was great. But Biggsy late.
Yeah,
We've got to give it to Biggsy. What a mark.
Biggs, who had a very, very good game.
Yeah.
Mark of the day for the Telstra Business Technology Centre of Melbourne South. One of the highlights of the day was the siren not sounding at the very end.
It was.
And well done to the timekeeper from Langwarrin, who just about yelled himself hoarse, saying because I could hear the beeping. I thought the siren's about to sound. It didn't sound. But anyway, big win, 85 points. They were fantastic. Now we need our BOG.
Yep.
For Jeff Wignall forward with branches in Hastings, Frankston and Mornington, serving the Peninsula since 1979.
So let's take Jacko Calder out of it because he was head and shoulders the best Mornington player, but you can't get best on ground when you've lost by 85 points. Big Red, instrumental for Langwarrin. Dormer was fantastic. Andrew Arthur and Peter are always good. They're very consistent through that midfield. Painberg late. Jet Murphy's kick 6.
Tuddenham very good.
But Jet Murphy was all in the first half.
Yeah.
Painberg was all in the second half. I think the guy that's actually set it up for him, who's great to see back in form and really covering the ground well, I reckon it was McGuinness.
Tim McGuinness, who was superb. He just knocked up getting the footy, and we had a bit of a chat to...
Goal of the day was Murphy in the first quarter on that far side. Oh, the
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, there was a great goal in the under-19s as well.
He's been best on ground today, actually, the timekeeper.
You've been best on ground. The timekeeper has just come in to have a chat to us. He lost his voice, poor fella.
Couldn't get the siren going.
I think we had 3 extra minutes, but in the end of the day, it didn't affect the result. I mean, as we said, imagine if it was a draw.
Oh, no.
I mean, that would have, and it was 1 point when the siren was meant to sound, because we could hear the beeping.
You got to be
can hear the
fluid,
beeping
mate.
in the
Hey,
timekeeping.
We live in a
down the
world
other
where
end.
you just got to go with the flow down.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. So Tim McGuinness, best on ground. Will anyone beat them?
Nah, I said that in round 1.
No, you did say that. Okay.
No one's going to get near. And now you believe where I'm coming from.
Oh, yeah, they were brilliant today. I haven't seen them since round 2, and they were very good that day on a wet day. They played a different style of footy.
They weren't as good as
that. No, they weren't. They used the footy well, and they liked this ground. Once they worked it out after quarter time how to use the ground, they were superb.
They were indeed. So, yeah, look, Mornington, Seaford and Somerville have got their work cut out for them to try and bridge that gap. But I think we saw a side today that's ready for Div 1. And I don't think we've seen a side through Div 2 this year that we can actually say that confidently.
Now, Grace Syndicates Australia, just before we go, some of the results there. Rye have beaten Chelsea by 2 points. So Rye go to 8 wins. Chelsea are out of contention.
Yeah, no.
6
Chelsea
points behind Rye.
They deserve it too, Chelsea, because they're disappointing. We've backed them every week.
Rye have not been in the finals for some time. I remember in my first year in the comp in 2018, they were pretty competitive under Josh Moore, but they kept losing close games.
Yeah.
But they've found a way this year, so I reckon they're a good chance. They've got 1 game to go.
Yep.
Next week.
Yep.
Chelsea and Devon Meadows.
Devon
well,
lost.
Devon got beaten today.
Yeah.
So that's going to be hard work for them, isn't it?
And the other side in that mix wasn't Hastings. Who was it?
It was Chelsea, Devon Meadows and Rye.
Yeah.
Somerville, but Somerville won.
Somerville were in front. So they smashed them. And then Div 1, we've got an update from Franks and Bombers Sereno.
Yep.
Franks and Bombers blowing them out now, 25 points halfway through the last quarter.
Wow.
So, but that Rosebud YC, that's a belter. 17-13, 115 to 11-10, 76. So they nearly beat them by 40 points.
Well, the Bombers kicked 14 goals against them earlier in the year, the YCW defence. But that's I don't remember a team in all the years that I've been in the comp, 3 years, that have kicked 17 goals against YCW. They've stayed in games even when they haven't been great, when they've struggled in the first couple of years of First Division to make the finals. And they've stayed in games because of their defence. But they've had 17 goals kicked against them today by a team who'd struggled for the best part of the last 7 or 8 weeks. And Nick Jewell would admit that, Rosebud, to kick goals on a regular basis.
So that makes that 5th spot now clear, but more because Dramana would have come off the ground after beating Mount Eliza by 30 points and going, hey, we got that edge on them because Rosebud were playing YC.
Yep.
But Rosebud had touched them up. Now that 5th spot is basically Dramana
and Rosebud. What about the battle for relegation? Well and truly alive.
Sereno are out of it now.
Yes.
So they've shot themselves in the foot. They won't catch back up.
What about battle for relegation?
Relegation is on in earnest. So Pines are now on the bottom. And that's help. They're not going to make that percentage back, especially after a 100-point loss today.
No.
So they've got
to win one of the last 2.
They've got to win one of the last 2.
You've got a tough draw, haven't they?
Red Hill don't worry about because they're fine. But if you look at Pines' draw, Pines have got to beat either Frankston Bombers or they've got to beat Mount Eliza. Yeah. So it looks like
going to be hard work.
Pines look like it's relegation stakes. So
incredible, isn't it? Footy's... That's why we love it. It's tough for Pines. They won the flag in 2018. Things haven't gone right for them this year. A lot of injuries. Had a lot of injuries in the back end of 2019 when they were going for back-to-back, and that affected them. And then they lost a lot of players, didn't they?
I actually don't think Edithvale deserve to go down after this year. They've been stiffing a lot of times.
You reckon?
And they've ran some good sides.
They lost to Mount Eliza by a point.
And they had YC twice, so they were in front in the third quarter. So I don't reckon Edithvale deserve to go down. And I reckon it was a good win today from them. So... look, whoever does go down goes down.
They've still got a lot of good experienced players, Edithvale, haven't they? And their kids are developing.
But if you've got... So that side that we watched out there today, they're better than those 2 sides.
Oh, they are, yeah. So, and I think they're probably better than Red Hill.
And that's what our competition's all about. So promote, relegate, there you go.
We need to do that.
That's my opinion.
Chris, great to have you with us. We'll see you on Wednesday,
Yes.
O'Brien's Real
Can't
Estate, for
wait.
our footy
Cannot
show,
wait.
first and second division. Wayne Cap will be coming in. He'll be bedraggled and a little bit worried about things because he'll know that he'll get a hard time from you and to a lesser extent me.
I'm into him.
So we look forward to that on O'Brien's Real Estate. We thank our major sponsor today, Rosebud Country Club. It's been a big, big day. 3 games of footy plus our new show, MPNFL Extra. Thanks to all our guests today, Sean Connell, also Nick Jewell, Paddy Swain, Josh Beard and Simon Goosey. Sorry, Chris. Sorry about that. Thanks very much to Nick. Thanks to Brittany. Thanks to
guys.
Red Onion as well. And everyone's done a great job in Glen Carter for making it possible. Got more footy tomorrow. I'll be at the juniors at the Yarra Junior Football League at Bulleen Park. Looking forward to that, the under-16s. And always, get your game face on.